This is Serpent's Sword by Cassie Alexander. Copyright 2003, audio copyright 2025. Serpent's Sword, Cassie Alexander, Chapter 1. We are not alike, Lon said, blinking his slitted eyes at the desperate mermaid who stared down at him. She was strung up by her tail from what was at other times a gallows, near the marketplace in the town of Spinning Wheels. He could see her body temperature was too high, and his forked tongue could taste her approaching death in the air. Blue iridescent scales were scattered on the ground from where the ropes had chafed her, and they scratched against the bottom of his tail. "I think so, sir," said the satyr standing beside her, his hoofed feet straddling more mundane items for sale. "Scales is scales." "Lon, can we buy her?" Tig reached out for her, momentarily balancing between his crutches. "I like animals." Lon whirled on Tig with a speed only a saurian possessed. "That's what you think she is? Is that what you think I am? An animal?" He knew bringing the boy along with him was a mistake, but had he misjudged this poorly? Lon rolled his inner eyelids across his eyes and sighed, before returning his attention to the trapped mermaid. "No, we do not." Lon flicked his tongue at the satyr and walked away, reshouldering his bag of goods. "But Lon, we did good in the last town." Tig held out the pouch of their money as he struggled to catch up. Someone might be low enough to steal money from a crippled child, but no one was stupid enough to steal money from a crippled child under a saurian's protection. "Not good enough. And besides, I've got a meeting to make." "Look, Tig, if you think for one moment that I'm going to spend all our money on a mermaid, then you can think again. And besides, even if I did, we'd never make it to the sea in time. She'd only die, and then we'd have dear Ocean angry with us." Lon flipped his frill up at the thought and shuddered. Watermen. As it is, that satyr had better never take a boat ride again. "But she's pretty," Tig said, "and I don't want her to die." At least the town's miracle still stood in the center of the square, like he'd remembered. A fountain with a woman kneeling, holding a disk of gold up to the sky. Water dribbled around her stone ankles, but the wheels she held, and the other wheels that lined the fountain's edges, polished wood, silver, brass, marble, bone, were all equally still. Tig hobbled over to the fountain and spun one of the discs with a hand. It stuttered to a stop once he let go of it. "I hate this town." Tig peered into the fountain, as if it had answers for him. "Nothing wrong with a good understated town, Tig. These wheels are stupid. They don't even spin." "Maybe their die only spins the wheels at sunrise or sunset. Better to use spiritual resources for important things like rain, trade, and keeping the prayer walls up at night." Lon flicked his tongue out. There were people here, but the buildings made it hard to pinpoint where they were. That, and the stink of the dying mermaid. His stomach betrayed him and rumbled with hunger at the thought of raw fish. Disgusted with himself, he ignored it and concentrated on smelling live things. "I'd rather see colored clouds," Tig said. "Now that town's a waste of prayers," Lon said. A sigh from Tig both cut off his next lecture and made him relent. "Though we might go there soon. I hear it's pretty this time of year." Tig grinned up at him. "Let's find out where to sell things today, shall we?" Lon said, crossing his arms, purposefully ignoring the grin. Tig was off as fast as he could go, inspecting the side streets. Tig found the market, one much smaller than the one Lon remembered, hidden away 3 streets over. The newer stalls looked permanent, and he didn't know if space had to be rented. If it did, someone would tell him. Maybe. Not too many people wanted to talk to a saurian, much less to explain rules to one. "Been slow here," he said, before looking at them fully. "Hey, you want one, little boy? Your skin is thin. I'll give it to you half off." He leaned towards them, placing both hands on their rug. His toothless grin and bad breath made Tig scoot backward, bumping Lon's tail. Lane put out a warning paw. The boy doesn't need any markings today. That's a shame. The man shrugged, the prayer lines on his shoulders rippling. You know, I tried tattooing a snake once. You killed a snake, Tig gasped. As one, all of Lon's merchandise raised their heads out of their boxes and turned to look at the man. It was an already dead one. I found it. Really. The tattooist returned to his own area, and the snakelings went back to dozing. I do a good job. How about one down your arm, or across your forehead? Nothing tells your god you love them like a good tattoo. Well, the power is in the words, when you pray them, right? So wearing them can't hurt. Lon didn't answer him. He could see Tig's mouth moving out of the corner of one eye, and knew that the boy was trying to read the man's skin. Can't blame me for trying, the tattooist continued, before turning back to his things, to tap away at a design on his own foot. If so, then business ought to be brisk. Plagues bring out a host of other ailments. Lon didn't agree with Tig's diagnosis, but it was a good observation for a child to make. Why are they so quiet? Tig asked. Lon shrugged a shoulder. Anyone got anything that needs healing? We can heal anything. Tig called out to the dribbles of people walking past. What's this we? I don't see you charming the merchandise, Lon said, flipping up his frill in mirth. Only because you won't let me try, Tig said, sticking his tongue out at Lon before hawking their wares again. We can heal anything. Anything I tell you. A woman across the street broke down at this, falling almost to her knees before a man nearby caught her up. She raised a hand to the skies, like the statue in the fountain minus the wheel, before others hurried her away. We'll just sit here, Tig. Lon put a paw on the boy's shoulder and drew him back. Tig's face showed his consternation. Okay. He played with the contents of a box while Lon pretended not to see. For whatever reason, this city was cursed, and as bad as he felt for them, he'd been cursed too. Still, as some might say, he would be glad to leave tomorrow. More people trickled in as the sun moved up the sky. Customers walked by Lon's rug with trepidation, but bartering with his innkeeper the night before had done him some good. Several men gave him furtive glances before one of them finally walked over. I hear you're good at some things, sir, he said, while making a low lifting gesture with his hand. You're having a hard time with your wrists, are you? Tig guessed, and leaned forward, grabbing a small box. These'll cure arthritis, wrists, knees, everywhere. He started working on the lid. Not precisely, the customer said, flushing red. You want what I gave the innkeeper yesterday? Lon asked. At least his scales would never let him blush again. Yes, please. The man looked very relieved that Lon understood. 2 boxes over, Tig. Hand it here. Lon pointed. Tig put down his box and sighed, before getting and handing Lon the requested one. Lon pried the lid open easily and pulled out one of the thin lavender snakes inside. He needs 3 crickets a day, then rodents once a week as he ages and grows, for the rest of his life. He'll grow to about as long as your arm, but once I've charmed him, he'll stay loyal. Keep him in a box twice as long as he is. Set him in the sun every other day. Don't let birds eat him, and keep water out for him. He'll be potent every other day, as will you be, if you apply him to the... Lon glanced at Tig, who was paying far too much attention. To the afflicted area. The customer blanched some at this, but then recovered. Are you ready? Lon asked, and the man nodded. Lon brought the snake close to his mouth, as if to whisper to him. Sometimes he did whisper, but it wasn't saying the words that made it work. Dessa, grant this man your smallest of children. He will take care of it. giving it a long and happy life. The snakeling paid attention to him. He could feel it somewhere in the part of him that was newer made, added on to his formerly human self. The snakeling was a bit nervous, and it didn't want to go biting people for the rest of its life, but Lon contented it with thoughts of easy crickets, clean water, and the hot sun. Lon returned his attention to the customer. If you ever are bad to him or forget to feed him, he will leave. If anything knew how to leave, it was a snake. No way to stop them from leaving if they wanted to. I'm not going to mistreat anything that I'm going to put on my... The customer barely restrained himself, with a look at Tig, who was crouching forward, eyes wide. On my parts, he finished, much more quietly than before. Tig heaved a sigh and sat back. Then it is yours. Lon passed the snakeling over, and it wound itself about its new owner's arm. The man plunked a finger on its head and rubbed it back and forth some, testing the scales. For now, yes, Lon answered wickedly. The man looked momentarily horrified, but for the sake of the snake's future, Lon knew he shouldn't really lie. Actually, that one's bite is quite painless, and the fangs do stay small. The customer hurried off with his purchase before Lon could frighten him again, and Lon wondered if he already had someone lined up to try his luck with. Tig politely tapped on his arm for his attention. Isn't your meeting today? Tonight. Lon replied without moving. The sun was falling into evening. Tig waited, and then tapped again. Isn't that meeting the entire reason we came out here? This is a very far way to come, Tig prompted him. It was indeed. However, it had been ever farther for Hierophant Nessos, and Lon intended to make Dessa Serpent's messenger wait a bit longer. He nodded again, and then turned to fully see Tig's confusion. Tig, we're not in a rush, really, and you aren't going to come with me anyhow. Lon raised an eye-ridge, waiting for the boy's curiosity to betray itself. He did look disappointed, and then baffled in turn. He'd looked that way often since following Lon away from his home, and Lon privately wondered how long he'd keep trying. He could never be a proper sawer, not with his crippled leg. The gods were not fond of flaws. Tig gave him a fleeting smile, before industriously closing lids. His meeting wasn't until after sundown. Dratted seesaws didn't like the heat of the day. The cool of the night was better for their ocean-tempered hides. But that same chill made Lon sluggish, and he didn't like the idea of being in Nessos' presence with only half his wits about him. So, can I? Tig began, as they reached the building that harbored Nessus inside. This is where you'll wait for me. The guards outside Nessos' quarters were a bit much, but enough to stave off Tig's interest. There were two of them, both halfway on the path to perfection. One of them had slitted pupils, and the other the beginning of 3 horns on his forehead. It would take decades more for them to become a full embodiment of their Dessa, like Lon was. Do those hurt? He heard Tig ask as he set down the darkened hallway. His heat vision outlined the room before proper light did. Nessos was in a corner, his looming bulk occupying a whole wall in aura shades of gray and purple. The room smelled of Nessos' salt and something else, a touch of gore, perhaps the musk of a prior occupant. Took you long enough, the Hierophant boomed. Pah! You think you know everything, Lan. It isn't so. Nessos writhed, uncoiling his long limbs. By daylight he would be the blue of the ocean, with wave-tip white spackling. And red. One of Nessos' clawed hands reached out, picked up an oyster shell from where it had been dropped, and began scraping upon himself, upon his scales, in the wrong direction. Nessos stopped, and eyed Lon, snaking his head forward, and staring at Lon with his huge yellow eyes. It is as the rumors say. You are unafflicted. With the craze to scrape off my own skin, yes, that one's missed me. Lon stood and backed away, brushing the floor's dust off his paws. If there was to be a fight, he'd be ready. "You fool. You've always been a fool, Lon," Nessos spat out. "I'm not the one doing that." He couldn't say he'd never considered it, though. Right after his transformation, when the full horror hit him, he'd wondered if he could whittle his body back down to its human proportions beneath. But he'd have used a knife and been speedier. His whining gave Lane time to survey the entire room with all his senses. With the exception of brave rodents, they were the only occupants. "What are you talking about? What's wrong with your prayers?" Nessos flicked his tongue out at him. "Be quiet. My prayers are unanswered. That's why I'm inland." I had wondered. This town was an odd enough place to arrange a meeting, much less with a sea sore. "What happened? Are you ill? Cursed?" "Cursed?" Nessos laughed hoarsely. "I wish it were that. But no, I am not cursed. If only it were that simple. The Dessa is gone." "You're right, they don't. And I didn't say she was dead. But she is gone. Probably your fault somehow." 200 years, and they still hadn't forgiven him, nor forgotten. Lon sighed. "So where is she?" "Apparently, in mortal form." Nessos shook his giant head. "And nobody's prayers are answered anymore. No one's but yours." "Oh, really?" Lon crossed his arms. He never heard anything so silly. "Yes, only most followers don't talk about it, for understandable reasons. To admit that you no longer have a deer or a Dessa watching over you." Nessos shuddered, a ripple through his entire lengthy spine. Well, nothing less than this could have gotten Nessos out of the sea. As much as Lon did not want to believe, he had little choice. "So you came all the way from the ocean to tell me this?" "Number, I could care less if you knew or not. It isn't like you ever showed her any respect. However, you now have a job to do." "This is not a joke, Lan." Nessos's breath came hot and heavy into Lon's earhole. "Your prayers alone are still answered. The snakelings still listen to you, do they not?" He struggled but made no progress. He'd be forced to at least hear the Hierophant out. "As of today, yes." "Then you are her chosen one, which is why I sent the message, Serpent, and which is why you must listen to me now." "No, you don't, do you?" Nessos tightened a curl of his body, almost experimentally, taking in all the slack around Lon's ribcage. "It is up to you to look for her now." He gave Lon a final squeeze before beginning to release him. "We think she's hiding. We're not sure, but she's hiding in a human body. The only clue we have is that she will be in a three-eyed man. She said so before she disappeared." "Master Jui." "Well, if she trusted him so much, why doesn't he have to look for her?" "Because his prayers are no longer answered, and yours are full. Besides, he threw himself into a volcano shortly thereafter," Nessos said, recoiling his body up upon itself again. "So your prayers are ignored as well?" Lon asked. Nessos did not answer. "A three-eyed man is my only clue. He'd seen a lot in his travels, but never a man with 3 eyes. Start with the red count. His traders see everything. A 3-eyed man shouldn't be that hard to find." Nessos roiled and snorted. "Easy for you to say. You're not the one looking for him. If you don't do it, then you condemn us all to die. Time starts for us now, Lon. We cannot live forever on our own." Lon shrugged without turning around. "After 200 years, I'm ready to die. Perhaps because you've lived such a short life, you do not understand what will happen if we're not protected by our Dessa. You probably will die. You're too obstinate. But what about her other followers, trapped halfway on the path?" Lon knew he meant men like the guards above, on the stair. "They'll be sold in cages, as sideshow freaks, or turned into slaves, slaughtered as blood sacrifices to keep the nomad towns afloat. I'll be flayed to make boots and bookbindings. Humph. He heard Nessos pick up his oyster shell again, beginning to scrap away at his own flesh once more, as if to deny the future tanners their opportunity upon him. And if she dies as a mortal, what do you think will become of us, we who are the embodiments of her power? Lon rolled his extra eyelid across his eyes in an attempt to ignore Nessos's hysterics. Is der ocean gone too? He asked, as distraction. Not that I know of. Why? Nessos didn't pause from scraping. There's a mermaid for sale in the marketplace, Lon said. Or there was one. She may be banished. Nessos shrugged. It isn't our place to rescue her. You're wrong. I'm going inland to Lake Inpai. What? Why? Have you seen some of the pets that dear ocean keeps under the waves? If I let my guard down without my Dessa, I'd become dinner. Nessos snorted. Lon turned to leave again. Are you going after her? Nessos asked. Lon didn't answer as he mounted the stairs. Look for the three-eyed man, Nessos yelled. We're going Tig. Lon planted a heavy hand on the boy's shoulder and began to pull him away from the guards. His ribcage ached, and he knew he was missing scales. Damn Nessos's hide. Bye, Tig called cheerfully, back to the men, who gave Lon steely looks as he walked past. They knew the truth of things. Lon, can I grow horns someday? Tig stuck a hand on his head, giving himself finger horns, wiggling them about. What would you want horns for? Tig laughed at himself. I don't know, to be honest. They seem like fun, though. And a flickety tongue, I'd like that too. Lon raised an eye ridge at his boy child. Maybe someday I can buy you a horned helmet at a fair when you're bigger. They'd be tusks on you now, with your small head. Lon reached over to engulf Tig's head in one paw, the claw tips at the end of each finger dangling near the boy's chin. Sometimes there are warrior pygmies at the fair, and they have small helmets. Tig shook off Lon's hand and danced ahead, pirouetting on his crutches. If we saw one of those, maybe? Please. Maybe, Lon said and smiled. He did like the boy. In the moonlight, Tig's fine features were pale and delicate, almost elven in quality. But elves would have tossed him from the tree after his birth with that leg. As it was, his human parents hadn't been much better. There was a purple flash in his heat vision, to his right. He blinked, and it was still there. Letting his normal vision overlay, he saw that it was a hear trough, and on closer inspection, he saw that it had a nailed lid. Tig, go into the inn, and make the innkeep help you bring our belongings down. Then tell him to get you a traveling dinner for us both, and refill the water bottles. Tig stopped musing on the wonders of horns and stared at him, agape. Are we leaving? Now? Yes, I think we are. Please hurry. The mermaid floated listlessly inside. His instinct was to watch her chest, to see if she breathed, but then realized he didn't know what a mer did underwater to simulate breath. Something with the gills, probably. He watched these and there was a flutter. Hello? He asked quietly, before wondering if she could hear him underwater. He reached in both forelegs, momentarily glad that he'd dispensed with clothing long ago, and pulled her up and out. She woke and attempted to thrash, her muscular tail slapping against him, with a strength that might crack a normal man's ribs. Both her eyes shot open, and she covered not her breasts with her hands, but her cloaca, a narrow opening where a woman's crotch would have been. Oh, Dessa, what have they done to you? Lon raised himself up, cradling her. She rubbed her hands against Lon's chest, feeling the scaled pattern there, and then sagged against him, forehead into his shoulder. and he was no longer sure if it was her splashings that made him wet, or if there were rare, true tears sliding down his muzzle. The man stared him down as he dashed forward, tongue flicking out. Lon could smell cheap liquor in the air, and it was likely he thought Lon an alcohol-induced hallucination. "You're not real," the man said, pointing down at him. There was another scent in the air, human blood. He saw that the man's arm was poorly wrapped in a bandage, and wondered if sharp teeth marks lay underneath. Before the man could question his reality any further, Leon righted himself, using his tail as a counterbalance, and planted a wide paw on either side of the man's head. "I'm real," he said. "And the mermaid, she is real too." Then he squeezed. The drunkard had only a moment to realize what was happening before his brain pan shattered. The top of his head cracked open inside his own skin, and jagged shards shot through. Lon let him drop, then hurried back to the mermaid. She almost leapt out of the water into his arms, and Lon carried her off towards the inn. "Almost ready," Tig announced, standing in a circle of his wares. "You—" He pointed at the mermaid, then clapped his hands in delight. "You rescued her." Lon shifted her weight around. "For now, yes." He couldn't travel fast upright, and there was no way for the mermaid to straddle him. And then there was the matter of Tig. If they didn't change the guard on the girl, he might have till dawn. But if they owned here to ride on— "Tig, do me a favor, will you?" He looked around for the boy, finding him almost under the mermaid, reaching out for her still wet hair. "Tig!" Tig hobbled a step back, crutches under each arm. "Yes!" "Tig, open up all the boxes. Set the contents free." Tig stared at him blankly. "All of them?" "Everything." "You're crippled, not deaf. Get moving," he commanded, and to the mermaid he said, "Pardon me," as he laid her out on the ground. She pounded her fists and tail on the ground, impotently frustrated. "Dessa's serpent won't answer my prayers if we treat these little ones poorly," he explained, and this quieted her some. Any creature that followed a deer or Dessa understood the need to keep them happy at all times, though he didn't know if Dessa's serpent was in a condition to care at the moment. "What?" Lon looked over at him, opening the last of the boxes. "I don't treat anything as lowly as warts. Those are for fever." "They work on warts too," Tig said defiantly. "I had a wart, and I got bit, and it went away." Lon snorted, shouldering the small remains of their bags and hefting the mermaid up again. "I keep telling you they aren't toys, Tig. I know they're not toys. They're animals like you and I, but sometimes they need time out and fresh air and— little boy fingers to snack on," Lon said. Tig made a noise but said nothing. "I'm taking her home." Lon's words were answered by an excited tail flip by the mermaid. She kept fanning her tail, almost trying to propel them forward. "We scaled ones must stick together." The innkeeper's wife blanched at this, even in the moonlight. "I'm so sorry, sir, so sorry," she said, before slamming the door shut, and he heard the sounds of bars sliding home. Chapter 2. "No, I'm not tired," the boy said, hobbling as fast as he could. "You're already carrying her. I'm fine." Tig reached Lon and hobbled out further. "Get the collar," he hissed. Tig trotted back and started rummaging through the pack Lon wore. "Got it," he said, bringing it out and offering it to Lon. Lon shook his head. Tig's eyes grew wide. He'd never collared any serpents before, though he'd seen Lon do it 100 times. "How is that going to help? I can't ride a snake." The musical lisping that only other serpent followers could hear continued, coming closer. "Please, Dessa. If you hear me, bring it this way," Lon whispered, audible only to himself, and then only because he knew what he was saying. There was a rustling, and then a broad snout emerged from the shrubs beside him. "Success," Tig, wait for my word. Then the rest of the creature appeared. Freck. The mermaid twisted about in his arms. After viewing the situation, she reached down and yanked 2 scales out from her own tail. You too. Stop that. Lon flicked his tongue at her. At least she didn't have an oyster shell. The mermaid took the scales and stretched them miraculously, wider and longer, until Lon knew that her prayers were being answered. There was no way she'd been completely exiled. She stopped when she held 2 large discs of tough scale and flung these to the ground, making one land on either side of the trap jaw that waited patiently for Lon to command it, and then he understood. Take, collar it. Lon cast a glance behind them. Their track was obvious. They were bruising grass and turning stones. Unless the satyr was done tempting the die above, there was no way he could not follow their trail. The trap jaw was charmed, and with the prayer collar on, doubly so. Lon used his tongue to taste for water in the air, and tried to remember how far away the tributary had been long ago. After hours had passed and the sun passed overhead, Lon began to doubt his memories. His tongue could now only taste a hint of water, like distant rain might cause. But the skies were clear, any possible clouds swept away by a strong wind. The mermaid was fading, he could feel it. He'd been holding his frill out stiff for hours, trying to shade her, to no avail. His concern grew. What would dear Ocean think if she died in his arms? That it was his fault, or that he should have acted sooner? It was one thing to be without his Dessa. It was another, entirely to be bereft and have Adorer angry at him. Will she be all right? Tig asked, helping Lean to splash her. I don't know, I hope so. Dear Dessa, please. There were here bugles in the distance. It doesn't rain, but it pours. Only not enough. He pounded a fist into the water, cracking his knuckles against the rocks beneath. His scent should scare some here away. More masterful riders, though, would be able to force their mounts closer, and none of that would matter if they had arrows or spears. Tig, you stay behind me. He stood, leaving the woman in the water that only covered the bottom half her neck-wide gills. Tig. He heard large gasping noises from behind him, and looked down to the mermaid, who was quiet and looked happier in the water, even though she was unconscious. The gasping noises continued. Tig. He looked over his other shoulder as a shift in the wind told his nose what Tig had seen. From the hill above, the first 3 here appeared, with one the satyr mounted atop it, hooves on hooves. All the here bucked, and one man was bashed by his here's horn stump. The other 2 held their seats and edged closer. I knew it was you, the satyr gloated, his here wheeling beneath him as 5 more mounted men appeared and lined up behind him. The innkeeper said you'd left in the night with her, but I knew it before that. No normal man can squish out another man's brains. If my merchandise is still alive, we can talk. No promises if she's dead, the satyr said. Save the boy? He asked. Surely neither side could take offense at that. What boy? The satyr asked, as the here he rode continued to dance. Gah, you stink! Or... His small eyes hardened into hate. She's dead! His hand dropped, and archers reached for arrows. Lon ducked down, pulling Tig in next to him, and showing only his back to the satyr's archers, trying to block Tig and the mermaid's human half. Her tail was on its own. Don't look, Tig, he whispered, hoping the boy for once would follow his advice. A few men ran, and divisions of watermen separated and shambled after them. Without need for food or sleep, watermen would catch any prey, eventually. Others tried to fight, hacking and slashing at the disgusting puffed limbs, one beheading a waterman only to have its arms and legs fight on, while having to kick a still biting head away. The satyr's men that stayed fought ferociously, and some of them even fought well, but the onslaught of the watermen was relentless. Even Lon, who had seen wars and battlefields, with the moaning of the damned and the roaming embodiments of death, with squirming maggots and flesh-pecking vultures, found this carnage too much. He rolled both his eyelids shut, kept his air-tasting tongue in his mouth, and listened for the fight to end. "I think it's over," Tig whispered. Lon looked. Watermen and fragments of watermen receded from the area, whole men limping, hands crawling, and the refuse twitching where it had fallen, all leaking water from their wounds. "Lon!" a voice said from behind him. Lon knew, from somewhere deep in his gut, that it was a die calling his name. He whirled, wrapping an arm around Tig to keep the boy back. "Lon!" "What?" he asked, looking around. A waterman came forward and scooped up the mermaid. One hesitant tail flip let him know that she was still alive. He breathed a sigh of relief. The waterman looked at him, its puffy gray face like a moon. Then it changed. A blue haze suffused the skin, and the bloated lips thinned into a knowing smile. "Lon!" it exclaimed, like it knew him. "How do you know my name?" Lon took a step back, moving Tig along. The face laughed as it spoke in the prayer tongue, the speech that only embodiments and the ones that they worship may know. Lon saw that the blueness was a different entity than the waterman. It lay slightly above the dead sailor, overlapping him like a tide. "Tig?" He looked down at the boy. An evil look flashed over Dear Ocean's face, made more evil by the stark mask of death that hung behind it. Less than or equal to the Red Count. "Wait," Lon said as the waterman turned and walked away with the mermaid in his arms. "I already know that," he said, catching up to the slow waterman and addressing him, only to find his face blank and empty again. "Gods," Lon cursed, holding his charming collar up to the sky, using all the words he knew in all the languages he knew to complain. Lon stared down at him, tried in vain to make his leathery face frown. "Someone that I'm still not sure you're going to meet." They camped far away from the creek, and for once Lon was truly tired. He sat down and let Tig unpack their few belongings. "This." Tig lifted his foot up to show Lon his wound. There was a frayed gash across the bottom of his sandal, and red blood was visible inside the tear. "It doesn't hurt so bad now," Tig informed him. Lon knew that Dessa Serpent wasn't listening at the moment, but sometimes faith alone was enough. He watched the fire that he'd lit the hard way, with friction and wood. How long would it take to catch more merchandise? Some snakes were easily found, others would take weeks of travel and luck. He began to mentally chart out their next course. "How come you'll use his name but not mine?" Lon asked. Tig shrugged with one shoulder. "So when will we—" "I don't know." Lon batted the question away, aware that it made his previous thoughts meaningless. If he was going to visit the Count, there'd be no reason to pick up merchandise at all, and he should be speeding along right now. If he were a true follower, he wouldn't be stopping to sleep or eat. He'd be living off the fat in his tail till he got there. Lon looked over his shoulder. His tail was rather fat, and he wanted to keep it that way. "You should eat. It's good," Tig urged, talking around a mouthful. Lon peered into his trough. It was smoked fish, brought inland from Dessa knew where, and Deer knew how long ago. He stifled a hissing laugh. No wonder the innkeeper's wife was so nervous when he said that scaled ones must stick together. "So why are we going to meet him?" Tig asked after dinner. "No time for that now. Lessons now." Lon found a stick, gave it to Tig, and pointed to a spot of dirt near the fire. "Draw out the entire alphabet while saying the letters." "Oh," Tig said, but he took the stick and began writing studiously. I shouldn't have to learn these things, he said after finishing. This was a new complaint. And why not? Because you never use them, and I want to be like you when I grow up, except with horns. Tig turned to smile at him. I pray to Dessa serpent now, you know. He crossed his arms smugly. You do you? Lon flickered his tongue. He leaned to the side and found a small stone beneath his hand. He popped it into his mouth idly while listening to Tig. Yes, I do. I'm through praying to dear healer for help. That was my father's doing, and he's not here, mostly because I left him behind. But he never did me any good back then. And Dessa serpent does things for you all the time. Besides, I like you better, Tig rambled. So I'm praying to her now, because she actually listens. I noticed the you praying to her now part at least. His hand found another stone, and he had to make a conscious effort not to eat it. But she does listen, doesn't she? Tig asked, voice quiet. Lon inhaled to protest, to break the child's egg of faith on the rocky reality he now knew. But the soft and still smug smile on Tig's face shattered any resentment that brewed inside him. Faith so fragile, but still stronger than his own. Lon reached out and engulfed Tig's head with one of his paws, ruffling the child's hair gently. Yes, she does. But even followers of serpents still have need to read. He hiss-flicked the boy's cheek, the closest he would ever come to kissing anything again. Tig giggled. That tickles! Get to bed, Lon commanded, sternly, removing his hand. Show too much affection, and a child would turn out like he had, spoiled and strong-willed. More reading tomorrow, and I'll buy a new study scroll in the next town. But I don't want to eat stones, Tig shared. I don't either, I just do. Lon chuckled. Lon shook his head. He never prayed. No, not tonight. But I'll listen to yours if you like. Inside his mouth he could taste the boy, salty sweet and slightly dirty. Chapter 3. So they walked around the edges of the desert for a month and a half, staying in the scrubby areas that provided shade and shelter, using fat water plants to drink from, and making local snakes hunt for them. Yes, ooh, Tig groaned. I'd forgotten about that. They look different, cooked. Food is scarce out here, Tig. We can't not eat things because they're cute. Lon was sending out snakes with charming collars on them. The collars more to make sure the snake didn't swallow its meal than that it would come back to him. He was also responsible for food preparation, as he didn't trust Tig to spear through 5 or 6 cute mice and then cook them. Lon could eat things raw, but he preferred not to. Are you hungry yet? He asked the boy. The night was halfway over. He could see it in the stars. Not now, Tig said. Lon chuckled. One more week, and they should be able to turn away from the desert and aim towards the ocean. He'd have to change their schedule then. Maybe should start changing it now, so that they weren't still nocturnal once civilization was reached. Does Dessa mice mind us eating them? Tig asked. Which is? Tig prompted him after a few moments of silence. Tig laughed. Probably. Here, eat these tonight. Lon reached into his bag and produced a fat cactus fruit. He'd been saving it for an emergency, but they were so close now, and the fruit would go bad soon. Use a sharp rock to get through the skin. Tig took a fruit and started looking for a stone. Tig, he began, and then a faraway scream pierced the night. Pick that up, and then we'll see. Lon wanted to head out, but Tig couldn't manage his crutches and the fruit. Here. Lon picked up the fruit, tossed it into his mouth, and ate it whole. Then he took Tig's crutches, strapped them across the bag, shouldered the bag, and picked Tig up and swung him high, until the boy straddled his neck, pulling down on Lon's frill. Hey, The boy protested till he realized what was going on. "Woo, I can see so much more up here." Lon reached up and bapped the top of Tig's head. "Keep quiet and keep an eye out for archers," he said, before jogging off into the desert. Why was the person screaming? It had been a male scream, Lon was sure. There were a lot of reasons to be frightened in the open desert. Wild motos, the occasional rock, sudden vortexes of sand, or worms with mouths cleverly concealed. The list was impossibly long. "See anything yet?" Lon asked Tig. "No, but I'm looking." "Don't," said another scream. "There," Tig called. In another heartbeat, Lon spotted it too. A carriage with 4 incredibly rare winged here, 2 strapped to either side, and men fighting. "Tig, stay here." Lon pulled the boy and their bag off and set both down on the ground. "Here, I mean it. Don't move." There was a question on Tig's lips, but before he could voice it, Lon was gone, diving into the shifting sands. If there was a place that Lon was made for, this was it. While Dessa Serpent sometimes amused herself creating spectacular creatures out of her followers, but giving them no true home on Earth, she had not done this with Lan. His broad and flat nose sliced through the sand, and his tail propelled him, moving him like a fish through water. He could feel the men moving above, struggling. Their motions ran through the sand and vibrated against his ears. When he was close, he breached, eyes only, to see what could be seen. 4 against 1, and yet the one still held his own. Lon was impressed. Should he join in, or wait? The one was wounded. He knew it wasn't a fair fight, and some still foolish part of himself always yearned for justice. Lon pushed himself out of the sand with his tail and flipped his frill out. "Die!" he cried out, distracting all the men. And the lone fighter recovered more quickly, knifing 2 in their guts, with a dagger in each hand. But then he sagged, and Lon could see the sand soaking up his blood, black on gray in the moonlight. Lon rushed forward. The nearest assailant swung his sword at him, and it skipped down his scaled arm like flat rocks on a pond. Lon gutted him with a single swipe. The last assailant ran for the winged here, but was shot down with an arrow before he reached them. Another arrow flew out, and Lon heard it coming. He closed his eyes and felt it ping against his skin, leaving a bruise beneath, but not injuring the scales above. "Are you all right?" Lon asked the lone fighter on the ground, though he already knew the answer. The pool of blood around him was wider now, and his skin tone was paling to match that of the sand. There were no healing prayers in the world that could save him now, unless Dare Healer himself decided to grace him. "Her," the dying man whispered, and looked towards the carriage. "Sword. Protect her from swords," Lon guessed, and hissed to himself. He was not a one-sore female rescuing society. "Her," the man began again, and then his head lolled to one side. "Don't eat him," a voice cried from the carriage door. It was the archer, a woman clothed from head to toe in a tight-fitting garment. "Stop shooting arrows at me then," Lon said, standing and backing away from the corpse. Lon took a few more steps back, and for each one of his, she came that much closer. Her face was ebony, and Lon wondered if it were a trick of the light that made her so. She was also half a foot taller than he was, a rare thing in a girl, and her stride was muscular and confident. In fact, she didn't look like she needed rescuing at all. She knelt and rummaged through the man's pockets like a common thief. "Freck! He's your friend. He died," Lon said aloud, trying to make sense of things from afar. "He died. He was not my friend." She kicked the body after stripping it nearly naked. "It's not here." And the she shuddered, her entire body twitching for a moment. She cracked her lips open, and peals of laughter rang out, like she'd never heard a joke in her life and had just been told the biggest joke of all time, and then quickly became something akin to maniacal screams. After some time, when the last of these had ripped free from her, she sagged to the ground, whispering with a hoarse throat, "Bastard!" Lon came a step nearer, and she whipped her head around to look at him. "Come no nearer." "Are you okay?" called Tig's voice from behind him. "Are you all right?" he cried out, his voice breaking. She jumped to her feet and pointed at him. Her entire stance said she was weaponed, but Lon could see she was not. Lon flicked his frill up and lashed his tongue at her. "Hurt the boy, and there will be no place on this earth safe for you. I know poisons that will make you suffer 1,000 deaths." "Who are you?" Tig asked, standing beside Lon, who kept watch on the girl. Tig gasped at the dead man who lay naked, and Lon looked down, in time to see the last of his skin dissipate into a foul-smelling smoke, revealing an entirely different face and body underneath. The girl jingled the rings she'd stolen in her hand, surveying them, as Lon divined their nature. "Neither of our skins will fit, will they?" he said. "Whatever are you talking about?" she said innocently, flashing him a smile with teeth as white as stars. She picked up a sword and walked back to the carriage to slash the harnesses off the flying here. They galloped off, then flew up into the night. "What are you doing?" Lon asked. "Those are worth a fortune." "Flying here," Tig gasped again, reaching a hand out after them. He seemed blissfully ignorant of the carnage around their feet. Lon looked around again to see that all of the bodies were gone. The desert never let anything go to waste, but it was not that fast. Lon stormed forward, towards the girl who was pulling supplies out of the carriage and shouldering several bags. If he'd interrupted a deer or Dessa on the move, there was no telling what the consequences would be. What prayers are at work here? The girl pulled herself up to her full height, looking down at Lon, and gave another one of her smiles. "Mine are—" Lon snorted and turned. "Come on, Tig." He grabbed the boy's shoulder and pulled him around, shoving him forward so that his body blocked the boy's. "She's on her own." "Maybe she's from there," Lon said and continued shoving. "Is she a giant?" Tig asked, continuing to wriggle. "I don't know." "You're going into the desert," Tig called out. "Tig," Lon said, and prepared to pick the boy up for carrying. Lon heard her footsteps behind them, and Tig paused to look back one last time. "If you follow him for a few miles, he eventually gives up," Tig advised her from his own experience, before concentrating on making it through the sands before them. He couldn't hear her anymore, but her scent was still in the wind. Tig looked around every once in a while, and his disappointment showed in his bearing. "Careful, or I'll make you write poetry," Lon threatened. Tig made an obligatory fearful look, then recited the one song that he did know, the one that Lon wished he did not. "Oh, elven women sing of home when they're on battlefields at night, and even their toughest warriors cry before their every fight. Because they hate to leave their trees, they don't kill very well, and they make damn poor eating when you find them out for sale." Tig hollered the ending and Lon sighed. "I keep telling you that is not a poem," Lon said. "I am never going to let you talk to a dragon again, much less a drunken one." "I like it," Tig announced. Tig giggled. "I thought up another verse. Want to hear it?" "Do I have a choice?" Lon rolled his first set of eyelids over his eyes as he heard Tig inhale. "Oh, snake men can be slippery when they are wet or dry, and their pointy tongues go flippery when I come walking by," Tig began, with a pause for showing Lon an example of a flippery tongue. "Tig," Lon said, then hissed a warning quietly. Something had changed in the wind, and instead of the girl's salty tang, he now smelled blood. Lon clapped his hands over the boy's face and pulled him close. "There's something wrong. Stay near and quiet." Lon looked around, twisting his head, using all of his senses. There, beneath the sands ahead, was heat. A lot of heat. An abnormal concentration radiating purple-violet, like a fever below the ground. Tig leaned over and picked something up. "It's a feather," he whispered, showing it to Lon. It was white, long, and it smelled of here. "We need to leave." Lon twisted around. "It's ride time, Tig." He fell to all fours, and Tig shoved his crutches in under the bag before straddling Lon's back and holding on to the pack's handholds they'd sewn there for this very purpose. When Lon felt the boy settle fully into place, he started off at a trot, diagonally away from the hot spot. He was disturbed to watch it follow him. "Freck! Tig, hold on!" Lon started galloping away, his shoulders and hips swiveling to bring his flat paws into play against the sand. A metal arrow twanged out across the sky and fell in his path. He dodged it. The girl. What game was she playing? Was she working with the monster? Lon pulled to the right as another arrow shot out and nearly lanced through his paw. There was no escape. Whatever it was too large to run from. "Dessa!" Lon cried out in his mind, even though he knew she couldn't hear, and his strength was failing him. "When I stop, Tig, run," Lon said, knowing full well that the boy couldn't. But Lon could attack whatever it was and stop it for a time. He wheeled around, digging in one paw to face his opponent. Frill raised toothy mouth open. "Kill it," Tig shrieked. He was beating on the thing with a crutch. An outflung leg snapped the crutch in two and sent Tig sprawling. "Run, Tig!" The spider wrestled, and it was gaining. Lon was venomous, but it was more so, and there was no way to bite the thing without letting it bite him first. Its fangs would definitely make it through his scales, with enough weight behind them. "Run already!" "Come on." She removed her hand from the creature's maw, without a sword, her arm covered with thick gray ooze. Rolling over, she freed herself, and then helped Lon to pull the creature off before it smothered him. It was the color of the sand at night, with at least 10 legs sprouting out from either of its sides. Lon stood beside the corpse, panting, mouth agape. Tig was doubled over nearby, catching his breath. "Thank you," Lon said. "I'm in your debt." "Do you mean that?" she asked, tilting her head at him. The sun rose behind her, and he got the feeling that he was making a much bigger promise than he'd intended. Still, he couldn't refuse her. She'd saved his life, and Tig's, and maybe even by extension, Dessa's serpents. Yes. "One probably got it here, and then this one came looking for more," Lon said when she returned. "Which means we should take care now. Hardpack should be half a day away." Lon looked warily behind them as the woman set out ahead. The spider had had far too many legs, had it been a spider at all. He was reluctant to investigate further, as the sounds of their struggle would have already been heard, around for miles. Tig fumbled with the 2 sticks of his broken crutch. "How am I going to use this?" "You can ride my tail," Lon heard himself say, before considering things. His energies were spent, but the heat of the sun would revitalize him for a time. The others would need more water for traveling during the day, though. Was that a spider? Tig eventually asked, like the movements of his body substituted for the convolutions of his mind. Lon looked back over his shoulder and cursed himself for buying the boy adventurous study scrolls. "I'm not sure." "A spider?" the woman asked. "What is that?" "Tell her! Tell her!" Tig yelled, with more squirming. Lon brushed the air with a hand to dissipate his words. "There used to be creatures like that, everywhere. Even out here. Nothing could live out here, she tisked. Go on, she said more meekly. And people. Sometimes, Tig added, refusing to let Lon leave any of the story out. And people. Sometimes, but not often, people would keep them and use their webs for tapestries. The medium-sized ones were welcome in cities to keep raven populations down, and inside homes, smaller ones would eat the insects they found there. And people they didn't like. Sometimes, Tig said, then added, they're poisonous. The woman's eyebrow raised. So what happened to them? Their deer went away, or maybe it was their Dessa, or they stopped praying to her. No one really knows. But they all disappeared, from big to small. Lon cast one more glance over his shoulder. They weren't supposed to be that big, though. So we saw an imaginary creature, the woman pressed. And Lon, who thought he knew all the mysteries of the desert and how to combat them, had to shrug. The woman looked down at the boy. Bliss. They were trackable, and I'm not entirely sure. It took Tig a few moments to puzzle out the right order of answers. I like your name. It's nice. Thank you, she said with solemn politeness. Where are you going? Lon asked. Are you one of those riddling giants? Tig asked. At this, she laughed. Definitely not. I've never met a giant, Tig shared. Me neither. Lon stopped and looked at both of them. Now that we're all caught up, can I mention that water leaves the mouth every time you talk, and we're still a day's walk away from the nearest water barrel bush? What if we talk with our mouths mostly closed? Tig asked, demonstrating with a mutter. If we don't make it to the next barrel bush, I'm eating you first, Tig, Lon announced. You wouldn't, Tig said. Bah, he said, and gave them each a tongue flick before moving on. She appeared chagrined. I'm tempted to say that it's all hot now, but I'm sure you know your skills better than I. Quite. Lon twisted around to see Tig asleep on his tail. A knee and an elbow wriggled through straps, and his head leaned against a lesser lump of the bag, slightly shaded by a wrinkle of fabric. Why does he travel with you? Bliss asked. Because he wants to. Lon prepared to shrug, but then remembered it might move the bag and wake the boy. You did not buy him or steal him away. Lon chuckled. I would pay someone else to take him from me some days. But no, he came on his own, followed out of his village till I gave up and let him travel with me. I'm never really in a rush, and sometimes the company is nice. Where are we going now? She asked next. Lon considered lying, but she had saved his life. Besides, 100 traders a day wander through the Count's courtyard. He was hardly a secret. To see the Red Count. And who was he? Lon looked at her closely with his nearest eye. Did she really not know? Everyone knew the Red Count. Kings and kingdoms came and went, but the Red Count stayed the same. At this, her eyes widened. Do you think he'd give me information too? Hard to say. Do you have anything to trade in exchange for it? Lon watched her mouth twist in thought. Not right now, but I can get something to trade for it, she said. And what would that be? He opened his mouth to ask, then thought better of it. Why did you save me? He asked instead. The boy wouldn't have had a chance here without you, and he could have let me wander into the desert. You were willing too. Bliss gave him an accusing look. Lon snorted, closing and opening his nostrils with steamy breath. I've learned in my 200 years that it's better to stay out of other people's business. If you don't have loyalties, you can't get hurt. Until the spiders come, she mused. There is that, he admitted. Lon and Bliss traveled through the rest of the day and well into the night until the sands relented into scrub, and even the scrub started to look more lush. He wondered at the woman's ability to keep his pace. He wasn't going fast, but they had been going very long. Was she praying? And if so, to whom? By dawn, they found the road. Does this go into the area where the Red Count lives? If you follow it for long enough, then I thank you for your guidance. She gave him a curt bow and stalked off down it, using the full length of her legs each stride, and he watched her, bowless, swordless, packless, until she faded off into the distance. That's one debt I won't have to repay soon, Lon thought. Tig? He turned around to see the boy, still precariously curled on his broad tail. Tig, are you all right? Tig woke up, bleary-eyed, with a red streak on the backside of his face. What? You've been asleep for a long time. I was worried. Hot, Tig answered. Hot and tired. True. Lon nodded and set off behind the woman. Chapter 4. The restless city of Redian stretched out below them as Lon crested the third rising hill that evening. There was no circle of Blessy or Adori, hand clasping hand, around the city, protecting it with prayers. The Red Count's city was the only one of its size without prayer walls, though that wasn't to say it was unprotected. Whatever other groups of people or cities attempted to attack Redian had always died in odd and interesting ways, none of which ever betrayed the nature of the die that watched over Redian's city, but proved its existence nonetheless. Wow, what is its name? Lights Abound? Tig guessed, looking down and across the well-lit city. Number its name is Redian, Lon corrected. What kind of a wonder is a Redian? Tig asked. You'll see soon enough. Lights Abound would be a good guess. The gate was lit, the walls were lit, the watchtowers were lit, and several main roads inside were lined by torches, and then individual houses and businesses were lit, inside and out. It had grown since he'd been here last. Rows of buildings were creeping outside the walls, inns hugging the roads leading in case a weary traveler could not make it another step. Full grazing lands were fenced off and well guarded by the Count's men. Redian was a jewel on this side of the continent, well-founded and guided well. And this was all due to the Count. He was this town's miracle, the only one it needed. Are we going in there? Tig asked, excitement rising in his voice. Oh. Tig tried not to sound disappointed. See the biggest house on the hill in the middle? The one that looks like a castle? Tig asked. Yes, that is where we're going. Woo! Tig clapped his hands and leaned precariously to one side of Lon's tail before catching himself. Lon looked back at him and laughed. Managed to hang on, and we can get there tonight. Tell the Count I'm here, and I'd like my old room, please. We can do nothing for you, or the boy. We are sorry, the nearest guard said, as if he hadn't heard Lon. The boy is fine. Tell the Count I'm here, and I'd like my old room, please. Lon had resorted to carrying Tig, so as not to drag his tail through the city's streets. Guidance was one thing, sanitation another, especially when back alleys were quicker. Tig had stared around until Lon thought the boy's neck would twist off, and then he'd fallen soundly asleep again. The guards looked at one another, and then the farthest one shrugged. I'll take it. He closed his eyes for a moment, communed within himself, and then opened his eyes wide again. So sorry, sir. He nearly tripped over himself to open the gate. No problem, I understand. It's late at night, Lon said, with a not very understanding voice. He stepped in and finally let his tail down onto the fresh raked gravel of the Count's riding path. The Count is waiting for you, the second guard announced. If you'll follow. The Red Count himself was at the door, with several surprised-looking servants behind him, peeking surreptitiously. Lon. Too long. We who live forever ought to be more social. The Count backed up, stretching his arms out. He allowed Lan inside graciously, sending servants scurrying. His home was as immense as Lan could remember, and then some. Everything on and in it was tastefully ornate, with an emphasis on craftsmanship over flair, as befits someone who had been a master trader for the past 400 years. Lan smiled, almost, and scratched his forehead with his claws. "Number he's tired. We've traveled through the desert, and, well, it's a long story." Redian nodded. "I'll put him in your rooms for now." Immediately a servant was there, taking Tig from his arms. "Why don't you take a seat on the couch?" The Count laughed. "Well, I've got over 1,000 minds now to do it with. It helps." "That many?" Lan asked, stretching himself out on the backless couch, letting his tail flop over it. The Count brushed the comment away. "Lan, my life is boring, at least to me. Tell me of yours." Count Redian's house was one of the few places a person could speak without worrying. Everyone in the home was loyal to Redian alone, and because of Redian's unique talents for keeping track of them, there was no way anything said could be spread out beyond the walls, as long as Redian saw fit to keep your secret within them. The past 50 years, wandering, selling things, moving here or there. Redian smiled. "I know. I saw you a few times from afar. Traveling embodiments of Dessa Serpent aren't very common. You always cause a commotion in a marketplace." Lan nodded, then leaned forward. "I'm in a predicament now, Redian. I need your help." The scent of blood preceded a gorgeous woman with waist-length blonde hair as she entered the room, a goblet in one hand and a basket of fruit in the other. The fruit she gave to Lan, and to Redian, the goblet. Lan flared his nostrils. The scent of the blood was familiar. It was Tig's. "Redian!" Lan stormed across the room, on 2 legs, 4, then 2 again, and swatted the goblet out of the Count's hands, its contents splattering across the wall, over the rugs, and down the Count's shirt. "What?" Redian asked innocently, daubing at the blood nearest him with a fingertip, raising it towards his mouth. "He is pledged." Lan flared his frill out as he interrupted, shaking his head. "None of his blood, not now, nor ever." "My adventures have not been half so interesting as all that, Redian," Lan said, chiding the man. Fresh and unfamiliar blood was brought in by yet another girl, this time a black woman, and for a startled second, Lan thought she was Bliss, come to claim his debt. "Is she new?" Lan asked as she left. Redian took a sip from the glass and set it down, licking a thick smudge of blood off his upper lip. "Sort of. She's the sister of an old friend. I have to indulge myself a bit," he said with all seriousness, as if the room, and his life, were not indulgent enough. Lan refrained from commenting, and chomped nosily on an apple, swallowing most of it whole. "The boy followed me out of a village. I decided to keep him." Redian tented his fingers and peered over them at Lan, the Saurian's physical assault apparently forgotten. "I never thought you would be one to watch after a child." "Ah, well, perhaps you do." The Count chuckled. "So what brings you here? And you didn't leave your boxes at the gate, did you?" "Three-eyed men?" "Lan, surely you can come up with a better excuse to visit than that." "A three-eyed man? Unless there's more than one, and then I don't want to know." Lan sighed and flickered his tongue. "I realize it is a stupid request. Der Ocean said you'd know, though." "When did you meet him?" "Well, I still don't recall having seen anyone with 3 eyes, ever. How important is it?" "It will take me a few days to go through all the memories of my followers. Now your turn, Lan. Have you been noticing anything odd lately?" Lan opened his mouth to answer. "No, but found he couldn't, truthfully. Well, in spinning wheels, the wheels weren't. They appeared to be cursed, and there was a 20-legged spider in the desert. A spider? Redian leaned forward. Really? Did you catch it? It almost caught me. It was huge. How interesting. Redian clapped his hands together. I don't think you're appreciating the scale here, Lon said, cocking his head at the man. Redian set his empty goblet down. There's been an influx of oddities on the market. Strange things. Things that I previously had not thought would exist. Even here. Lon looked around at the books in the room. Inside of them. Some of them, yes. Have you ever seen one of these, for instance? Redian crossed the room to a table, picked up a scroll, and brought it back to show Lon. Lon unfurled it and scanned the drawing inside of it. It's a man, he shrugged. Yes, but only this tall. Redian indicated the length of one of his fingers. One of my traders saw one in the wild yesterday. Really? Before it shot an arrow at him and ran off into the underbrush. There was a herd of them hiding, apparently, living in underground burrows, like moles. Lon stared at the drawing and then at Redian. You're not kidding, are you? Not in this case, no. Redian sat down again. Does Dessa Serpent have anything to make of this? She and I aren't exactly on speaking terms. Lon hung his head. What else is new? Still, though, she must be curious. What gods watch over these new creations, and for what purposes are they created? Like your overly legged spider, did they once exist, and now exist again? Or are they new? Redian began to pace, the assorted candlelights making him look even more sallow. Other places, Redian continued, seem to have lost their dye entirely. Like your spinning wheels, perhaps. I begin to wonder if their dye are dead. Lons let out an involuntary hiss. What if Dessa Serpent wasn't hiding for reincarnation? What if she was dead and he'd been sent on a fool's errand? Lon, Redian inquired. Just thinking, that would be horrible. Well, the rest of us get normal clouds all the time. Lon snorted. What's so bad about that? Their neighboring city is preparing to lay siege to them because they believe that their god is gone. Lon rolled an eyelid across his eyes. If Redian ever chose to use his blood-granted powers for evil or to affect anything beyond his trade routes, the information he possessed, what's to say that they haven't offended their god somehow? It can happen. Or that it's not a ploy to get their neighbors to attack for a proper war to occur. City-states are not above subterfuge. How well I know this lane, Redian dismissed the idea. I have a caravan there now. Sometimes I listen through their ears. And what do you hear? Moanings and wailings to an indifferent deity. Lon coughed on a bit of apple core. Tig's blood was not in the offing, no matter what. You mean for rumors and speculations? For your three-eyed man, Redian gave him a sly grin. Lon cocked his head and looked at him slantwise. They had too much history for real payments to be involved, and yet the trader in Redian could not let him entirely off the hook. Oh, all right. They're more suppositions than fact, and asking you to pay for a man I may not find would be a bit cruel. Actually, I had something else in mind, if you don't mind. And what's that? There are brawls planned for tomorrow night, a series of them, with a good prize. Redian's thin lips pulled into a leer. Why not? There's a gorillan fighting. Gah, Lon reared back. Then just give him the prize. No, I'm allowing weapons this time. It's a good prize, I mean it. I may be thick-skinned and thick-headed, but I did not just escape the fangs of an imaginary creature in the desert to lose my life to a gorillan. Lon crossed his arms. He hoped the Count was kidding. After the affront Lon had shown him, there was a slight chance that Lon could be bound and tossed into the ring, even against his will. Fine, Redian harumphed. I could use a few more healers, just in case. Usually things stay within the limits, but with the amount of money I'm offering up, it's hard to say. Not to mention the gorillan. I'm in. I'll help. I'll have to round up some friends, and I'd like to leave Tig here. He doesn't need to see anything like that. He's seen enough. Watermen are not attractive. I'll believe you, Redian said. And another beautiful servant entered the room and escorted Lon away. Tig, I thought you were asleep. Lon set the oil lamp the woman gave him down. Tig looked odd in such a nice bed, his dirty and sunburned face next to such fine sheets. Tomorrow someone would be getting a good bath. Lon patted the boy and hoped that by the next day the small cut on his arm would heal to become one of Tig's many tiny wounds. Heat exhaustion and delusions. It can happen. Are we really in that castle? Yay, Tig said, and wriggled beneath the sheets. Tomorrow, I'm going to go explore everything. You can. Just be polite, will you? I'm sure Emily will tour you around. Who is Emily? She's a very nice girl. He inhaled to give Tig a lecture on being nice to girls, but bit his tongue before delivering it. The boy didn't have a mean bone in his body, and delicate Emily certainly wasn't going to evoke any anger from him. How come she gets to live here? Tig's eyes popped open again, and he struggled against the thick blankets to sit up. I forgot to pray. Lon chuckled and pressed him back down with a paw. The Dessa understands. No, I can't become an embodiment if I don't pray. And I've been asleep for a while. I probably better pray 3 times as long. Or 3 times as hard, Lon suggested, bemused. Tig considered this. Maybe. Will you pray with me? All right, Tig said, and then began. Redian chuckled. The qualification fights are weaponless. It's not fair to anyone who's fought already 3 times in the day to qualify to send him against a fresh gorillan. On the other hand, a man's chance against a gorillan without weapons is slim to none. So we're wearing him out in a useful manner. We're eating roast meat tonight. Ah, Lon knew of gorillans, and he figured they would be impressive embodiments of their gods, whichever they were, deer or Dessa. But he'd never seen one up close. He doubted many of the fighters had either, or they would not want to be fighting. Slowly, crowds filtered in and circled the 3 rings below. A few fighters already had fans, and these cheered, while other spectators raced around collecting bets placed even on the early rounds. As a human, Lon had gambled often and even participated as a fighter in a few things like this. As an embodiment, he'd never made an attempt to do either again. What really drove the gorillan to fight? No embodiment really needed money. Lon saw a band of what he assumed were people on the gorillan's path, men that walked with a slouching, swinging gait, some of them with an uneven down of black hair. These shoved their way to the front of the main ring, and no one near them argued. We'll be able to see the whole thing from here, Redian said, climbing up to sit behind Lon. Lon wondered where the Count's local friends were, those more trusted, that ought to sit closer. And then realized that anyone Redian truly liked was out on the road, making him money. It should be truly epic, the Count said, elbowing Lon in the side. You might even enjoy yourself. I doubt it, Leon said with laconic sarcasm. But the energy from the gathering ground burbled upwards, and he found himself crouching forwards, concentrating on all the action below. The second rounds took longer, not because the fighters were tired, though some were, but because these were men who had some strategy. They measured themselves, they measured those they fought, and almost always, they measured the prize strung above. A hush settled around the 3rd ring. White-robed healers surged towards a contestant who kept shouting them back. Blood leaked from his wrists and ankles making him leave a trail of smudged footprints as he danced around the canvas floor. What is wrong with that one? I don't want to make der healer angry. Redian frowned. Lon knew he couldn't actually care about the contestants themselves. Otherwise, he wouldn't be sending them out against a gorillan. Perhaps it was the waste of blood. "Lon, could you—" he began. "I'll go see." Lon stood and lumbered down the stairs, and people got out of his way. "What was that about killing?" the bleeder asked, whisking the braid around in circles. The crowd booed and hissed. The fight had been won, but they did not feel it was fair. They surged against Lon, his strangeness forgotten in their anger, reaching for the ring, voicing their disgust. "Let us up there!" someone else cried, and lunged forward, stepping on Lon's tail. "Hey!" Lon bellowed. For a second, he was not a mortal embodiment. He was the voice of a god. The angry mob fell back, and Lon displayed his frill at them. He hadn't wanted their attention, and he didn't really care what happened to the fighter here, but Redian had sent him down to enforce policy. "There will be no more killing," he yelled. "At least not until the third round." Lon pulled himself up into the ring, all four legs scrabbling, and then he stood up again. "You will have your chance later, and perhaps someone else will do it for you." He lashed his tail and tongue at them, and grumbling, they backed away. "Thank you," the bleeder said gruffly. "I didn't do it for your sake," Lon said, leading the man down the ring's proper exit towards the area where the fighters waited. He waited for the bleeder to catch up to him and pass him, still dripping blood upon the floor. "Nothing," the fighter said. He was a tall man, taller than Lon, and from underneath the blood at wrist and ankle came a gleam of gold. "You," Lon said, his voice almost as loud as the god speak. "What?" the fighter asked, face almost still, and then eyelids within eye sockets blinked. "Gah!" Leon drew back, repulsed, before snaking forward again, to whisper, "What are you doing here, girl? And in that skin?" The fighter sighed, and now Lon saw lips within lips answer him. "You said I had to trade something for information, Sor. If I give the Count his money back, how can he not help me in return?" The fighter shrugged. "I can't believe you just killed someone for their skin." Lon shook his head in disgust. "I have a destiny, Sor," the woman said from inside the skin. "And that's what destinies do. They make you think you have the right to go around killing people." She raised her hands to him, as if to grab him, and stopped short of his shoulders. "They used to buy me people to kill, to practice on. What makes this man any different?" Bliss plucked at her own second skin. Lon opened and shut his mouth a few times, not sure what to say. "He doesn't fit very well," is what he decided on, lamely. She sighed. "It's hard to find men as tall as I am." Even behind the skin of a dead man, with second man's blood on her hands, she sounded very human. "Look, stop this. Go toss this aside. I can grant you access to the Count. You could even give him those rings of yours. Freck, just telling him about them might be enough. You do not want to continue fighting here." Bliss drew herself up inside her skin. "Why not?" "Because there's a gorillan scheduled for the final rounds." "A gorillan? What's that?" "No, you don't understand." She cut him off with a gesture and shook her head. "Please, don't worry for me. And do not distract me. I need to pray now. My next fight will be soon." Eyes behind eye holes closed. "He has mental problems," Lon answered, with what he believed the truth to be, besides the gender. "Really? I wonder if it's one of those crazy followers of Dessa prophecy." The Count clapped his hands together. "Brought here by the vision of his own death, at the hands of my gorillan, unable to resist his Dessa's wiles." Lon gawked at the Count and then snorted. I think you've been reading too many tragedies. It was a nice image, though. Redian sighed and sank back into his chair, having gone through an entire range of emotions without once looking away from the fight. Nice kill, though, your fighter. Pissed off the Rurkins. Redian shrugged with one shoulder. They're overrated. They've started farming now. Can you believe it? They won't be famed as fighters for much longer, now that they're going soft. Does Der Death really enjoy all this? Lon said, voicing a suspicion that he'd kept to himself for the past 100 years. And this finally distracted Redian from the fight. Why? Do you think he does? He raised an eyebrow at Lon and laughed before returning his attention to the brawls below. Bah! Lon flopped fully back into his chair. He'd always wondered which deity had granted Redian and Amelie their gifts, and they never worshipped or prayed in public. The Count had fights like these twice a year, always with a fair amount of dying, and Lon had always wondered if there was a connection. Now! The Gorillan! Redian yelled with the rest of the crowd as the embodiment came out. Lon knew that the Gorillan had a name and wondered if anyone knew it. Above the general sound of the crowd came resonant hootings and calls, these from the Gorillan's friends below. He doesn't get a weapon, does he? Lon asked, leaning forward himself. Of course not. He is a weapon. Then Count waved his hand and stopped all further conversation. Frekvins, he hadn't seen Bliss with a weapon here, and no one was going to loan her one, not after the Rurkin incident. The first fighter came after the Gorillan with a sword, and quickly ended up with a broken arm, then disemboweled by one of the Gorillan's monstrous paws. The crowd hushed at that, and Lon wondered sarcastically why no one tried to rush the stage and complain about the speed of the match now, like they had with Bliss. 2 more normal matches, with normal competitors, 1 death, and 1 near death, filled out the roster. The Gorillan finished another man off, this time the luckless fellow attacked with a spear, and then stayed on stage for his 3rd round as Bliss walked up, to boos and hissing. Lon almost covered his face with a paw. To survive the fighting in the desert, and the desert itself, only to be pulled apart now, because she wanted information that he ought to have shared with her. He couldn't help but feel responsible. If only he'd told her a bit more. He did owe his life, and Tig's life, to her. And now she'd be dead, as quickly as the last 3. The referee argued with her. It was obvious to all that he wanted her to find a weapon to fight with, and she shook her head. Suicide, Redian guessed aloud. Maybe he has the curse of an incurable disease. It would explain the bleeding. Can you stop the fight? Lon asked. Redian cast him a look, raising an eyebrow. Why? Because it's obvious she's daft. It. Mental problems. I swear it, Count, Lon said, hoping. But a roar from the crowd below told him the fight was on, and his request came too late. Bliss circled her half of the ring, while the Gorillan watched her, crouched over, knuckles on the ground. Blood and sweat from previous fights made the ground slippery. Lon could see it in the way she moved, but she never lost control. Oh, Dessa, he said. Was this worth a prayer? Should he even expect a response? His entire life, shying away from asking the gods for anything, not like the fools who prayed when they stubbed their toes, and now, watching someone go to their death over his inaction. The Gorillan rushed her with no warning. Its muscled haunches propelled it forward, arms out, hands grasping. To be caught by those hands. Bliss darted to the side. What had been timing against the Rurkin was now sheer luck. She swung a leg in for an impossibly fast kick to his ribs, but it didn't slow the Gorillan, or even show signs of doing anything other than making him mad. He roared below, and the crowds cheered, so they were going to enjoy her dismemberment. Whirling, He came at her again in another crazed rush, and she ran to a corner, him hot on her heels. Ducking down, she appeared to cower and wait her death. The gorillan raised his hands and curled them into fists, preparing to pummel her naked back. He smashed them downwards, driving her into the ground, and then screeched in agony. Lon didn't believe his eyes, wouldn't have believed them, if not for the lingering heat sense that had seen something there as well. For a second between Bliss's back and the gorillan, there had been metal. Spikes of it erupting from her back had stabbed through the gorillan's hands and forearms. They were gone, but the holes on her back, the holes they'd made on the skin she wore, testified that they'd been there. Dear Dessa, she didn't need a weapon. She was the weapon. Perhaps she and the gorillan were evenly matched after all. That is fantastic! Redian shot up to standing and clapped furiously. The gorillan looked at its hands, then at Bliss, and howled in utter rage. She slowly unfurled and took her full height. The crowd didn't know what to make of it. Only half of them had been in a position to see it, and even then, it had been fast. Only the blood pouring out of the gorillan proved that something had happened. "I will kill you for this," the gorillan said, its voice a gruff echo of the jungle wilds, rolling out even above the crowd's noise. His friends at ringside made unnatural noises, cheering him on, and even began throwing things at Bliss. She ignored all of it, pulling down into a slight crouch. In the wild, turning your back on a gorillan was as good as death. But in this one case, the gorillan took a step forward, and another, before stumbling and falling to the ground. The crowd hushed. "Freck, I cannot make him fight another round," but there were others who survived. Still, killing a gorillan, Redian muttered to himself, already thinking of the consequences. Pushing bleeding hands into the ground, it struggled to raise itself up. The members of its tribe were the only sound in the huge tent as they called to it, urging health or strength or speed. "That is not good," Redian said. His guards were already rushing forward, not sure what to do, but knowing something ought to be done. What is happening to him? Lon shook his head. It was nothing like he'd ever seen, but he'd never seen an embodiment die before either. "Poison!" a member of the gorillan's tribe called out, and others echoed him. "Poison!" Lon could only shrug. "It is a weapon, is it not?" He didn't know, but he also didn't put anything past the girl. She was too strange for him to understand or predict. "Healers!" "Down there now," Redian ordered. But the white robes were already on their way, threading through the crowd. "Frech!" Lon lumbered off the podium again. If anyone could get through the crowd, it was him. The white robes that were on the scene had their hands full of blood and their mouths full of prayers. What is going on here? Lon brought his box of snakes forward, but not even the strongest blood clotters could help these men. The quantity of venom they'd need to stop their wounds would harden the very blood in their veins. "We don't know yet," the closest white robe said. He was old, and when he looked at Lon could see his eyes, white in white, with the ultimate gift from Dear Healer, the ability to see into the layers of another's body. "They're all dying, and there's nothing we can do." There were bugles as Redian's men made a path for him. He came up the far side of the ring and cast a curious glance down at the dying tribesmen below, while cautiously stepping through the gorillan guts on the stage. "A decision has been reached," he announced, once the bugles finished. "To the man who beat the gorillan, 5,000 laros. To those who have not yet fought yet, the other 5,000 split evenly, unless they want to battle on." Lon could see the fighters Redian spoke to on the other side. Maybe not all of them had seen the spikes of metal with their own eyes, but anyone who'd taken down a gorillan One by one, they shook their heads, ready to take a few hundred laros instead. The gorillan's corpse still seemed to burn, and every once in a while pieces of his flesh would shrivel up and flake away like ash. The sack was lowered, and Redian's guard distributed its money, first to the other fighters, and then offered the rest of the bag to Bliss. One tribesman on the path still thrashed near Lan's feet, appearing more human than gorilla, just barely. "What happened to the rest of them?" Lan asked. "I don't know." The white robe shook his head. "Does dear healer Hutustum?" Lan made the connection and pulled the healer aside. "I know. Redian knows. It will be taken care of." "But," the healer protested. Bliss walked off the stage with her prize in tow, and Lan followed her, as did a multitude of others. She ducked into one of the changing rooms, scarcely more than a fold in the tent wall. Rurkins waited outside, and Lan stared them down before following her. "Gah!" Lan put his paws to his nose and saw the dead man's skin evaporating off the floor. She looked over her shoulder at him, completely naked. "Why are you here?" "I was going to escort you to Redian's estate before you figured out more ways to kill more people." He saw her naked body, covered in thousands of scars, light and dark, all raised. "Does it hurt you to do that?" "To do what?" she asked, pulling on her clothing, the same thing she'd worn in the desert, covered from ankle to wrist to neck, hiding her battle-bruised form. "You know, the knife thing." He flicked his tongue in and out in example. "How did you know?" "I saw, in the desert, the arrows, the sword that went into the spider, but did not come out of it. And I saw the skin you wore here, with the tears." He looked at the ground. "It was gone entirely now. Give me your money." "What?" She whirled on him, and Lan felt sure she'd have a knife aimed at him, if it wouldn't cut through her clothing. "From trying to kill me," Bliss corrected, putting the bag of laros into his hand slowly. "You did see what I did to the gorillan, didn't you?" she asked smugly, as she stepped through the tear. "Yes, but I don't think that was all you're doing." Lan put the bag of money into his box with the blood clotters and freeze mouth. No one sane man would stick his hand in there to go after it. "Something happened to his followers." He picked his way carefully, holding his tail out stiff and leaning forward to balance it. "You didn't do anything to them, and yet I doubt any of them will live." "Others in the crowd," she guessed. Bliss chuckled, a sound at odds with her body, but congruent with the smile on her face. "Steal." She glared at him, smile gone. "Der Steele does." "I've never heard of him," Lan said, snorting. "He's probably never heard of you either." Bliss retorted and fell back to follow behind him. Lan got them into Redian's complex without questions and knew by the carriage out front that the Count had beat them back. Servants in blue velvet rushed out to wash his tail and feet for him before entry into the castle, and Bliss watched all this with an eyebrow raised. "Are you house-trained?" she asked at last. Lan flipped his frill at her before walking into the castle proper, and Redian was there. "Where did you go?" "I held the carriage for as long as it was seemly to do so. I was afraid that monster made off with you," Redian said with a grin. "There's a worse monster than me." Lan looked around, spotted Bliss behind him, and was willing to grant Redian the concession. "Actually, I'm Bliss." She stepped forward before Lan could introduce her on his own. "I'd like to pay you for some information." "I'm always willing to deal with beautiful women. Come in, please." Redian drew back and showed them into a sitting room, different than the one he and Lan had used the night before. They made quite a pair, sitting across from one another, Redian with his sallow and sour complexion, and Bliss with her muscled body and black skin. but their mutual charisma met in between them, and neither outshone the other or made the other look bad. Instead of being a mixed set, they were a matched pair. "What is it that you seek?" Redian looked at her with the same attention he'd given the fights earlier that day. "How much must I pay?" she asked. The Count shook his head. "Money later. How can I know how much to charge if I do not know how hard the task will be?" And was the Count still looking for his three-eyed man? And what trouble had Tig gotten himself into today? Lon would have excused himself, but he wanted to hear her question. Bliss looked from Redian to the floor, to Lon, and then back again. "I need to find who I belong to. That is all I can say." "What?" Redian said, then laughed aloud. "If you're a lost slave looking for a master, you can live here, girl." "No," Bliss said, startling Lon with the force of her declaration. "I belong to someone. I need to find that person." Redian raised an eyebrow. Lon knew he was granting the girl remarkable latitude. "Are you in love with him? Is it even a him? Do you have a token of theirs, or know what region it is that they live in?" She sank back into her chair under the weight of his questions. "I do not know." "Anything," Redian pressed. "Nothing. I know nothing." Bliss stood and started towards the door. She began, turning, and then opened and closed her mouth like a dying fish. "I have nowhere, no home. I do not know how to return to where I came from, or where my true master is. But I must find out." "Is this the destiny you told me about?" Lon asked. She nodded mutely and hung her head, a bizarre act of submission from someone who'd killed a gorillan only hours earlier. "At the least, spend the night, Bliss. Eat a real meal and take a bath." Lon almost offered to treat her wounds, but stopped himself in time to keep her secret. Besides, from the scars she had, she was used to the injuries by now. "You are welcome to use my altars to pray at. We're used to serving many guests, of many faiths. Perhaps there your God will answer you," Redian offered. Bliss relented, leaning against the wall. What precisely had changed her mind, Lon wondered. The thought of food and baths, or the chance to properly pray. "All right, I will stay, but only one night, and then I have to find answers," she said. "Amelie is my best friend," Tig announced before dinner, meeting Lon in their room. The Count's craftsman had made Tig new crutches already, from the lightest, strongest wood, and Tig now swung himself between them. "She's so much fun to play with. And we saw the whole house. She's got women who teach her anything she wants to know, and whatever questions she asks, they answer." Truly, a heaven for Tig. What Tig didn't know, that Amelie's teacher certainly did, was that Amelie would never learn any of the information they shared with her. She was trapped in her state, at her age, and each day for her was the exact same as all the others that she would never remember. Eternal, innocent youth was the price for her life. "I can't wait for tomorrow," Tig continued while pacing along. "We're going to go explore more." "Tig," Lon began, navigating sitting down on the bed, with his tail out behind him. "Tig, I've got to warn you, Amelie's different." "Of course she is. She lives here." "It's incredible here," Tig said. "Well, yes and no. She does live here, and here is very nice. However, I'm afraid she won't remember you tomorrow." "Yes, she will." Tig looked at him as though he had grown the third eye he searched for. "Not even me? Not even you? But don't feel bad. Not even the house, or the women, or even what she's had for dinner the night before." "Why?" Tig moved to sit up on the bed beside him, folding his bent leg up carefully over his good one. The furrow on Tig's forehead reappeared as he digested this information. "Really?" He tried again. Lon nodded. "I have better news, though. The woman from the desert is here now. She'll be at dinner with us, I believe." This brought a smile to Tig's face. I'm glad she's all right. I was worried about her. Don't be. Girls like that can take care of themselves, Lon said, snorting. Now clean up for dinner. Tig wriggled. Do I have to? The ladies already made me clean up for lunch, and there's no dirt here for me to get into. Lon flipped up his frill as he shrugged. All right, but change into the clothing they brought. Oh, freck, Tig said, testing his limits. They'd had a discussion this morning on the girly velvet clothing that the women had brought for him to wear. Tig dash dash. Freck, 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 Tig said, sliding off the bed and aligning his crutches beneath himself. Lon inhaled to chastise him, but Tig said, Don't worry, it's out of my system now. Lon stopped himself from laughing. It had better be, he said with more menace than he felt, and waited for Tig to tug the velvet pants on. Amelie's eyes opened wide, and her mouth followed as she looked from Tig to Lon. Daddy, she whirled, and caught the Count's attention from where he was speaking intensely to Bliss, whom, Lon noted, wore her own clothing. Perhaps Redian's seamstresses weren't fast enough. Daddy, Amelie repeated. What is it? Make the lizard man give me a ride. Oh, Daddy, I want to ride on the lizard man. She bounced in her seat, sending soft curls of blonde hair poofing into the air. Well now. Redian grinned and leaned back into his cushioned chair. I think you'll have to ask Tig. The lizard man is his after all. Amelie turned to Tig, her face sincere. Please, Tig, can I? Lon rolled a set of eyelids over his eyes and made his way to his special seat, but only after dinner, Redian said, and went back to speaking with Bliss. She seemed to listen intensely to him, and Lon wondered what she was being told. He would have to have a talk with her, alone and soon. Lon ate mostly alone, with Amelie and Tig's more animated conversation sweeping away Redian and Bliss's whispers. The food was good, though, and in hearty quantities, so he couldn't entirely complain. Amelie finished her dessert quickly, wolfing it down, before giving Lon looks. Tig, Lon heard her whisper. Tig, can I? 3 roaring trips around the house later, Amelie was dropped off next to her own bedroom, courtesy of Lizardman Express. He'd done his best to stay away from rarer carpets and figured that any other damage done was Redian's payment for making his daughter too nice to refuse. Tomorrow more, she asked, as a servant lead her away. This is the only way, really, he heard Redian explaining, through a wall. I'm not comfortable with that, Bliss said, but Lon could hear her resolve breaking. Whatever information, she wanted badly. But Lon already knew that. He'd seen the men she'd killed to earn it. This is the only way then, you see, Redian said. Lon could feel the vibrations of his voice, getting louder, more forceful. He was near, but how could he get in? How badly do you want to know? What? Bliss shook her head and turned around, recovering. You can't order me around. Bliss wiped her hands across her eyes and pushed them up into her hair. What was I thinking? You weren't. He has that effect on some women, like the servants that stalked his halls. I wasn't going to drink her blood, Redian mused aloud. You weren't, Bliss asked, voice rising. You were too. I saw you, Lon said. Friend or not, Lon wouldn't let Redian get away with lying. That's one way to put it. Show him, Lon said, relaxing. He waved a hand at her. Show him a knife. She frowned, but held her hand out. A slender blade emerged from her wrist, where the cuff of her shirt ended, extended for 6 inches, and then slid back into her body. Lon watched her, instead of the knife, and she didn't grimace, but he saw muscles in her jaw bunch up from where she clenched her teeth. There was the scent of steel, freshly made, over an undertone of salty blood. Redian stepped back. And I take it that's not a wrist holster under there. Number I could make a knife come out of my forehead, only it would leave a mark. She pulled back her sleeve and showed the Count her scar-striped arm. The Red Count grunted, then turned towards Lon. Once I might accept your interference, twice perhaps. But if you interrupt my business a third time, nothing will stand between us, not even our friendship, Saurian. It was not unexpected, but still disappointing. Lon nodded with a sigh as Redian turned back towards Bliss. So, girl, who answers your prayers? I could follow you to a temple, but asking is easier. The Count shook his head. I am willing to believe, though, after your demonstration. He began to pace. I've heard of something like you once. It was Bliss's turn to step back. Something? You mean someone? There are more like me, she said, before clamping her lips shut. I could help you better if you were fully honest with me. Even without the blood bond between us, I can help. Redian pulled himself up to his full height, and his sallow skin took on a dark flush of anger. I am not like that. How do I know? She said and shrugged. I pledged to you on the life of my daughter that I would see no harm to come to you. Bliss opened her mouth, and from her face, Lon knew the tone of the words that were going to come out. He interrupted before she had a chance. You're being given the life of a 400-year-old child to pledge on. That's not your ordinary life, Bliss, and it is not an ordinary promise. She grimaced. My entire life I've been taught so that I should not need others. Lon laughed out loud. His saurian throat could speak human words, but laughter required something else, something more that he did not have. So what should have been an ironic chortle sounded more like cross, between a harsh bark and a hissing howl. He leaned forward, the laughter taking his breath away, and placed his hands on his huge scaled thighs. Almost. Lon gasped and tried to gather his dignity again. Don't say things like that, girl. You'll end up cursing yourself. No, he shook his head quickly. He wanted to hear what she had to say. It was just that. 3 days before I wound up like this, he gestured to his scaled countenance. I claimed not to need the gods. If your luck is anything like mine, you'll either get married or become an invalid by the time the sun sets tomorrow. Thank you, Lane, Redian said with finality. Please go on, Bliss. She frowned at both of them, but inhaled to speak. I'm a sword runner, she began, taking a seat. Lon found a couch to wriggle halfway on top of. Now that her facade was gone, Lon could see the toll the past few days had taken on her. Had she even slept since the desert? And for how much longer before that had she been in danger? I didn't have parents, though I know what they are. I was raised, with other girls, by a group of men who prepared us for our future lives. And you take that very seriously? Lon asked. I have too. I've been waiting for him all my life, she said. You don't understand. And you've lost him? Or you, the Count guessed. I was on my way to him when we were attacked. I had a blindfold on, and by the time I realized what was happening, it was too late. She chuckled bitterly. I almost didn't take it off at all. I might never have known. But I did, and I saw the one man putting on the skin of our driver, before pushing the hairs into the air again. I didn't know what to do. I could have gotten out and fought him, but I couldn't manage 4 flying here, and I still wouldn't know where I was being taken. And then I met you in the desert, under attack. I don't know who those men were either, and now I am lost when the one I was made for needs me. Needs you? For what? Redian asked. So you're a warrior, Redian said. I am a sword runner. Bliss shrugged. I am what I was trained to be, and I am someone's... So the question now is not how can you find them. I assume that they will find you. The question is, How will you know if they are really your master? Redian stood and began to pace. There are certain words that I will recognize, but I don't think anyone would be looking for me if they didn't already know them. What are the words? Lon asked. Of course. Immediately one of Redian's servants was there, ready to lead her out. We will think on this, Lon and I, and perhaps in the morning we will have good news. I hope, she said, exiting. Redian looked to Lon, and Lon could see the hunger in his eyes before he said a thing. What I wouldn't give to know what those words were. Do you think he split into two? Redian asked. A sword runner, Redian murmured to himself. There was one story, less than a story, long ago. Lon rolled his inner eyelid across his eyes. Nothing about sword runners, really. Redian sighed. No, I suppose not. Good advice for life, though. Lon snorted. While he didn't need to sleep, his brain was getting tired. I wonder what really happened to the gorillan, Redian continued. Redian said nothing, but he closed his eyes and looked, for a moment, tired. Redian? Lon asked when he did not open his eyes for a time. The last one is still alive. Let's go. Redian stood and started for the door. At this time of night? There were still several hours before dawn. Lon waddled off the couch to standing and shrugged his shoulders as much as he could. It can't hurt. We figured as much, Lon said. Still, though, do you know what happened to him? What his healer told you? The white-eyed man shook his head. Healer refuses to speak on the matter. To all of you, Redian asked the yawning group at large. All the boys shook their heads. Refuses as in isn't paying attention, or as in a wall of silence? Lon asked. The priest folded his hands together. Silence. My God always answers me, Redian said with a snort. Well, I'll scratch der healer off your list then, Count. Lon knew that the aberration that was Redian's life had no healer involvement, as der healer seemed to not mind letting people die, but he couldn't resist the jab. Redian made a slight face at him. Let's see the patient. The young acolytes looked to the white-eyed priest, who shrugged, and then led them inside an antechamber. The white robes glared at him. He's not deaf, though he might be dumb. I want an answer, Redian complained. Sometimes there is no answer to give. The priest turned from his patient and made to stand, when the tribesman yanked an arm free from its tie, grabbed hold of the priest's robe, and pulled the healer down to his level, wrapping him close. Acolytes yelled, Master! And Lon spread his arms wide to hold them back. With his heat-seeing, if there was damage done to the healer, he'd know. In the meantime, better to wait. The tribesman curled the healer into his chest, clutching him with one arm. I am fine. Don't hurt him, the priest said, though his white and white eyes couldn't hide his fear. You can't have him, Redian began. Lon flipped his frill at the Count. What is it? Lon came in closer. He might not be stronger than a tribesman, but his scales would protect him better in a fight than mere human skin would the others. The tribesman began again. His eyes were a deep brown that tried to speak on their own, as the face around them struggled to find the words. Pray. I want pray. You can pray. You can always pray. Couldn't he? Lon couldn't think of a god that demanded temple worship alone. But there were more gods than he knew about. No. The tribesman ripped his other arm free from the bindings and completely engulfed the elder healer. Lonely. As well one would be, if their entire tribe died suddenly. What happened? Lane asked. The tribesman thought on this for some time. Alone was the only answer he gave. Alone, he repeated, and curled in around the healer again. Alone, He yelled, making even Lon jump back. He released the priest, who moved away slowly and then curled in upon himself to sob quietly and murmur unheard things. The priest straightened his robes and then took them out of the room. "We'll see to him for a time," he said, looking to Redian. The Count waved his hand. "Money is no problem. Keep him as well as you can, in his state." The priest nodded. From behind them there was a commotion, and acolytes yelled out. Their healer's priest coughed loudly. "What is the meaning of this?" Men in hooded red robes flowed into the room like flames, crowding forward. The one in the lead said, in prayer speech, with a female voice. Lon knew that the rest of the group were scribes, their robes and ink-stained hands attested to it. But the hand that now pointed at the tribesman was delicate and clean. "Who are you?" Redian demanded. "You know who we are. He belongs to us." The red robes surrounded the tribesman without answering. "Tell me why." Redian stepped in front of them, interrupting their circle. "Less than or equal to preserved." "How?" The red-robed priest pushed the hood of the robe back, her bald head gleaming in the candlelight. But beyond that, there were words there, words on the skin of her head, on her face, neck, and body. They weren't the permanent tattoos that artists in Marketplace offered. These were moving words, like she was a living book. They scrolled across her body in the prayer tongue. "Don't get mesmerized on me, Lon," Redian warned. Lon had to blink both eyelids to clear his mind. He had been trying to read the words as they passed by. He couldn't remember what he'd read now, but he knew he would have stood there for the rest of time reading the story, if he'd been allowed. "Where are you taking him?" Redian asked the woman. The men in robes gathered around the gorillan, lifted him up, and carried him on their shoulders out of the room. "But he needs healing," the healer priest protested. "You'll get your money." Redian waved the man away, and he and Lon followed the red robes out into the street. A moment more, and then it was gone, and they were elsewhere. The woman asked, and Lon could see her smirking inside the hood's shadow. "Less than or equal to—" "Lon!" Redian called from up ahead, and Lon put his heat vision to a better use, discovering which path the others had taken. The priestess led them down another golden path. He knew where his own temple was, as he followed the knowledgeable along. It was like true north on the compass of his heart. No matter which way he turned around, or what road they took, he would always be able to find it. For most embodiments, the Palatine was the only place that they really felt like they belonged. For Lon, the tugging in his soul only reminded him of how much he didn't feel right there. Still, the chance to see the Temple of Knowledge was a fantastic opportunity. "Try not to look so excited," Redian said grimly. Lon made a conscious effort to lower his frill. "Sorry, but I've never been invited to their temple before." "You have invitations at other temples, though?" "Standing ones." Redian waggled an eyebrow lecherously at him. Lon stopped. He knew who Redian meant, but he didn't know how the Count could. "How do you know of her?" "She's graced our city on occasion during spring festivals. I make sure to tithe to her dessa. It wouldn't do to have beauty mad at me. Might stunt the trees in the park or something." Redian waved a denigrating hand in the air. Lon grunted. "I haven't seen her in a long time." "I know. It's easy to get lazy when you have forever to apologize," Redian said. It was Redian's turn to grunt. They walked on in momentary silence. "We should have an offering for them," he noted in his offhand way. Lon rolled his eyes. "We're not staying for dinner." Their group turned and stepped onto the grass of a hill. All temples in the Palatine were on hills. And on the hill was the biggest creature that Lon had ever seen. It took him a few moments to realize that it was a whale, draped across the grassy meadow that the gold road enclosed. The priestess waved away the inquisitori that walked forward to question them, as their procession walked silently up the hill. The whale grew and grew in proportion. Another miracle shared by all temples in the Palatine was that they were never constricted by the rules of space, and time was practically ignored. The whale opened up its gigantic mouth for the priestess, and she stepped inside. Lon had eaten many things in his life, but was immensely glad that none of them had ever been whale. Less than or equal to Lon was going to ask her how she knew his thoughts, but then realized that would be stupid. But he grabbed her arm and stopped her. "Do you know where the three-eyed man is?" She pulled her arm back from him and continued on. "Less than or equal to." "Of course." Lon rolled his inner eyelid across his eyes and almost missed seeing her disappear. A patch of the wall pulsed like a heart, and each of the acolytes ducked into it, several of them carefully timing the surge that would bring the gorillan through. Redian followed, and Lon chased after that, his tail tip feeling the walls begin to squeeze around it before it slid through. The room before him was vast. Polyps dangled from the ceiling and extended from the floor, and from them hung strange bubbles containing things that he would need a lifetime to understand. The monks were gathered around an empty polyp, praying. Their voices repeated this endlessly, at different speeds and with different tones. It was as if they were singing. "You weren't the last of your kind when you were stopped," Lon said, flicking out his tongue. The gorillan on the floor writhed a bit, and Lon didn't know if he was feeling better or worse. He slowly stilled and lay there, flat. A weird smell emanated from the ground, and Lon realized his feet were getting wet. Stepping backwards, he saw the fluid moving towards the gorillan and engulf him. The fluid hardened. Lon could feel the part that had gotten on his feet and tail become crunchy. "It is done." The priestess stopped the praying and closed her eyes. "Are you content with his care?" she asked of Redian. "Will he get better?" the Red Count asked in return. Unwillingly, Lon crossed his arms. The priestess's nostrils flared. If he'd wanted to die, he'd be dead already. Lon opened his mouth to argue with her, when Redian tapped his arm and pointed. "Is that a spider in there?" "Yes," the priestess answered. Trapped in time with 8 legs extended, a spider a fourth of the size of the one that Lon had fought in the desert hung from the ceiling. He turned to the priestess. "Those aren't so rare anymore." She didn't rise to his challenge. "We'll see. Look, there've been a lot of strange things happening lately," Redian began, but she seemed to ignore him as she paced out of the room. The acolytes dispersed, but Lon and Redian followed her. "You know everything," Redian continued, practically chasing her down a hall. She ducked into a new pulsing door, and they both followed. "No," she corrected, tossing her robe to the floor. More acolytes were here, these ones plainly scribes, with paper, pens, and ink at the ready. "We know what has happened, and what is happening. We do not know the future." She stood in front of the scribes, and they began to write down the text that scrolled across her body. Lon remembered not to look this time. Her nakedness was no temptation compared to the stories that flashed across her skin. "Is there nothing you can tell us?" Redian protested. "There is nothing." She smiled obliquely and pointed, either to show them the door or to give a scribe better access to the words in her armpit. Lon and Redian started walking back the way they'd come, but found themselves lost. Redian snorted. "Some exits I'd prefer over others." They came to an intersection. "And, in your opinion?" Redian asked. Lon shrugged. He was lost in his own thoughts. The haunted look that the tribesmen had reminded him of something. The people in spinning wheels, perhaps. the lostness and loneliness. He'd felt like that before, utterly bereft. But none of those people had lost their true love. Still, what they had lost had mattered to them, deeply. Their God, Lon answered softly. Or gods. They died. What good is repeating common wisdom when uncommon things are occurring? You told me so yourself. Redian laughed. It was the first thing that came to mind, but surely they can. Witness the collection of things here, trapped in time, each the last of their kind. That spider being the last of its kind didn't stop another from trying to kill me, Lon said, setting off down the flesh-toned tunnel again. But go on. Conversely, if all their believers died, a DI would have to die, right? Yes, but that didn't happen. We saw the tribesmen, prior to dying, looking quite alive. All right, then perhaps if they've become mortal, some gods do, you know. It was Lon's turn to startle, but he recovered quickly, and Redian was too lost in his own thoughts to notice. Like Dessa love, you mean? He said, using the first example, other than Dessa serpent, that he could think of. Yes, and all her offspring in the tropics. Supposedly, I guess if it were true, and she were killed while in the act, while in mortal form, that would be the end of her. The end of love, Lon said, snorting. But gods don't fight one another directly. I don't even know that they can influence each other. It is us, their humble followers, who get to do all the dirty work, Redian said with sarcasm. Who said he had to be killed by another god? Lon asked. When you saw Narration, did you at any time feel that you were in a position to kill him? Redian asked, eyebrows raised. Lon didn't answer. I thought not, the Count finished up. Really, Lon, I'm not saying that it can't happen, but it's got to be extremely rare, freakishly rare. The ground beneath them began to climb. And in colored clouds. And spinning wheels, Lon said. Redian shook his head. I didn't say I had answers. I'm just not willing to jump to conclusions. Yet, conversation paused as they concentrated on traveling upwards as the incline became more steep. Eventually, the whale's blowhole was reached. Its circumference was as big as Redian's castle grounds. There was a ladder anchored into its fleshy ridge, and they began to climb up it. So why do you really want to find a three-eyed man? You wouldn't ask if you didn't know where he was. Lon answered. I won't answer, unless you tell me why. Lon sighed and let his tongue hiss with it. Dessa serpent is hiding in mortal form, it seems, and he's our only clue. How could you not tell me this? What is she hiding from? Redian said, pausing on the ladder and blocking the path. Redian laughed harshly. I think the gods trust us more when they know we need them, and we have no illusions. Lon snorted. So where is he, my three-eyed man? I'm not sure yet, Redian said. But I'll let you know when I am. Lon clicked his teeth together, chastised, and was silent for the rest of the trip. It's bad form to travel back while on a temple's grounds. Lon led the way towards where he thought the road would be. I don't care. You know where I'll be. Besides, I can't find your man if I'm not back among my men. Redian crossed his arms in front of his chest and disappeared. Rules be frecked. Things were strange enough already. He didn't need to go and find more strangeness. Ignoring his surroundings, Lon crossed his arms on his chest and remembered the inconsequential details of the room Tig had in Redian's castle, concentrating on wooden flourishes and reams of blue velvet, till the thoughts became real. You were gone for 2 days, Tig shouted, once he saw Lon through crusty eyes. Yes, sorry. Tig sat up. Where did you go? Amelie's dad was gone too. She didn't like that much. Well, she'll forgive him today. Or forget to be mad at him. It was pretty frustrating having to tell her my name again. Twice. Tig swung his legs out of bed, one perfectly formed, the other bent like a crooked tail. Perhaps that was why Redian had went through so many pretty courtesans. A child's endless repetition could break down even the most stalwart soul. Lon snorted. Yes, it is. But today is the last day, and then we'll go. Bliss was mad at you both too. She was going to leave. Tig hopped out of bed and went about putting on his clothes, leaning against the bed when necessary. I can imagine. He and Redian had promised her answers the previous night, but none were forthcoming despite their trip elsewhere. Can she come with us? I like her. You like everyone, Tig? If we brought along everyone and everything you liked... Lon inhaled and stopped himself before restating the obvious to the boy. Let's go and see. Tig's face brightened. If she's here, not if she'll come with us, Lon quickly clarified. They walked through the empty halls, the carpeting muffling Tig's crutches and Lon's claws as they shuffled along. Where is everyone? Tig asked when they rounded the first corner. Tig didn't listen and rounded the next corner, and just as quickly took 2 steps back, hitting Lon's oncoming belly. So, now you listen, Lon chided before looking down the hall. There was a woman there, sprawled, hair and skirt spread across the floor. Lon swept Tig aside and trotted up to her. What's wrong? He asked, before he saw that her eyes were blank and stare empty. Using his heat sense, he could see that she was still warm, but very dead. Saliva dripped from his jaw, unbidden, and he wiped it away with an angry forearm. What happened to her? Tig asked, staring down. Lon wondered if his being Tig's guardian was helping the boy at all, rescuing him from the ignorant safety of a farm-town healer to show him more dead people than he could flick his tongue at. What happened to her? The boy asked again, like he hadn't heard. Lon looked around for something suitable to shove Tig into when he heard a scream from further in the home. He looked down. From Tig's obstinate face, he could tell that the boy had heard nothing, or had he? Tig was prone to obstinacy, but he had a right to face his own death if it was in these halls. And if it was, who better to protect him from it than Lon? All right, load up. Lon lowered himself to the ground, and Tig hopped aboard, leaving his crutches behind. That's Amelie's house. Tig pointed to the servants' quarters off to one side. They'd been repainted pink, and there were lacy curtains in each window. And from the far side of the complex, Redian was stalking towards it. Don't hurt her, Tig shrieked. He got off of Lon's back and started shuffling towards the house. You, Redian shouted, and veered towards them instead. You started this. We started what? Lon asked, and ran ahead to place himself in front of the boy. As Redian neared, he saw that his shirt was not only in traditional blue, but covered in the blood that stained it towards purple. Lon could now smell him clearly, and wished that he couldn't. She's dead, Redian said. Someone fed her blood that wasn't mine, and now she's dead. He flung a hand out towards Amelie's house. She eats food, Redian. I saw her at dinner last night, 2 nights ago, rather. Lon said, pulling back, shoving Tig along behind him. She doesn't drink blood. Yes, she does. Don't tell me what she does and doesn't do, Redian yelled, walking towards them, then paused. Don't tell me what she used to do. He sank then, to his knees in the dirt. Redian. Lon walked the distance between them. I'm so sorry, Redian. So very sorry. If she only had my blood, she could have lived forever, for as long as I will. Why? Redian reared up and looked to the sky for an answer. It wasn't fair, and Lon knew it. Redian had been there once before, on his knees and pleading, and that's what had gotten him into his situation. A man shouldn't have to go through that twice. don't want to be alone, he wailed to the sky, sounding like the lost tribesman. You might not be quite so alone if you hadn't killed everyone else in the house, Tig said, with a child's forthrightness. Did you kill her? Redian yelled. He reeked of blood and alcohol, and the closer he came, the more frightening he looked. Lon had never seen him lose control, ever. Strange things were happening, Redian had said to him, and now Redian was one of them. Nothing, Redian shrieked. Lon flipped his frill out in warning. Nothing intentional, Redian, which is less than I can say for the massacre inside your walls. He flicked his tongue out in distaste. The Count took another staggering step forward. She is the only thing I have lived for the last 400 years, and you have taken her away. Lon held his ground. Redian, perhaps it was her time. Bah, he spit at Lon's feet, barely missing. You've never believed in fate, Lane. Don't feed it to me now. Lon knew Redian was right. True, but you will find it is your time, should you hurt the boy. Redian tilted his head up at Lon and peeled his lips back in a cadaverous smile. But that's the thing, Lon. You've guessed right all this time. So now you know. I cannot die. I can never die. Never. And her stability, was the only thing that kept me sane, I fear. Not that I'm insane now, no. Everything I did in my house, and everything I'm about to do, that's all with full self-knowledge. But eventually, yes, I'll become some horrific despot, and history will sully my name. And I'll know, because I'll still be around to read the books. They'll be writing them inside that whale. Redian made a soft, chuckling sound. My Dai always knew I would. He's been waiting for it, I'm sure. Lon was caught between the extremes of pity and fear. You can change things, Redian. I, for one, do not believe in destiny. Unfortunately, I must. It was part of my pact. Daddy. A girl's voice from the entrance to the guest quarters. Daddy, are you hurt? Amelie came rushing out towards them. Daddy, what happened? Amelie? Redian stumbled again and reached for her, then saw the blood on his own hands and shrank back. And Tig, and Lizard Man. Can I have another ride, Lizard Man? She trotted out towards them. You remember? Redian said, taking a step forwards. How about I give you your ride now, Amelie? Lon put himself in front of the Count and spoke to him without turning. Go clean up, find other followers, and get the halls in shape. But look at yourself, man, Lon hissed, and Redian snapped back into shape, becoming the man that Lon had called friend for several centuries. But Lon did not think he could call him that anymore. Lon spent the next few hours listening to the children play in Amelie's rooms, while sitting near the door, watching extra servants run in and out of the house, hauling bodies and other combustibles elsewhere. What had happened that morning was too close. As much as he talked flippantly about death, Lon was not eager to die, not yet. What would Tig do without him? Stupid to place one's reason for living in a mortal, human shell, but at least it happened to other people too. Witness Amelie, he thought, as the children squealed laughter above. Bliss came out and walked across the courtyard to him. He'd forgotten to worry about her that morning, but it seemed Redian had as well. This place smells like blood. What happened? She stood in front of him, a cloak billowing around her. It was too hot for it, but he preferred she hide in it instead of in another human skin. Redian thought that someone had killed his daughter and exacted retribution, Lon explained. Why would someone kill her? Well, they didn't. That's the problem. Oh. She leaned against one of the porch's support beams. She didn't seem surprised by Lon's information or particularly worried. And with her next words, Lon realized she had more important, for her, things on her mind. Did you find out anything after I went to bed? Did you find any answers while you were gone? We didn't find out anything, no, I'm sorry. Bliss shrugged. It was worth a try. Where do you suggest I go next? She looked down at him and made a face. If he'd answered me, do you think I'd be here? Heh, seems a common affliction these days. Lon stood and cursed. I'll never make it there in time. What's the rush? Bliss asked. Elven labor camp prisoners usually end up as fertilizer for the trees they're planting, Redian told her. As for you, though, Redian prepared to continue. I know. Bliss pulled the hood off her head for a moment and twisted her curly hair up into a bun. Leon already told me. She pulled a miniature spear out of a pocket and set it through the bun, pinning it in place. What's that made of? Lon asked, pointing to her head. Bliss fished it out of her curls and handed it to him. I've had it for as long as I can remember. I used to throw it at the other girls. She smiled as Lon tested the metal head with a fingertip and found it scored a scale. The shaft of the small spear was wood. I thought you meant amulets or weapons or something, not a hairpin. Bliss snorted. It's wood, Redian confirmed. I could have told you that. I guess you're coming with me then, Lon told her. Why? What do I want to see elves for? They can tell you where this came from. They're good with wood like that. Oh, Bliss said, only slightly chastised. I'll be going on my own then. You're too slow. Lon told her in prayer tongue. She stared at him blankly. What was that? Prayer tongue. If you're an embodiment, you can speak and understand it. But you're not. And if you aren't, the elves won't bother to be civil to you, since you're no real threat to them, Lon answered her. They aren't particularly nice. You would think that your warrior education would have covered important topics like this, Redian said. Do not doubt me, Bliss said, giving him a look, then shrugged. I was meant only to fight. How can you fight if you don't know what you're fighting? Lon asked. Look, there are no answers here. I'm trying to find answers. What else do you expect of me? Bliss whirled on him, and he could see the metal rippling beneath her skin, swirling, half-formed, looking for an exit out and into him. I expect you to go pack your things, Lon told her. We're leaving now. She opened her mouth once, then stormed off without speaking. Why did you think Amelie was dead? Lon asked Redian, as they walked together back towards the main complex of his house. Lon almost tripped on his own tail. Without checking, you killed all those people without checking? After 400 years, was there a need to check? Redian shrugged, then paused. What I can't understand is how that little boy's blood changed things. He wasn't one of yours, perhaps? But I drink the blood of new people all the time, and I'm not freed. So you wish you were, Lon almost said, but realized that that was not the question at hand. Your pact with your DI was made between the two of you. She was a part of it, but she couldn't have known what it entailed. It wasn't between the god and her. Maybe Tig's blood brought her outside the circle of your pact. Perhaps. He began walking again. Regardless of the mechanics involved, I owe you a debt. Lon shook his paws. I want nothing. If anything, grant Tig a wish. Let him come back here later to see Amelie again. Not many children his age are kind to him. I will. You both are always welcome. Thank you, Lon said, but in his heart he knew he'd never return. Can you at least let the boy ride? Bliss said on their second day out, chaffing with their lack of speed. It would be faster. I thought you were in a rush. We are, Lon answered truthfully. But the chances of making it to the great forest before the three-eyed man was turned into salve for the roots of baby trees was slim. The boy could ride you then. It would be faster. Bliss restated her case. Tig looked up at him hopefully, but was wise enough not to speak. Look, there are some things that an embodiment does and does not do. Taking children for tutelage. Yes. Letting them ride. Number. If I was caught with a rider, no one would believe I was an embodiment, no matter how much I spoke the prayer tongue. He sliced his paw through the air with finality. She grumbled, "Good thing that I am not an embodiment, then." Without warning, she swooped upon Tig and hoisted him aloft, settling him around her neck. The boy gasped and let his crutches drop to the ground. "I can see so much more up here. Can I ride up here all the time?" Lon flickered his tongue while setting Tig's crutches into his bag. "He's heavier than he looks." "I'll be the judge of that." Bliss glared at him over Tig's thigh and set off down the road at close to a run. "How did you know?" "I heard the servants talking at the castle. I want to live in a castle someday." Tig paused for a moment to daydream and then began to ask again. "So you can?" "Yes," she interrupted. "From anywhere?" "Mostly." "From the top of your head?" Tig asked. Bliss laughed. She pulled back the hood of her cloak and sent out one needle-thin point of metal, pushing out of her hair, and then multiplied it by 10, creating a group of tiny points. "I'm being careful," she tisked. "She's being careful," Tig echoed. He touched the tips just as Bliss began retracting them, following them with his hands into her dark curly hair. "Can you shoot them out of you?" he asked next. "It's no problem. I have to keep in practice." She reached out with her other hand and pointed a finger. A sliver of metal spat out of it to land where she pointed, half of it quivering in the air, the other half buried in the ground. As she walked up to it, she paused to tow it out and kicked it up to catch in her hand. "I can reuse them, too." "Do I want to know how you reabsorbed them?" Lon asked as she pocketed it. Lon nodded his head, willing to take her word for it. "Can you shoot them out of your eyes?" Tig asked, leaning over to one side so as not to miss it if she could. "Because some people, when they give you a look, you know that that's what they want to happen." "Tig," Lan began. "See?" Tig pointed at Lon. "He's doing the look right now." Tig asked her another question, but Lon missed it, looking around calmly, as though he were stretching out his neck. Bliss must have caught on, though, because she did a slow circle around herself, swinging her arms wide, like she were inhaling the fresh air and enjoying the countryside, something that anyone who'd known her for any amount of time would know that she would never do. Lan yawned and released his tongue again, waggling it around madly. There was a fork in the road ahead. Where would the attack come from? "Chameleon!" He whipped his tongue back in and washed saliva over it, trying to erase the stink. "Chameleon, come out!" "You know me." A rustling in the underbrush announced his arrival as Bliss brought her arms to bear on him. He came out slowly on all fours, fat toes clutching the earth till he rose up, showing off a bright green belly. And when he spoke, a globular, tipped tongue. "You're like me?" "Not really." Lon moved forward to take a position in between Bliss, the boy, and the chameleon, but continued down the road, indicating that they should follow. "How are you?" The chameleon ran alongside them, its gaze darting from Bliss to Lon and back again. Its eyes moved independently, so while one watched Lon, the other eyed the canyon's ridge. "I mean, how are you, really?" "I'm fine, thank you." "Yes, thank you. Now leave us be." "Master Jui threw himself into a volcano. Did you know that?" the chameleon said, sidling closer. "Yes, I did. Thank you." Lon tried not to pull away. What do you think of that? The chameleon tried again. Look, we're all in this together, you know, right? Right? The chameleon scooted near. I mean, you're not the only one whose prayers aren't answered now. His head wove back and forth as he spoke, and Lon fought the urge to pin him down. I'm fine. Thank you. Goodbye. Lon turned from the chameleon and set off. The chameleon looked back at Bliss with one eye. Less than or equal to bandits. What's going on? Tig inquired from Bliss's shoulders. Nothing. Just wait a bit, Lon informed the boy, then continued to the chameleon. Less than or equal to, Lon clicked his teeth together. He could put the chameleon's mind at ease, but chameleons weren't known for keeping quiet. And worse yet, the creature might want to follow them along to try help. Impossible. Less than or equal to. The chameleon's nostrils flared. Less than or equal to. We're merely travelers. Traveling, if you don't mind, Lon said, and took a firm step to the right of the chameleon. Fine. Take the left fork. The chameleon dropped to all fours and shimmied off that way himself, wobbling back and forth between each step, before crawling up the steep wall and pulling himself over the lip of the canyon. Do we believe him? Bliss asked. Number. But we need to go left anyhow. Lon shrugged and walked down the road. Tig was mercifully silent as they passed through the canyon. Lon's heat vision showed nothing dangerous, only patterns of heat on the ground where more sun had penetrated than other places, and his tongue tasted only the passage of other, long-ago travelers, and the current absence of chameleon. They would have to push to be out of it by nightfall, but they would make it. Thirsty? He asked Bliss and Tig. He stopped to uncork their water bottle, and as they caught up, a ululation began from above. Catch! Bliss threw Tig off her shoulders. To Lan, bottle dropped. She crouched instead of running, and it was the wrong thing to do. A dusty darkness enveloped all of them as they were hoisted aloft. They were trapped by a sheet that had been beneath them, covered in scree. It was being yanked along the canyon wall, bashing them against its craggy side. Can you cut us out of here? Tig asked. Number I have to see to aim. It would be dangerous otherwise. Lon nodded, though no one could see. Besides, the drop now would be considerable. Ow, Tig said, writhing against Lon's side. Who is doing this? Bandits. Lon answered as the bag they traveled in must have reached the edge. He could practically feel the men exerting themselves on the far end of the rope, their tense muscles making the entire bag quiver. The slope of the canyon wall was steep, and their passage made stones drag along the side of the bag, bruising Lon's side. We don't have anything worth. Ow, Tig said. Why'd you hit me? As Lon hadn't done any hitting, he knew the boy spoke to Bliss. Sorry, Bliss said in a whisper. If we don't have anything for them to steal, they'll kill us. So be quiet. It's been prayed over. Dear Thief watches over this group. We've got to be there already, Tig said, even though none of them knew where there was. As a group, they'd passed from frightened to angry long ago. Bliss, Lon began. He didn't want to tell her how to do her supposed job, but he wasn't going to leave this to fate. Don't do anything until we're all in the clear. If the men outside opened the bag up, even if Bliss speared a few, it would be easy enough for others to jab swords in. I know. She moved her weight, and Lon grunted. Sorry. Can you do anything? Tig whispered plaintively. I have to see to do what I do. Really. It's very dangerous otherwise. Tig, the bag has been prayed over. I doubt even Dear Steele could do anything. In fact, it might be dangerous to try. Not all prayer objects reacted well to having their limits tested. You aren't supposed to do this to people, much less embodiments, Bliss said, after a difficult lump sent them all flying. Tell me about it, Lon muttered. Embodiments were supposed to be nearly sacred. No one would risk the wrath of another's god, unless they thought that that god wasn't watching. The chameleon. What about him? Lon sighed. He set us up. In more ways than one. The bag came to a rest. How many men it must have taken to drag it so far along. So many to be disappointed when they opened it and found nothing of value later. Bliss moved into a crouch, hogging most of the free space inside the sack. Hands grappled the outside, and a voice could be heard outside. Lon pressed his ear hole to the fabric, and it took a moment to catch the gist of the words through the cloth, but... Oh, this is unfair. Less than or equal to a snake, Tig said, more excited than scared. No. Lane felt the winding ropes as they climbed up his scales and wound themselves tight about his wrists. And do not let them see our village, where we are ever devoted to you, to pray always with our tongues, to your ears, dear. There was a sudden chill and fresh air. The bag was gone, and he could unfurl his tail. Lon announced. He stood tall, balancing himself with his tail behind him, feeling the top of his head brush the top of the tent. Tig gasped, then bumped into Lon's side. Lon didn't know if he was surprised by the man's statement or buffeted by a sudden blow. Either way, anger was boiling up deep in his heart, and they hadn't prayed to tie his mouth shut. So what's the boy worth? We've got money in our bags, Bliss said. Lon had almost forgotten about it, her winnings inside the box of snakes. Lon had charmed them to sleep, but now that someone was shaking their box, their angry hissing filled the tent. And toys. I hear the toys too. I'd ask you to charm them out, but I don't think you can you? The man who spoke came closer, and his breath was oddly chill against Lon's cheek. I cannot. As much as his pride wanted him to call down all the wrath of Dessa Serpent on this man's head this instant, to bring a worm out of the ground and swallow the encampment whole, time was on the thief's side. It was better to play along until he knew who they were up against, and how best to kill them. That's what I thought. So who's the boy worth money to? Me, Lon answered. If they touched Tig, no prayer object would be enough to stop him. So he's worth nothing to no one. You saving him to eat for later? The embodiment's voice taunted. Something easy for you to catch, without a struggle. Lon snarled quietly. The man was close, but if he snapped at him now, the blindfold could just as easily loop around his mouth, or Tig's neck, come to think of it. I always wanted a tame lizard. I think a tame saurian ought to do just fine. There were the sounds of the men leaving, and Lon could tell by the end of the air movement that they'd closed the tent behind them. There was a cruel laugh outside, and the sound of a man, their guard, walking away. Dessa, and yes, now we shall see. Lon did his best to kneel, and his hands were already together, if behind his back. Less than or equal to. I can. She just chooses not to answer. And the chameleon's excuse. I don't have one, came a whisper from behind them. Well, I do, but it's not a very good one. Thank you, Lon said. Why'd you tell us to take the left fork if you knew it was trapped? Bliss asked as he reached her. There were traps on both forks, the chameleon confided. I told them you had nothing. I didn't think they'd bother to catch you. So what's your stake in helping us now? Lon asked as he began to untie Tig's sleeping form. You prayed like someone who was used to being answered, even in times like these. But no die could hear you here. This tent is covered in prayers. The chameleon held up a strange object from the floor. It was a footprint, carved in reverse. This was laid on the bag they captured you in as well. It's the footprint of the D of Thieves. He tucked it into his bag and turned to Lon. "Where is she? Why won't she answer me?" Bliss put her hand on the chameleon's shoulder and spun his larger form around. "Not now. How many of them are there? And where are we in relation to them?" "Your tent is on the outskirts of the circle. All of them are asleep, maybe 40 men. I suggest that you run now. I'll be running. Soon." The chameleon lowered himself back to the ground. "Please, tell me how to be in her favor again." "What enemies?" the chameleon asked, halfway under the tent floor. The chameleon waved his bright green tail at them one last time before receding into the ground. "We're free," Tig said, waking up and looking around. "We stay here," Bliss said. Lon twisted his head around to look at her. "Why?" "They stole my money and his crutches. That has to be answered." She sat down on the floor. "Bliss, money isn't him. You all can run and hide. I will wait here and bring back what is mine." Tig sat down beside her. "I'll wait too." "Tig." Lon hadn't counted on being outnumbered by both enemies and friends. "This isn't safe. There are 40 men outside, men with weapons." Bliss nodded. "I'm counting on it." Lon spent the rest of the night pacing. He could knock them both out, or summon a sleeper to poison them for a bit, though Bliss's strange physiology might poison the snake instead. Tig dozed, but any time Lon thought to make a move for the boy, he managed to lean closer to Bliss, or to snore loudly. Frekvens, there were noises of waking around them, and even the walls of their tent could not keep out the light of dawn. Bliss stood. 40 men outside? You've lost whatever element of surprise you would have had in the night. I thought you were stupid, but I didn't think you suicidal. I'm neither. She lifted her lips in a toothy grin. Stay low, and you'll see. Bliss exited the tent like a Dessa preparing for adoration. Her neck was arched as she surveyed the circle of tents, men stumbling out of them to pee around their sides. The few who saw her seemed unconcerned. You'll let us live, a man asked, re-emerging from his tent with a sword. Girl, 5,000 Laros isn't enough to stop us from killing you. He came forward. Only one? Bliss asked, craning her head around. Just one. A few men muttered and brought out weapons. We won't hurt you too bad, girl. Just a little groping here and there. I doubt it will compare to your snake man's tongue, though. The thief leered. I'm a saurian, Lon protested, standing up. These are legs you... The first bit of metal emerged from her forehead. Later on, Lon realized her hands would have been more convenient, but not nearly so dramatic. The metal lengthened and glinted in the light, before shooting out and finding a home in the first man. His hands scrabbled at his throat, and he managed to pull the bolt free before he died. I've got your back, he told her. I've got my back, she informed him, as a blade of metal pierced her cloak and zoomed off 5 tail lengths to pin a man behind her. I appreciate the offer, though. I'll stay down then, Leon said. A group of bandits congregated. These were smarter than the last few. They had shields ready and swords out. She can't shoot us all, a man yelled. Together they thronged towards Bliss. 2 huge blades emerged from her wrists, extending the length of her forearms and then some. The shock of seeing this stalled the men until a few found their courage and rushed her. Lon twisted on the ground, sweeping his tail around beside her, doing his best to stay out of her way, while knocking those nearest down. Metal shards still shot out of her body, pinning men wherever flesh was exposed, ankles, knees, clipping ears, finding temples, popping eyes, and still some came near enough to bring their own swords into action. One bandit in particular slashed up and down. Lon braced to catch Bliss's body as she fell, but she didn't. The sword had hit her. It had hit her and entered her, and the man who swung it swung down, as though the sword had cleaved her in two, only it hadn't. There was a trace of metal on her body in its passage, a taste of copper in the air, and the man was left holding a cleanly sliced stump of a sword. Bliss caught this man as he stared where his sword had been, and at where her wounds ought to be. She wrapped her hand around his throat, and Lon heard the crunch as a spear of metal came out the far side of his neck. Now, about my money, and the crutches, she said, spinning to address the empty tents. Everyone was either dead or gone. Frick, she said, dropping the body and dusting off her hands. I'll have to find them on my own. Lon stood, now that things were safe, within the limited range of safe that he'd gotten used to for the past few minutes. The object the chameleon took. Only an embody could own that. There's an embody here. Lon snorted. It was impressive. Start with the tents, Bliss asked. Numbers start by figuring out what the embody is, but we can talk about that while we search the tents. If I were a thief, I'd be a bat. They're very quiet, and they can fly, Tig said. Each tent they went through, Bliss culled the metal items, drinking some and saving others for later. They found Tig's crutches, but Lon kept him safe above, where he couldn't be harmed. Or maybe a cat. By Tig's 10th guess, Bliss looked at him and said, If I were a thief, I'd wait until night and slit our throats while we weren't watching, which stopped Tig from guessing anymore. We're wasting time, Lon said. They'd reached the last tent. The sun was falling in the sky. If he was going to bother to save his Dessa, he needed to get on the road. Maybe we should just wait for him to show up later. How could you sleep at night, knowing that a mad embody was coming for you? Bliss asked. The footprint proves it. Gods don't give tokens of their affections lightly. What was that? Tig said. Lon looked up to see him pointing at the canyon wall beyond. What was? Lon had time to ask before a blur of metal shot out from Bliss's hand. 3 bolts shot out, and 2 of them ricocheted off the wall, but the third one stuck fast. Tig, what did you see? Lon asked, pulling the boy down. That. Bliss pointed this time, a wild smile on her face. I never thought I'd bring down an embody, not before I became one myself, at least. The shadow, she said, and Lon looked closer and saw. It did dangle there, draped around the spear, and it had no relation to anything that might cause a shadow. And now that whatever caused it was dying, Lon could see the heat emanating from the wound alone, a fountain of it from an otherwise invisible injury. Tig wriggled and cheered. That was great. What kind of fighter and protector would I be if I didn't know that the embodiments of thieves were often shadows? She looked and sounded smug. I was taught some useful things. And us going through every single tent was what? A waste of time. I need to get someplace, Bliss. He would have flipped his frill up at her if Tig hadn't been sitting atop it. There were hundreds of shadows out. I had to see which one didn't move, or did move. Plus, after this morning, I was hungry. Lon crossed his arms and held each of Tig's feet in one paw. Stop lying. You were just lucky. Lon clacked his teeth at her. Can we go now? Despite being inured to violence and unconcerned about zombies, he wanted to get away from the carcasses of the thieves and their potentially angry die, he rationalized, over the quiet animal voice inside of him that told him the carnage was starting to smell good. Lon greeted each of Tig's innumerable questions with stony silence. Bliss had the decency to wait till Tig was asleep to ask Lon about his Dessa. As it was his god, or lack of one, that had gotten them into that situation, he owed her an explanation. Of a sort. Lon flickered his tongue out in thought. The air smelled strongly of the smoke from their campfire, of Little Boy's sweat and Bliss's musk. Were they alone? Alone enough to discuss such things? Did it matter any more? He pulled his hands through the grasses and happened upon a small stone. "Left you?" she asked, loud and then softer. "Why?" "That's a very good question. She hasn't left us entirely, and for that we can be glad. That chameleon doesn't know how lucky he is to be alive. If she were dead, I believe we'd be like the gorillan, like his tribesmen, dead or insane. If dear Steele were dead, you'd face the same fate." Bliss nodded. "So if neither of them are dead, where are they? Why won't they listen?" "As for Dessa Serpent, I'm not sure," he lied. "And I know nothing about dear Steele." "The three-eyed man," Bliss guessed. "Caught," Lon prepared to explain when she continued. "He knows where your Dessa is?" "Something like that, yes. We think. My prayers are still answered when there aren't powerful tokens of other DI in the way." He snorted. "But everything else is all very vague." "It's all a learning process," Lon said with an attempt at a smirk. "They told you that when you were growing up, too?" She looked at him and laughed. "I used to pray every night for the girl next to me to die." "Why?" "She bullied me, stole my food, made me bark like a dog to get it, forced me to do her chores." The thought of anyone forcing Bliss to do anything both amused and baffled Lon. "Well, she did die. It wasn't till much later, though. She came in last in a race." "And they killed the losers?" Lon asked. "Not precisely. The dogs ate her. We were running from them, you see. It was almost ironic, but not quite." Bliss shrugged. "Anyhow, in retrospect, I'm glad the DI didn't answer my prayers at the time, but I do wish I could have skipped the learning bits." "Don't we all?" Lon said, wondering just how long the learning time could last, and if it would ever really end. "Are we making a fire tonight?" Tig pointedly asked Bliss, and only Bliss. "Not tonight. The elves don't like fires." "Elves?" Tig asked, his face pointing to the sky. "Bliss, it's a very good song," the boy went on, unheeding. Tig began, drawing out the first word. "Elven women sing of home. Bishtwat." "Tig, I'm only going to say this once, all right?" The boy's eyes still looked skyward. "I'm sorry." Lon now found he had Tig's full attention. "I should have explained things, but I don't have a good explanation, and I don't want you to get the wrong idea. I don't care if you pray to Dessa Serpent or not anymore. I wouldn't if I'd seen that chameleon act like that, or heard what those men said. I do know why those things happened, but it's hard to explain right now. I will explain someday. Can you wait until then?" Lon felt Tig's lips squirm against his palm, and he relaxed some. "Promise?" the boy asked. "I suppose this means I can't sing the song now, can I?" "Not unless you want one of those trees at the far end of this valley to walk over here and club you in the middle of the night with the branch." "All right, then." Lon resettled himself to the ground. Tig smiled over at Bliss. "It is a really good song, though. I'll sing it for you later." Lon didn't hear Tig pray to anyone that night, though he supposed the boy could be keeping his prayers to himself. "I don't like this," Bliss said, doing her best to look around in spite of carrying Tig. Tig ducked under another sweeping bough. "I need to get down." Bliss lifted him up and set him on the ground carefully, while Lon handed him his crutches. The boy couldn't hold them back as much as the forest was. Certain trees were brighter colored to his heat vision eyes. Some of them almost hummed with energy. "Where is there?" Bliss asked. "The elves will let us know." "Looks like blood. Doesn't smell it, though." As if to be contrary, Tig went forward and planted a hand in the substance. It's like she's crying, he said, looking sadly at Lon over his shoulder. Tig, what did I say? Lon reached forward to jerk the boy back. That might be contagious. But that's a plant, and I need your help, Bliss said. The elf sniffed and inhaled to deliver what Lon knew would be a Bliss-angering diatribe. He cut in before the elf had a chance to speak. Lon corrected, in the prayer tongue. Less than or equal to. The elf didn't understand what Lon said, but he knew the language in which Lon had said it. Come with me. The tree asked in the prayer tongue, wooden lips barely moving, as two amber eyes opened up above them. Less than or equal to, less than or equal to, less than or equal to. Lon hadn't considered this. Embodiments helping one another was common courtesy and a regular practice, but there was not much trade between serpent and forest. He asked, when he could not think of an answer. The tree laughed, a rippling shudder that traveled the length of its still flexible trunk, like a strong wind had pushed the branches high above. It sounded like an axe falling, and splinters shot out of the forest embodiment's mouth. Its two eyes peeled open one after another, and Lon could see where clear juices began to track their way down its skin, like tears of mirth. Less than or equal to, the tree sighed. Less than or equal to. When the amber eyes opened again, they were wide. Less than or equal to, Lon said, though he didn't know what. Less than or equal to. What is he saying? Bliss asked, tapping insistently at his shoulder. Lon ignored her. Less than or equal to, and the tree shuddered. What? Lon asked in the wrong language, and then switched back. Less than or equal to, less than or equal to. If that was his Dessa's mortal form, what would he do? What could he do? The tree asked, its face growing darker by the second. Branches swayed forward, encircling their small group. Tig pressed against Lon's side, while the rustle of 10,000 leaves became deafening. The tree's movement stilled and silenced. The tree said, and pulled back upon itself, straightening its limbs to the sun again. Less than or equal to? Would his Dessa die then too? He wondered, before realizing if she died, he would as well. The tree's face receded, and it looked like any other tree in the forest might, except that it, unlike many other trees, was not currently bleeding sap. The elf cocked his head at them as they pulled away from the tree's side. I half expected him to impale you there. Trees can be very fast when they want to be, you know. Lon nodded. He was willing to believe. So what did it say? Bliss asked as the elf led them on. She carried Tig, swinging him up around her neck, or cradling him, or carrying him under an arm in turn, whichever was more convenient for her, as they twisted through the saplings and underbrush. He's taking us to the three-eyed man, Lon answered, keeping his tail well out of her way. Did you ask about my problem? Not yet. She stopped in her tracks. The whole reason I'm here with you is so that I can get answers, and you're not even asking my questions. I could have been here days ago. Do you really think they would have answered you then? Lon asked, continuing on without looking back. Are they answering me now? She said, but he heard the noise of her following him, and a grunt from Tig as she tightened her grip. Look, Tig said and pointed. There were lights from higher up the tree they stood under, and shadows moving in front of them. There's people in there? Yes, there are, the elf answered, clambering up the tree. No poaching, by the way. No matter what the elder has said, poaching is punishable by death. Understood, Lon said. Poaching? I haven't seen a single here track since we entered the forest, Bliss said. They mean the wood. Not to touch the wood, so no fire. Bliss snorted. Fine. She sat down on the ground and drew her legs up underneath her cloak, looking for all the world like another burl on the old tree's trunk. Tomorrow you have to ask. Tig stretched out on the ground and stared up, lost in the majesty of the tree. There's people up there, he said again. Of course there are, Tig. They live up there. No, I mean... He pointed again, and Lon looked up. From above, where huge branches overlapped, elven life continued normally, people walking from tree to tree, some carrying goods, others herding children. All of these people were on the path. What would happen to them, to this entire forest, if their deer died? Small faces peeked over and waved down at them, before being shooed away by older elves. Can I go play up there? Tig asked. Why not? It'd be hard for you to get up there. For one, Lon said. Tig frowned down at his crooked leg, then back up to the trees. I hate my leg. I hate it, hate it, hate it, Tig said more quietly. It's not fair. No, it isn't, Tig. Lon reached out and ruffled the boy's hair. Tig sighed and started muttering to himself. Lon strained to hear and recognized the Dessa's name. Tig, he said, shaking the boy's shoulder. What? I'm praying. Please don't. Why not? Tig said, moving himself into a sitting position. Lon wasn't sure that Dessa Serpent would accept Tig on her path, or that she even could accept anyone at the moment. But if she could, and the mortal man she was trapped in was dying, just please, listen to me for once. Don't. He scanned the boy over with both his visions to double-check for signs. So far, Tig was plain. Is this another of those things that you'll explain later? Tig asked with a frown. Yes. The boy hung his head. I'm getting tired of those. Please, Tig, just trust me a bit further. All right. Tig sighed and flopped back to the ground. He feigned being asleep, and Lon knew it, till he really slept, and small snores came from his tiny nose. The trees have ears here. His warning was as close as he would come to confirming her suspicion, and knowing this, she nodded. And holes, it seems. What's wrong with them? She asked, clearing a space for herself on the leaf litter. An insect is attacking them. It feeds on their fluids. Bliss stood and looked around them. 3 trees away, she found what she was looking for. A tree trunk as thick as one of her thighs, with multiple seeping wounds. She extended a spear of metal with a forked end from the tip of her forefinger and stuck it into the hole. Bliss, don't make it mad, Lon warned. Was that an embodiment she was poking, or just another tree in the forest? I'm being careful. She pressed her face to the bark and peered in the hole, twitching her finger and its metal extension around. Got it. At least I think I do. She pulled her hand back carefully, and indeed, there was a bug stuck on the end, still writhing. That's nasty. She inspected it, and then broke off the metal at her fingertip and handed it to Lon for examination. It was soft, all the parts of it except for its mouthpiece, which had a drilling end. How can you be so quiet? Bliss asked. They're trees, Lon answered Bliss. And she's special, he answered to the elf, before proffering the impaled insect out. The elf took one worried step back, before coming forward and peering at the creature without taking the fork from Loin. So small and so dangerous, the elf sighed. Can't you burn them out? Bliss asked, and the elf shuddered. Put fire in there, into a tree? Lon pondered this. As an embodiment himself, he wouldn't really appreciate someone sticking cauterizing brands into him, but if it had to be done, why not? It might help them. Bliss took back the stick when the elfess returned it. Are you praying to your dear? Lon watched the male elf begin to take offense when the female sighed, and he remembered another small tidbit of elf lore. that their females always had the upper hand. Not a day goes by that we do not pray, every one of us, in all of our temples, but we are not answered. The male chaffed at this. You should not be telling them these things. She cut him off with a bark-covered hand. It is obvious enough from the woods around Chilvesco, and both of them are embodiments, is it not obvious? The Dessa of Snakes has nothing against us, and while the Dire of Metal might have his reasons, he would not attack with something so lowly as a bug. No, he would not, Bliss answered. Her distaste for the whole affair was evident in her bearing. Still, there must be something that can be done. If our god does not help us, what can we do? The Elfess made a helpless shrug. You can try, Tig said, sitting up from the ground. You can't just do nothing. The elves turned and looked down at him. Each one you burn out? Well, that's at least one, Tig continued, as he struggled to his feet, bringing his crutches to bear. The boy has a point, Bliss said. What? The male elf asked. What? He demanded. However elves communicated with one another, it was being done now. They gathered around, rustling like the trees they came from, mostly naked, except for the odd silver shine. What is it? The elfess asked. I can't do it, so it doesn't matter. Lon could never call out a plague of snakes alone. Only groups of like-minded embodiments could command such respect from their Dessa. Since he was the only one left, and who knew what shape the mortal form of his Dessa was in, left out to die, what could he do? Less than or equal to? The elves gasped collectively, and parted to show the face on the tree trunk behind them. None of them knew what it said, and despite the elfess's assumption, neither did Bliss. The words were meant for Lon's ears alone. The face on the tree said. Its words were painfully slow and hard to hear over noises that sounded like branches snapping and falling, as its lips formed and moved for the first time in Dessa knew how many years. Lon looked at the ground. Use up his Dessa's energy to save these people and perhaps kill her, and himself, or let her die for sure and then die himself. And maybe even Tig, too. Not much of a choice, either way. He told the tree he'd worry about getting away with not killing the man later. Please, make some room, and if this works, don't be alarmed. What is it you'll be doing? A half-barked elf asked. Oh, Dessa, he began in his mind. Are you listening? Can you listen? I need you now. Not for myself, but for yourself, if that makes sense. He didn't feel the answering rush of power that he normally felt when his prayers were being listened to and heeded. Perhaps it was already too late. If it was, he'd be dead or dying already. Did he feel dead? In more ways than one, but those had all been there before. Do you need help? Tig asked, putting a hand on his shoulder. I want to help, Tig said. No, Tig, it's too dangerous, he began, when one of the surrounding elves cut him off. Tig whirled on the crowd and frowned. Shut up! Dessa Serpent does too listen to me. He turned back to Lon, no question in his eyes. I'm helping. Lon opened up his mouth, his thoughts racing. If Tig picked this path now and died, well, at least he chose his own fate, which was as it should be, for everyone, regardless of the whims of gods. Even if it sometimes meant making the wrong choice. All right, we're calling out a plague of string snakes to eat the bugs. Tig nodded solemnly and knelt down beside Laen. He wouldn't have felt like stopping if he'd had any inkling that it was working. But he didn't, and he didn't know if he was hurting her with his failed attempts. His knees were numb, and his tail had stopped feeling the ground. Dessa, please. Not for me, and not for these frecking elves or their stupid trees. For the boy, let at least one person on this entire world know that their prayers are answered. To your ears, Dessa. But I'm not done, Tig began, blinking in the light and looking around. Tig rebowed his head for a quick moment. "To your hands, Dessa," he said aloud, picked up his crutches beside him, and looked around again. "Where are they?" The elves left grumbled and mostly stalked away. "The snakes," Tig said. Lon sighed and stretched out his frill. So much for being her chosen one. He felt a wave of depression flow through him at his impotence, but that was life. "Tig, sometimes, no matter how much you pray—" There was a squeal behind them, and then a genuine shriek. The rustling of the elves from the shaking of their trees ended and was replaced by intense rasping noises from the underbrush. Leaf litter rocked as if a miniature earthquake was rippling through it, the very earth shivering, and then around Lyan's feet and Tig's crutches. The wave parted, and they both turned to see it run up against the tree that had earlier spoken. The leaves and humus broke open to reveal hundreds of string snakes doing their best to squirm up the tree trunks, flattening against the irregularities in the bark, shoving their slender bodies upwards and diving into any holes they found. Tig snorted with indignation. Of course it did. Bliss stepped forward carefully, only setting her feet down after she'd tested the earth beneath them for string snakes. That was impressive. "What do you mean was?" Lon said, as the strings still swarmed around, underfoot, and in each tree. She laughed. "Well, not so much this, as the praying for 8 hours. I don't think I've ever prayed that much in my life." "Neither have I," Lon confessed. She tilted her head and looked at him down her wide nose. Lon checked to make sure that Tig was still off with the elf children, who were very much more accepting of him now. If Lon was lucky, maybe an elf woman would feed the boy and give him a place to sleep for a bit. Technically, that's my job, only I'm not technically an embodiment. The scales are fake. Now she raised an eyebrow. I'm not a typical embodiment. I didn't really pick this, you see. How'd you end up with it, then? Her other eyebrow raised to match the first. That doesn't fit with what I normally recognize as reasons for embodiment. Aren't you supposed to personify one of her facets? He ticked off 2 fingers. Again, the stupid and the cowardly ones, covered. Maybe he was more tired than he wanted to admit. Or maybe he was more surprised at his frustration in not getting a response from the Dessa, when he'd been convinced that all this time he really didn't care. Or maybe after putting up with him for days on the road, and him not even trying to help her cause once, he felt he at least owed her an explanation. I've been alive for a very long time. He sat down against a tree, and she sat down across from him. And I used to be normal-looking, but you knew that. I also used to be a prince, which you didn't know. She tilted her head the other way this time, and didn't bother with her eyebrows. You'd better be telling me truth. I am. He waved away her questions. I had a destiny. I was to grow up, marry a beautiful woman named Olivia, and become king. And you threw all that away? She said. Would you let me finish? He hissed and shook his head. I didn't want to worship the city, Di. I wanted to be a healer. I'd seen healers' temple in my dreams. But kings aren't healers, and kings have to worship their Citadii. You're the embodiment of it, as much as Citadii have embodiments. So, I ran away. Bliss opened her mouth at this, but closed it again before commenting. They didn't let me run away. I had to try really hard. I found healers who said they'd help me study until my father showed up and offered to pay them. So much for their faith, eh? And the healers who turned me out. What god were they following? Did healer honestly not want me? Or did my father's favor matter more? You forgot the part where you became an embodiment, Bliss prodded after a time. I'd done my best, since when I first realized the unfairness of the gods, to never ask for their aid. But in the desert, with the heat baking me from the inside out, He looked up to the sky, barely visible between the shady leaves swaying far above. I broke down. I asked for help. Asked Dessa Serpent, Bliss asked. Number why asked anyone for help. I just desperately wanted to live. Dessa Serpent just happened to be the one who answered. I spent a day thinking I was dying. That's what it felt like, and I'd already been seeing things for a while, so when my skin turned to scales, I thought I was crazed. But on the dawn of the third day, I was still alive, and I looked like this, and I've been this way ever since. He stood and shivered, shaking off the leaves that stuck to his scales. How long ago? 200 years. He walked over to her and plucked her hair spear out of the knot of her hair. As he did so, a shard of metal from her shoulder shot out at him, protectively, denting without effect against a scale. So much for trust. Freeing the spear, her knot stayed without it. Sorry, habit. Lon shrugged. Let's go find an elf and ask them about this. They owe us. The elves led them through the forest, Bliss carrying the dead weight of a sleeping Tig, taking them to wherever the man with 3 eyes was being punished. Is it working? He asked the men who led them. It is helping. Whatever we can do to stave off the insects is good. Will they stay after you leave? The nearest man asked. I'm not sure. I think so. But strings have very short lifespans. You'll need to find another solution before winter. Most of them will die off in the cold. If we don't have a permanent solution before winter, most of us might die off in the cold too, the elf said ruefully. You people can move, can't you? Bliss asked, Tig currently hoisted beneath one arm. I mean, there are other colonies of elves around, and other trees. But these are our trees, another answered her. One of my grandmothers is a tree, and 3 of my great-grandmothers are too. We cannot leave them to be eaten by these bugs. The elf shrugged. Can you help me with something small? Lon asked, and offered out the miniature spear to the elf. Where is that wood from? The elf paused and took the spear. He held it to his nose and rolled it underneath, carefully sniffing its length before placing it to his tongue. He frowned at them, then sighed. It's poached, no prayers on it. We'd kill you, only it's about 300 years old, so it wasn't you who poached it. You'd kill us? After what we've done? Bliss sounded indignant. How far away is that? She asked, and Lon knew she was already prepared to go. Lon put a hand on her arm. A few weeks north. Where is the 3-eyed man? We're almost there. The elf pressed on, and Bliss and Lon both followed. Where? There. The elf pointed to the tree that occupied the center of the area. Lon walked around it and found what he was looking for in the branches not far off the ground. A naked human was strung there, not by rope, but by root-like growths that emerged from the tree and swept over his body at several points. Some of them, on closer inspection, went into his body, and some genuine branches came out of his body, leaves and all. He was hung facing outwards, a warning to anyone else who might think to poach wood from elf lands. His presence in the tree didn't seem to disturb a blue-covered caravan of wagons that were in the road tracks, off to one side. Is he alive? Bliss whispered, in what Lon thought might be, strangely for her, horror. Is he? Lon asked the elf. The elf shrugged. Followers of the forest path, we had a deal, Lon announced. The tree creaked and groaned, and slowly the roots unspun and the branches retracted. The man woke up enough to protest this, weakly, before fainting in fresh pain. Ah, you've finally come through. A man walked up behind them, wearing the sash of the Red Count. Count said you'd be out of here soon. Was hoping you'd be faster. We've got weapons to sell in Dancing Leaves. Lon looked from him, then to the man in the tree. Was it you who reported this to Redian? Yes. Been waiting here since. He must owe you a lot. We're losing tons of business. The man rolled his tongue out from under his upper lip and commenced picking at a tooth with a fingernail. You said he had 3 eyes, Lon complained, nearing the base of the tree. Soon now the man would fall to the ground like an overripe fruit. So I did. Where's the 3rd? Was it on his back? Lane made ready to catch the man and find out. The traitor shrugged. They had it painted on his stomach with sap, but a rain 3 days ago washed it off. Painted on. Did you tell Redian that? Lon began to turn, to confront the traitor directly, when the tree gave up its burden and the man flopped forward. Instinctively, Lon caught him. A tongue flick told him all he needed to know, that this man was no different from any other man, anywhere. Bah! He bled like a normal man, too, from his chafing wounds and punctures, hot and pungent blood. He said 3 eyes, and the man had 3 eyes. For a time, the traitor explained to Bliss, as if she were the sensible one. Healers? No one said anything about healers. The elf approached, coming to the edge of the road. You're supposed to kill him. We only granted you that right. Nearest healer is in Dancing Leaves. He won't make it that far. He's as good as dead, the traitor said, stepping in between Lon's group and the elves. The elves depended on trade for the silver trinkets they were fond of, and to trade was to deal with Redian, and the caravan leader here was as good as Redian in his stead. Load up your goods, the blue-sashed man commanded. Your master's box won't be done for another day, the elf said. The traitor didn't know, Lon. Bliss still held Tig on her lap, wrapped in the folds of her cloak. Lon knew she would be satisfied with the cart's pace as long as they were going north. She didn't have Edessa to save. He might not have, but Redian did, and he can see through their eyes. Where are we? Tig muttered, from somewhere under rough cloth. He freed himself and looked around. We're on our way to a town. He needs help. Lon flipped a corner of his frill at the man who occupied the bottom of their cart. Where'd the elves go? Tig asked, after an enormous yawn. We left them behind. Good question. Lon sank back into himself and crossed his arms over his chest. I'm going to sleep, he announced, rolling both of his eyelids closed. You don't sleep, Tig said. Lon unpeeled one of his eyelids and looked at Tig through it, daring the boy to contradict him again, before reclosing it. We could pray together, he heard Tig say. He opened his eyes and inhaled to tell the boy not to pray, not to anything, never again, when he realized that Tig was speaking to Bliss. The warrioress scratched at her forehead and gave Tig a bemused look. I suppose we could, you to yours and me to mine. Tig smiled and nodded. Lon reclosed his eyes and snorted. There'd be no way to stop the boy from praying, not after he'd seen the plague of snakes answer Lon's call. He drowned out their voices with the sounds of his own thoughts, trying to find an answer that wouldn't come. For 3 days, Lon's cart and the traders had no interaction, other than the passage of food through the curtain, and occasional stops to relieve themselves, and that was the way Lon wanted it. The man continued not to die, or to die slower, depending on how enthused Lon was by the man's current chances of survival. They didn't need to haul an injured person along, he would begin to think. But then the next question was always, to where? And the cycle of frustration would begin again. Tig fed the man some soup each time they ate, cooled broth and the like, most of which appeared to dribble out of the man's mouth. We're here, a trader announced, opening up the curtain on the 4th day. Dropping off toys at this gate, and then going to sell weapons around the back. Lon snorted at the division. Any healers in town? Ones that haven't gone into seclusion for war. Not sure. "There's a war on," Bliss asked. "Local skirmish, more like," the trader said, while backing up to let them out of the cart. Lon stepped away until the trader coughed a bit. "Oh, yes." Lon turned and pulled the injured man out of the cart and cradled his slimy body near. Sweats, rain, blood, food, and other unsavory things covered the human skin, and Lon was sure he wouldn't feel clean until after his next molt. The carts pulled away, circling around the town, leaving them behind. "Well, thank you for the information," Bliss said, shouldering her bag and adjusting her cloak. "I'll be on my way now." "You're leaving?" the boy asked, hopping over to grab at her cloak. "You can't leave." "But why?" "Someone needs me." Bliss looked at his hand on her cloak before gently patting it away. "Someone already paid for me. I've got to find them and help them. Bad things could already be happening to them without me." "But I need you," he said. "Tig," Lon began. The body he held gave a rasping gasp for attention. Lon nodded at Bliss and started walking towards the town. "No, you're staying with us," Tig demanded, looking from Lon to Bliss and back again, and the growing distance between both of them. Part of Lon almost hoped that he'd go with her, to learn to pray to metal and find a god that wouldn't die. "Please," he tried as she walked away. "Please." "Tig, I'm sorry. He needs help. We have to go now." Lane called back. "Tig dash. Lon nodded again. "No, it's not. There's not a lot in this world that is Tig. I'm sorry." He waited for the boy to catch up to him, and together they walked into town. The normal signs were helpfully out: beer, food, sleep, cloth, exotic trade. But it took 3 healer signs before Lon found one that actually produced the healer inside the building as promised. And he was drunk. "Why are you here?" he asked belligerently after answering the door. His robes weren't very white, and he didn't smell much better than their patient. "He needs help." Lon shoved himself and the man inside before the door could be closed. "We can pay. Help him." The healer looked him up and down. "You realize, if I were a very good healer, I'd be secluded and praying, getting ready to heal the townspeople after the fight, and not here with you, right? I want my money up front then, and no guarantees." "There's a room in back." The healer jerked his chin, indicating a dingy curtain to one side of the room. Lon pushed it open with a shoulder and brought the man inside. Cheap candles were lit, sputtering with their low-quality fat. The healer came in and peered over Lon's shoulder. "He looks messed up. It'll cost quite a bit." "Fine," Lon said, walking back into the front room. The healer followed. "Your patient is in the other room," Lon said. "Money, up front." The healer held out his hand. 200 laros. The healer lingered, obviously torn. "Do you want the other healers to come back and think you've been in a war, on your own, right here?" Tig asked in the sweetest possible voice. The healer snarled, but set off towards the back room. "She has a job to do, Tig." "It doesn't include us, unfortunately," he said, though he didn't think it too unfortunate. Whatever job Bliss had was likely to end up in blood. "What's your job?" Tig then asked. "That's a very good question. One that I can't answer at the moment." "You aren't going to leave me, are you?" "Haven't I tried?" Lon asked, with an attempt at mirth. Tig's face only darkened. "No, Tig, I'm not leaving you. I fear you're stuck with me now." The boy brightened some at this. "There is one thing, though, Tig, that I'd like to ask of you." He hunched forward, trying to impress his sincerity upon Tig. "What?" "Could you stop praying, in general, and to Dessa Serpent in particular?" Tig's head reared back. "No, of course not. Why?" "Tig, this is hard to explain. I don't suppose you could just do it because I told you to." The look on Tig's face was answer enough. "She's going to die," Tig gasped. Lon waved his hands in the air and bit his tongue. "Not exactly. But if she does, then all her followers will be punished. I don't want you to have that happen to you." "But if she's in danger, doesn't she need followers more than ever? Hey, is this why that chameleon let them hurt us? And those thieves weren't afraid?" Lon nodded. "Yes, some of them don't have their prayers answered anymore, and they're scared." Lan didn't care if the healer in the next room overheard him. Nessos's worries before about being turned into book bindings, or worse yet, a chair like the one Tig sat on, were only half as bad as the reality of their instant deaths once Dessa Serpent died. "But she answered our prayers, though, in the elf forest," Tig said triumphantly. "That she did, because we're on a mission to find her." "And," Tig began, and then paused, putting two and two together. He glanced towards the healer's den and sighed. "He's not her, is he? Number. And I don't know where to find her from here." Leon splayed his fingers out and looked at the floor through the spaces between them for answers. Tig's brow furrowed. "Is there a temple someplace? Don't some gods have temples?" Lon snorted. "Only fools find their gods in temples, Tig. No self-respecting deity would waste their time there, when they can soak up prayers elsewhere and not have to listen to so many complaints." "That only leaves the rest of the world open," Lon's mind began, but he mimed thinking hard. "For Tig's sake, I can't think of any. Maybe I will in the morning." They waited through the night. Lon watched Tig roll in and out of sleep, always startled when he woke, half drifting out of the chair, never able to get comfortable. If a lizard-scale chair is so uncomfortable to sit in, think how much worse my pain must be in wearing one, he thought, and smiled to himself. There was a noise from the treating room. Lon looked over and saw a lean man, their previously three-eyed man, emerge from the curtained area, leaning heavily against the wall. The man's face puckered. "Where am I? Who are you?" "Where's the healer?" Lon asked. "Resting." The man made his way from the wall to the table and into a chair, while Lon tested the air with his tongue. There was no smell of blood, and he'd heard no struggle, not to mention this man appeared incapable of a fight. "I'm Lon. This is Tig, my student." He flipped his frill out at the boy in the chair. "We're in Dancing Leaves, though I've got a feeling their leaves won't be dancing for too much longer." "Why'd you save me?" the man asked, leaning forward to brace himself against the table's edge. "Good question. I'm not sure at the moment. I was actually hoping that you might be a D." The man startled at this and gave Lane a wild-eyed look. "But you're not, and we'd already saved you, so—" "You might not soon enough. Hope you've got something worth living for," Lon said. Nire sagged into the chair. "I think I do. If only I could remember it." "What do you mean?" Lon watched as the man's head sunk, and he spoke into the table's wood. "I can't remember anything at the moment. Not much of anything. Only my name, and that I'm from someplace that I don't want to go back to." He shivered, remembering something that Lon couldn't fathom. "Other than that, it's all blurry." "Well, that's normal for someone who has experienced severe trauma. The elves weren't kind to you." Lon wondered which was worse, not knowing what you'd been, or not knowing what you were going to become. He hadn't known what he was going to become for some time now, and it was uniformly awful, but perhaps the former had its horrors as well. "Elves?" Nier asked, looking up at last. "Elves. You should rest now. We'll get you some clothes tomorrow." "And then what? Let him loose on the world?" Lon could see his own thoughts echoed in Nier's eyes. He sighed and gave Nier what was meant to be a reassuring smile, despite his teeth. "Don't worry, we'll work something out." The forgetful man nodded, put his head down on the table, and fell soundly asleep. The healer's head lolled to one side, and he blinked as if trying to clear his eyes. Healer, what's your fee, healer? Who? The man. He's in the next room. He's much better, thank you. What's your fee? The healer looked around, and a beam of light from between the curtains caught his eyes. He winced and flailed backwards. Are you all right? Lon asked, before he realized it was a stupid question to ask a healer. The healer held up his hand in front of his face and seemed to stare right through it, and then he stared at Lon. Your tail, he muttered, before shaking himself and moving to stand. Get out of here. No fee. Just leave. The healer's attitude changed, and he drew himself tall. That's right. I did. But you ought to know something about that, right? The healer patted his shoulder, tentatively, as though he expected his hand to pass through Lon's scales. No fee, Lon asked. The healer paused at the edge of the curtains and peeked out. No fee. Just leave. Really. The healer dropped back and let Lon pass through the curtain alone. Let's go. Lon reached out and shook Nire. They'd have to find him more than the bindings he had around his hips, and he'd hoped the healer would give him more time, but he didn't want to pay if he didn't have to. And I'm Tig, Tig said, clambering down from his chair and hopping over to his crutches. It's time to go. Where are we going? Nire asked, still dumbfounded. We'll take a room at a decent place. You need a bath, and I'll get you some clothes. All right. Nire stood and shuffled towards the door like a waterman. Are you okay? Tig asked, hobbling afterwards. Are you okay? Tig asked, as if he hadn't heard, and he turned a deaf ear to Lon's sigh as well. Well, that's about all anyone ever gets in this world, Lon said, and followed them out the door. The innkeeper gave them a curious look as they took the best room and requested a hot bath. But Lon's money, no, he reminded himself, Bliss's money from her fight, convinced the innkeep to take a chance. Freck, how is she going to buy food? Lon wondered aloud, hefting their pouch of funds, with near waist deep in a trough of steaming water. An old friend. She'll hunt it, Tig informed him, sitting atop the bed, making jabbing gestures. Snickety, with her knives. Lon flipped his frill up at the boy. So, Nar, where do you need to go? There was enough money in the bag to send the man anywhere, if he could be trusted to defend himself on the road. Maybe it was wiser for him to stay here for a bit, especially if there was a war going on nearby. The man in the tub thought about this seriously before answering. I don't know. I'm very confused. I'm sorry. It's all right, Tig said. We'll help you. Lon scratched at his head. That they would, for a time. Nothing better to do, nowhere else to go. But for how long? The man's befuddlement seemed genuine. Now was not the time to be taking in more followers, though. Tig might already be a lost cause, but he would stop this one from praying to Dessa Serpent, or almost anything else, at the rate things were going. I'm off to buy you clothing, and I'll get us all dinner. Lon slung the pouch of funds around his neck and started for the door. Wait, here I come, Tig began, reaching over the bed's edge, fumbling for his crutches on the floor. Yes, Lon said, tugging at his frill. He flicked his tongue in and out once, tasting the steam in the air. But have them bring you fresh water. First. Hey you, Saurian, a trader called as he entered the epicenter of town. Lon turned to see one of Redian's crew following him, with the distinctive blue sash tied around his waist. He'd called to Leyen, but was distracted by a child waving at him, reaching for a toy. What's your master want with me now? Hang on. The trader finished the transaction, taking boys' money and handing over a small wooden ball tied to a stick. There. The trader wiped his hands. We're leaving town soon, and you should as well. These folk are preparing to go to war. I saw the paint. Where are they going? Lon asked. He wanted to ask where should I go instead, but he'd had enough of Redian's help for a lifetime. Colored clouds, the trader answered, while closing up the rest of his cart. That's days away, Lon said, his frill tensing. This had to be a very faithful town to expend that many prayers. Next door, the proprietor informed him, from the back, looking up from a piece of paper. Damn priests. Lon paused. Conscription or taxes? The proprietor laughed. A bit of both. They want a son, or half my goods. I have 4 sons, but only 1 store. Of course we're all going to war, store, and sons, so who knows? He flipped the papers idly before continuing. I haven't seen you before. Have you been traveling? Yes, too much. What's wrong in the world these days? Is it true that colored clouds lost its dye? I haven't been there myself, but that's what I've heard. He opened his mouth to mention spinning wheels, but he didn't want to share another town's secret, especially not to a warring town like this. It's rough all over, was what he did say in the end. The proprietor nodded. Always is. They've got my wife on double prayer shifts, drinking bitter wake. She hasn't slept in days. So that's where everyone is? Mostly. You'd best be off. Lon waved and headed out of the store, but paused at seeing a familiar face on a piece of parchment on the store's door jamb. Bliss. He grabbed the paper, angling his face to give both eyes a chance to see, and double-check. Beneath her face was a list of crimes, killings, and other misconducts, along with a sizable reward. Lon moved his thumb to read better, and the reward became even more sizable. Despite the malevolence attributed to her, she was wanted alive. Only alive. Friend of yours? The proprietor asked, from right behind him. Lon whirled, his frill catching air and flaring outwards. The proprietor took a step back. Bounty hunter, sorry. I should have guessed. You're welcome to the poster. It won't do us much good where we're going. Thanks. Lon tugged it completely off the wall and left the building. Once the door was closed behind him, he crumpled up the poster and tossed it to the ground. He didn't need to know what she looked like, but neither did anyone else. The little boy was across the street with his trader-bought toy, tossing the ball into the air, trying to catch it with the stick, and failing repeatedly. Just like Redian, to sell an impossible toy. The boy seemed to think so too, and brought the ball to his mouth to punish it with a bite, when Lon swore he saw it pop up, right in between the child's teeth. The child's eyes enlarged, and he made muffled yelling sounds. Lon raced across the street. The boy ran, more scared of Lon than the toy, but Lon was faster and pinned him. Relax, Lon commanded. The child continued to squirm as Lon angled a talon, stretching the boy's lips open wide. Relax, he yelled at the child. Slowly the child relaxing more, due to lack of air than to Lon's comforting presence, he reached in and pried the ball loose with a smacking sound. Mommy! The child screamed, and ran away as soon as Lon set him free. Lon wiped his spittle-covered finger on the wall behind him. Where's a sleep biter when you need it? He felt the toy crush beneath his feet as he tromped over to the clothing merchant's, and he paused. The boy almost had gone to sleep, for good. Lon bent over to inspect the remains of the toy and found a small red mark upon it, made by Redian's craftsmen, or craft selves, no less. No city or city dye in their right mind would allow an embodiment of death or their followers in. Assassinations happened, yes, and there were apparitions of death on battlefields, hollow-eyed embodiments with rusty swords, picking over the remains like vultures. But your average death didn't warrant such expense. No, your average death came from something stupid, like a heel kick or a swallowed toy. After all the times that Lon had asked Redian to share his secret, and now knowing the answer, he wished he could forget. He came back to find a wrinkly Tig still in the tub, with water that was beyond tepid, and Nere sleeping peacefully sprawled out on the bed. Tig put a finger to his lips. "He's sleeping." "What?" Nere said, blinking to alertness. Lon heard Tig splashing behind him. "But we just got here." "Moving? Where is it going?" Tig asked, sitting his wet butt down on the floor to pull on his pants. "To colored clouds." Lon took up a towel and blotted Tig's head dry. The boy needed a haircut. "And don't play with any toys that I haven't." "Colored clouds," Nere said aloud, interrupting him. "Yes, why?" "Can we?" Tig asked, looking up and hopeful. "I'm sorry. No. They're going to war with colored clouds, and the clouds—" He paused and closed his mouth with a click. He didn't want to ruin Naire's memories, or Tig's imagination, with the current truth. "We don't need to be in the middle of a war." Nere released his shirt and pulled on his pants. "That's understandable. Still, Tig, you have to see it sometime," he informed the boy. "We will. We'll go," Lon said. "Now both of you, hurry, please." "Move along," a guard ordered from atop the gate's rim. From either side of the gate a hazy shimmer stretched out, enveloping the town in a high circle. People slowed to stare up at it as they passed, and each of them looked more worried to be on the unprotected other side. "Shouldn't be hiding in safe places all the time," Lon found himself muttering. "How can you truly appreciate what your City DI has given you if you never leave? And what kind of die would want you to never know how much they have given? And if you didn't have die to begin with, you wouldn't be going off into a foolish war." "What did you say?" Nere asked as they passed through the gates. Lon turned to tell him, "Never mind." But the man lurched to one side, and Lon ended up catching him instead. "Are you all right?" Lon asked. "Hey!" Lon turned, frill out, tongue lashing. Tig was being buffeted by the crowd until Lon plucked him up. "Move along!" the guard above yelled, louder. "Good luck," some yelled, or "Come back safely." And there were more than a few "Goodbye, Dada," or "Mother," or other relative variations. "Where are we going?" Nere asked. He looked around as if for their next destination, which was as close as Lon had come to deciding where they would go. "Away from here," Lon answered, and agreeing with this, Nere set off. "So is every tree an elf?" Tig asked at their campfire that evening. Nere was already asleep, and Lon realized too late that he had yet to buy Tig another proper study scroll to learn quietly from. Tig chewed at his lip while he stared into the fire. Then why do some trees have them, and others don't? Lon weaved his head in thought. It might be safer to say that he cares about some more than others. Tig picked up a stick to jab at the fire with. But that's not very fair to the left-out trees now, is it? Someone's got to be firewood. Tig looked at the stick he held and frowned. The end of it was charred, and streaks of red were tracing paths up it. "Tig, this is why I wish that you wouldn't pray to the Dessa," Lon said, knowing for once he had the boy's full attention. "Just because you pray to a god doesn't mean that you're important to them." "You think I'm firewood?" Tig put the end of his stick out in the ground. You think I'm firewood?" Tig opened his mouth to complain again. "No, I don't. Not in the least. I know you're not. That's why you're with me. But I'm not the Dessa, and who knows what she thinks. Not even I can tell. I don't want you being anyone's firewood." "Tig, that's not the point. The point is that you should be your own person and make your own decisions, and not worry about being a DI's firewood or not firewood, and should just be a Tig. Easy for you to say. Being a Tig is hard. I'm not very fast, and we're always traveling, so I don't know anyone my own age. And, Tig sputtered. And who are you to talk when you've got scales instead of bark? You know you're not firewood. Lon tugged at his frill and scratched an eye ridge. Where to begin? He knew now, just as every parent always knows, that whatever he said would fall on deaf ears, and wondered if this was how his own parents had felt so many, many years ago. I thought that I knew everything. I thought that everyone else was wrong. But now I know that the truth was somewhere in between. He opened and closed his mouth a few times, teeth clicking. I want for you to be safe, Tig, and right now praying to Dessa Serpent isn't, but I also respect your decision to make your own choices. In fact, that's what's most important to me, even though I worry. I know if I bend you to my will, you'll either break or run away, just as I did, he added, in his mind. So I'll do neither. But if I do pray now, I'll pray for you. Where would you be now if you hadn't prayed? Tig asked. Would you really rather have been dead than here having this talk with me? Tig asked, crossing his arms smugly at this trump of reason and logic. Lon snorted. There are times, Tig. There are times. Now go to sleep. Tig rolled himself into his sheets, facing Lon and the fire, blades of grass casting shadows on his face. I wonder if there are wee elves that live in the grass. Grass elves, and they're all green, and... Lon barked a laugh. Tig, they're called grasshoppers. Now get to bed. I wish Bliss were here, Tig commented on their third day out. I do too, Nira said, from a distance behind. No matter how slow they traveled, and to Lon's mind it was quite slow, Nir always managed to be 10 tail lengths behind. What? You don't even know her? Bah! Lon flipped his frill at the man. She seemed nice in the cart. What I remember of her. Furrows creased Nir's brow as he tried to remember. Lon had come to the conclusion that Nir did not remember much, ever. Each morning he seemed stunned to be alive and in their company. And every day there were a half-dozen things that he'd forgotten that any average man would know. It's all right. I'm sure we'll run into her again. Hopefully they would, and in time enough to tell her there was a bounty on her head. She could handle herself, but there was a small stone of worry in Lon's stomach, one that he hadn't put there. They entered a thin grove of trees. Lon noticed Tig looking for elves, and then looking disappointed. Tig, any elves we find here might not like us much. But we help them, Tig said, from behind another trunk. I'm just over here, Tig emerged, ahead of them, still heading down the road. No elves, he reported with disappointment while pivoting around on a crutch. Just firewood. A walking stick, Lon guessed. Yes, that's it. I wish I had a walking stick. Neri straightened and looked around the grove. The last one I had was so nice. A crack so loud that Lon winced resounded from high above. Tig, watch out. He raced to the boy and curled around him, braced. It was just like this one, Nier announced from behind them, hefting up a long stick as they turned. Both ends were flat, as if it was elf-made, like the tree itself had given the stick over to Nair. This is great. Wow, I want one. Oh, Tig said before kicking out a crutch and realizing he already had walking sticks. Still, that one is very nice, Nire. Yes, it is, Lon said, while scooting himself and Tig further away from the trees. He wasn't sure what had just happened, but he didn't want to linger. We've got to get going, though. Lon stopped himself from popping too many more stones into his mouth that night. They only had one more day's worth of provisions. He still wasn't sure where they were heading, or what they would do with Nier. All right, it's time for someone to learn again. The ground was too grassy for him to make Tig write out the alphabet. Oh, I don't want to learn anything tonight, Tig said. There has to be something in here. He didn't remember throwing away the last study scroll, though he hadn't seen it in some time. He pulled out empty boxes and a blanket they weren't using. Tig crossed his arms. I'm not reading that weather prayer again. I don't want it to rain. Then you wouldn't learn things. Lon tilted the paper towards the fire and tried to read what was on it. Having his eyes set far apart made it difficult for him to read things that were close by. It appeared to be a shopping list of some sort and smelled like it had once wrapped meat. Fine, I'll read it to you. Tig swiped the paper from Lon's hand and scooted halfway around the fire. The boy frowned at the contents. Is it a good story? Nier asked, his eyes wide with curiosity. Was she pretty? Nier asked. Tig frowned at him. It doesn't say. Let me read. Lon sat back and crossed his forearms. He knew very well Tig was making things up. Imagination was something that should be cultivated in some people, but Tig already had enough for 3 foolish men. It says all that in there. Nier peered around to see the text for himself. Tig jerked it away and held it closer to his chest. Most of it, Tig confided, then continued. She had one favorite here that she liked to ride above all the rest in her herd. She had a herd, Nier asked. Stop asking questions. Tig told the man in a fair imitation of Lon's voice, when peeved. She owned a huge herd. It was her father's before he died. But he did die, and he left them all to her. That made some people in the town she lived in jealous. Not only did she have her own herd, but she wasn't interested in marrying any of the boys her age. Why not? Nier asked, interrupting Lon's thoughts. She didn't like any of them. They were smelly. Nier sniffed himself circumspectly as Tig continued. So the boys formed a group and went to where the herd was kept and said, You have to pick one of us. It is not right that this entire herd belongs to a girl. Why? Tig lowered the paper and glared at Nier over it, ignoring him. Gridel laughed at all of them and tossed her hair like the mane of a hare. If you like hair so much, you should be one, the boys yelled at her. And she said back to them, Maybe you're right. She knelt down in the middle of the field and prayed. As the boys watched, horns grew out of her forehead and arced backwards. Her hair pulled up and became a stripe down her back, and her face stretched out to become a muzzle. Wow! Nier clapped his hands together. This herd is mine, Desahir said to the boys through Gridel. Tig did his best to emulate a neighing voice. Anyone who wants to take shelter in it may, but anyone who tries to take a follower will be punished, Desahir said. Hey! Nier reached after the paper, but stopped before getting burnt. That was a good story. I might want to hear it again. I'm sure Tig will be available for a retelling, Lon said, darting his tongue out at the boy. Don't worry, I know it all. Tig tapped his own head. I know others too, if you want to hear them. I do. Nier curled his knees to his chin and prepared to listen again. Later. Lon interrupted, rocking back and half-lidding his eyes. It is time to sleep now. They can get pretty smelly, Tig said. True. Maybe something smaller then, Nier said, and Lon could almost hear him thinking. I like mice. They have cute noses. Tig giggled. I like mice too. They don't taste very good, though. I want a herd of mice, all soft and fuzzy. Nier smiled upwards at the darkness. Lon resisted heaving a sigh. A slight yellowness enveloped Nier in Lon's heat vision. By the time Lon had blinked to look again, it was gone, merely a trick of the fire. They'd keep me warm at night, too, the man continued. Good night, Lon said firmly. He had hard thinking to do, and hard thinking required silence. Good night, Nire answered back. Good night, Tig said as well, with one last gleeful smile before rolling over. Hours later, Lon basked in the end of the firelight, still thinking. Food was easy. He'd send collared snakes out after it. He could hear all sorts and sizes of snakes out in the night, whispering prayers. But where would they go next? There had to be some way to figure out where to head. He wouldn't ask Redian for help. Knowledge had already as much as said she wouldn't help, and none of his own kind knew where to look next. He was glad that he didn't dream anymore, because if he did, they would surely be haunted by three-eyed men. Lean switched back to normal vision and lunged for the man, stopping when he realized that Nier was not on fire and that he smelled mice. Flickering back and forth between normal and heat vision, he saw hundreds of mice leaping whole out of the fire and congregating on Naire's person. He leaned near the man, waiting for the mice to run away. Both his motion and his scent should send them scattering. But neither did. He picked one up, and it struggled, not against him, but to get back to Naira. It wriggled pleasantly, and was halfway to Lon's mouth before he remembered the moral of Tig's story and set it down to join its herd. He forgot about finding answers and watched the mice till dawn. Nier awoke as the sun broke through the trees, seeming unperturbed by the covering of small, furry bodies he'd gained in the night. Does that happen to you often? Lon asked as soon as he was awake. Tig rolled over and yawned. What? Nire brought one up and rubbed its fur against his stubbly cheek. Lon opened his mouth and tried to think of the phrase to use. Mice attacks? During the night? Nire laughed. No. Whoa. Tig scooted around the fire pit to pick up some of Nire's followers. How did that happen? Nire shrugged. Lon would have thought any other man was lying, but Nire's perpetual bafflement with the world at large, as Lon had witnessed it for the past few days, made Nire's attitude towards the miracle tolerable. Still, it wasn't a thing to encourage. You all had better go find homes now. Nier spoke to the mouse that he held and patted it again. It isn't safe out here during the day. The mice about him dispersed, some lingering as if they did not want to leave. How did you do that? Tig asked. No one, really. Nire wiped his hand across his head and shook himself, as if waking anew. Then how did you do that? Tig asked. Without praying, Lon pressed. I can't really explain it. Nire couldn't really explain much of anything. Lon snorted. Do you have other talents that you'd like to share? At this, Nire brightened, and self-confidence straightened his spine. Give me a plate. Nir took out his staff and held it in front of him. Taking the plate from Lon with a solemn face, he put it atop the staff and started spinning it madly. Wow! Tig clapped his hands at this. I saw them do that in jumping rocks. This one guy could get 3 going at one time. Nire nodded. But could he do this? He asked, and then whisked away the staff. The plate remained, spinning in the air. Lon squinted, and again there was something yellow hovering around Nire, this time not faint but bright, the color of molten metal. I could do more if we had more, Nire said, leaning forward and tilting around as if the plate was controlled by his body. Nire, have you ever been to spinning wheels? Lon asked. The man looked at him, and plate forgotten, it fell to the ground and shattered. Drat, he said to the plate, and I'm not sure. He stroked his temple. It sounds familiar. They can do that there, Lon said. But they weren't doing it while we were there, Tig said, then remembered. So that's what all those plates were for. Yes, Tiger. but they can't do it anymore, or couldn't when we last saw them. There was no harm in sharing. By now their fate was common knowledge, and another predatory nomadic town like Dancing Leaves had already attacked. And if it hadn't happened yet, Nier was unlikely to lead the charge. Yes, it is. Can you do any other tricks, Nire? Lan asked. Nire frowned. I think I can do some. I never really know till I try, though. Like what? Lan did his best to sound genuinely interested, instead as fearful as he was beginning to be. There aren't any clouds around for me to color, but I can break pretty strong things. He walked over to a young tree, the thickness of Lan's wrist, and with his heat vision, he saw Nire enveloped by a yellow haze again. The man grabbed the sapling and pulled it down, nearly to the ground, despite his thin muscles. Lan was not sure that he could have done the same feat. The tree snapped back to upright and wobbled as Nire panted. Takes a lot out of me, though. Anything else? Lan asked, making a mental tally. Make trees give me small things. Make statues talk. Mostly they're hard to show. Oh, and I can make water laugh, that too. Nire, do you realize that most people can't do all those things? Lan said, sitting down, and indicated with his paw that Nire should also retake his seat. Nire frowned again, but he crouched to be at Lan's height. Are you saying I'm a liar? Number, I wish you were. I'm afraid that you're very, very truthful. A shadow passed over Nire's face. I got rid of a mountain once. It was in my way. I never did figure out what happened to it. Lan felt his eye ridges creep up his sloped forehead. I thought that was just in my imagination, though. I get dizzy and confused a lot. I tried to get better once. I saw these creatures in a heavy, misty forest. They were huge and strong, with lustrous black fur, and they were in a big, happy group. I wanted to be like them. Like gorillas, Lane clarified. To think he'd seen the end effect of Nir's abilities firsthand and hadn't known it. Is that what they were called? Nir asked, and continued after Lan nodded. I know that most people can't do these things, if I am really doing them. He looked at his hands. It's why I keep to myself a lot. I shouldn't have shared now, and I shouldn't be traveling with you all, but it was nice to have some company on the road. Nir looked guiltily at his walking stick. How long have you been able to do these things? Lan asked. From when he crawled out of an egg with a flicky tongue, Tig answered. Lan tilted his head to peer at the boy, who pretended not to notice. Nire laughed, his good mood returning. Really? 200-some-odd years, though there are parts I'd like to forget. Nir nodded. That's what I thought. I just never could really ask anyone till now. So how old are you? Tig asked. Lan hadn't thought to. Nire looked 25 or even 30. 15. 15, though it feels longer. Nir looked to Lan for confirmation. Tig's right, Lan admitted. Nir sighed. I said I didn't feel it, but I swear that's all the time I can remember. What have you been doing all that time? Tig asked. Wandering mostly. And how have you survived? Lan asked. Not sure. Nire picked up a piece of grass from the ground and began to shred it. Any time I got hungry, food was around. When I was tired, I slept. Lan nodded and stood, shouldering his bag. The sun rose over the tree line, momentarily blinding him and giving him an idea. Do you mind coming with us a bit further, Nire? Lon asked. Sure, Nire said, without bothering to ask where they were going. He did, however, leave his walking stick behind. Tig did, when they left the path that afternoon. Where are we headed? To the Cult of the Sun. Tig appeared impressed. Is that a deer or a dessa? It's neither, Lon answered. I like the sun, Nir began. Lon whirled on him. No, you don't. Wait. You do, but... Lon opened and closed his mouth in frustration. Just don't say anything about it, all right? Nir looked hurt, and Lon caught Tig giving the man a sympathetic look before talking to him again. So why are we going there? The sun sees everything. Sometimes it tells its followers what it's seen. It might have some answers. Lon didn't answer him. He didn't dare to in front of Nire. Lon sighed to himself. Maybe later. For now he had his own concerns. He could worry about Nire's problems once the three-eyed man was found. Above, the sun had reached the noon point overhead. He could feel it beaming straight down. Hopefully it was keeping its eyes open. That night, Lon did his best to gather his hunting snakes covertly. It was difficult. They were camping upon a large plain with nowhere to hide things. He'd almost managed it when the last snake, and the only snake with a meal, arrived to have its collar removed. What's that? Nir asked, then gasped, as the freed snake slithered off into the grasses past his ankles. What's what? Lan could hear the serpent's prayers diminish the further away it was. This is dinner. He hefted the ground goose. Nir took it out of his paws, feeling the spots where its bones were crushed. But where did it come from? He prayed for it to come, Tig answered, after hobbling around to see. Nairi held the ground goose out near Lane. They don't look alike. Does the same God answer you both? He prays for the snakes to go and hunt them for him, Tig corrected, using his slow voice as though explaining the concept to a child. Oh. Nira released the ground goose to Lon. Why didn't you just come out and say that? Nire, Lon began, trying to think of the best way to broach the subject. Nir, have you ever considered what effect your abilities have on other people or places? Because in order for you to gain these powers, I think that you're harming their sources. Colored Clouds no longer has colored clouds anymore. That's why Dancing Leaves was going to attack them. They're godless. As near as I can figure, you drained their god. Killed it even, I think. Nire's brow furrowed, his entire face creasing in thought. But that's impossible. How could I do that? I don't know. I was hoping that you'd understand the process more. Nire stood up and backed away. You're lying. They're at war, and it's my fault. People are dying because of me. Nir shook his head. That's impossible, he repeated. And you were afraid that I'd drain your dye too. Dessa? Tig corrected quietly. I was worried, yes. I don't know if you know how to control your prayers, or even what you pray to. Dessa's serpent is already hiding as it is. I didn't want to make things worse. What if it was in your touch? And touching a snake did whatever it is that you do. Nire turned away from them. I don't mean to do it, if I am doing it, and I wouldn't hurt anyone on purpose. I know, Nair, or we wouldn't be traveling with you. Lon heaved a sigh. He strode across the circle they'd formed and placed a paw on Nir's shoulder. Come on, Ground Goose doesn't wait well. Around the fire that night after dinner, all was quiet. Tig was carving designs into his crutches, while Lon was thoughtful, and Nire probably doubly so. Can you undo it? Tig asked, looking up from his task. Can you give the powers back? Hope flashed across Nira's worried face. Maybe. He knelt and tried. Lon could feel him straining, could feel himself straining on Nir's behalf. his body almost becoming more dense as he wished strongly for Nir's attempt to come true. Puh. Nire rocked back, touching a hand to the ground. I don't think it is working, but maybe you're wrong. Anyhow. He breathed heavily, his hands working in the dead grass, as impotent as their owner. Nire nodded. I'll prove you wrong. I will. I mean, all those people could pray again and put things back the way they were, right? I was hoping we'd get here earlier, Lon said, tasting blood, old and fresh, on the air. We should probably wait out here until morning. But won't they have rooms inside that we can use? Tig asked, walking to the gate and peering inside the temple grounds. Torches made empty circles of light on the plain stone around them. Where is everyone? Nair asked, following behind as usual. They're all inside the temple. Lon pushed a shoulder against the temple's sturdy door, and it rocked open on rough hinges. Lon pressed on, only to hear Tig gulping air behind him. The boy was pointing underneath the table, and Lon saw the bloodstain seeping out around its wooden feet. It's all right, Tig. Guess he didn't make it in time. Everyone who worships the sun here kills themselves every night. Lon surveyed the room again. He realized not everyone had the stomach to slit their own throats. Poison would be easier, and would explain the popularity of tea. You probably shouldn't drink anything but water while you're here, okay? After both the boys nodded fearfully, he continued. They revive the next day, just like the sun does. The priests who live here perform the ritual every day. Followers come from all around to test their faith. Obviously, only the faithful come back to life. Lon squatted down and inspected the man on the floor. He'd hit his head on the way down. The blood loss was from a head injury. That's horrible, Nire said. Lon raised his frill and eyed the man. Not another word. I know. The forgetful man hung his head. It's very hard not to have an opinion on things. You can have all the opinions you want, just don't share them out loud, Lon warned. It would be bad if you made the sun disappear, Tig said. Plus, you would have a lot of ghosts mad at you here. Tig frowned. It's scary here. I'd rather sleep with you. Lon snorted but couldn't blame them. Everyone in then. I'll watch the door. Lon could hear the temple's occupants waking the next day, stumbling and groaning. They sounded like recovering drinkers, though Lon knew that they hadn't had the normal fun becoming that way. Tig blinked himself awake and heard the people shuffling down the hall outside. Were they really all dead? Lon nodded. Maybe some of them still were dead too. There was no promise from the sun that it would raise everyone, every day, despite the fact that it was implied. The men outside entered, some dressed in guards' clothes, these with golden spears first. They seemed confused at finding 3 people in the one-person-sized room. Which one is he? The leader of the guards asked the nearest priest. The priest wore a shining robe with a flared collar, swooping, mane-like, around his head. It fluttered as he hopelessly shrugged. Take them all, he advised. We could, the guard began, and finished by jabbing his spear forward. The priest looked at Lon and shook his head, sending the collar into paroxysms. The guard grunted. All right, everyone up. Follow me. We're coming. Lon led the way, peaceably, in case any of the guards had second thoughts. They did look disappointed. The dial will know, the priest counseled the guard. They can't all be strange, and then you can help. Lon didn't need a relic to tell who the strange one was. Now he just needed a way to stop them from letting the guards help Nire too much. Tig inhaled loudly. Did you really? If not all the guards kill themselves each night, how come we got in without seeing any of them last night? Nire asked. The guard didn't answer, but it was obvious by the bobbing of the priest's collar that he'd noted the allegation. They turned to go into the heart of the temple. It was set up akin to its mirror in the Palatine most likely, with layers from outer sanctums to inner, and finally a room that only a god's most holy of worshippers could enter. In the Palatine, such gradations were enforced by virtue of what the place was. Here, guards stood watch at every entrance. They went through 3 until they reached a smaller sealed room. The gilded man shooed the tattooist away and stood. The only clothing he wore was a gold loincloth, and Lon mused that it was nice to know there were some places tattoos shouldn't go. Less than or equal to, Lon asked, doing his best to sound surprised. The gilded man swung a golden scepter between Nier and Tig. Less than or equal to, Lon hissed before speaking again. Less than or equal to. The gilded man retook his throne. A blonde eyebrow on the man's face rose, and his lips peeled into a smile. Less than or equal to, Lon knew what that meant. Less than or equal to. The gilded man shook his head. Less than or equal to, the son's embody asked. Less than or equal to, are you all right? He felt the Tig's hand take his paw. Are you okay? No, Lon whispered before passing out. Don't touch him! Tig's shrill voice rose from the center of his chest. Lon blinked his first eyelids open to see Tig's back as the boy sat atop him. He twisted his neck to one side and saw his own blurred reflection. Startled, he blinked open his second pair and saw that it wasn't a true reflection, just a hollow remnant of skin. Get off me, Tig. Lon pushed himself up as Tig scrambled to grab his crutches. They were still in the throne room, and Tig and Nier were still whole. About them was a line of guards, acolytes, and priests, ending with the embody himself, all staring at him. All of their faces were white with something like fear. What happened? Lon asked, stepping onto his old skin. Are you all right? Nier asked. Lon ignored him. His face took on a beatific smile, and Lon saw from the corner of his eye a guard with a ready spear. Lon frowned. He could wish to know answers, but that would leave the son a loophole. Less than or equal to, the embody looked sorely disappointed. Lon turned towards Naira and Tig. Come on, we're going. The temple guards seemed ready to debate the fact until a signal from the embody stopped them. They parted, leaving only one door open. Did we find out what we needed? Nier asked when they were outside the room. I'm fine. I've shed many times before. Not quite like that, mind you, but it happens. Lon refrained from sharing how his skin ached, his body sore, and that the last thing he wanted to do was travel. You fell over, and then you were all puffy for a bit, like you'd been dead in the sun for days, and then you split open like a ripe water fruit, Tig told him, his voice rising in pitch. I was so scared. Lon patted Tig's head. I didn't mean to scare you, Tig. I'd have warned you if I could have. Lon let the boy go and recovered his dignity. Now then, about Nier and our packs. I don't see him, Tig informed Lon. Lon snorted wryly. What? Me putting you over my head doesn't let you see through walls? They reached another fork, and Lon tasted the air before decided which path to take. He noted they were going further into the temple instead of out of it. You found me, Nier announced from across the edge of a huge table. I knew you would. Just as long as you didn't wish it. Lon cautioned. Why are you here? We need to leave this place. I wanted to see the dial. He knocked on the table in front of him. It's what answers questions for the sun. I can feel it. I knew it was here. I bet you did. Lon inspected the table. It, like almost everything else in the temple, was gilded, and in its center was a huge fin of gold. He knew he should drag Nier out by his ear, but curiosity got the better of him. How does it work? I'm not sure. The center bit moves, though. Nier reached out and spun it around. One side was longer than the other, like the shaft of an arrow. The fin in the center of the table spun in a full circle of its own accord. Woo! Tig danced, keeping his hands on the table. Where should we go next? The fin edged to one side, clearly pointing out a direction with its shorter half. Anyone finds out? A guard finished for him, from behind. 3 of them blocked the door, without any priests this time. You do a better job in the daytime than you do at night, Lon said, crossing his arms over his chest. The spear tip touched Lon's chest. Tig screamed as another guard jeered, "Like we care what you want!" The metal point pricked Lon, piercing the still soft scales. He braced for its impact, closing both eyelids, only to find that nothing followed it. He opened his eyes as the spear clattered to the ground. "He disappeared!" Tig shouted, cheering. "He's gone!" This fact was not lost on the other guards. They dropped their spears and ran. "Is he talking to himself?" Tig asked, at seeing Nier's arms wave around. Lon nodded. "Number? Let him be." Lon clamped a restraining hand on Tig's shoulder. It was probably the first time Nier had been confronted with the reality of his actions. The first time he'd seen his abilities affect other people. Whatever he was going through right now was creating what he would become. It was a painful birthing process, and Lon knew it must be born alone. At dinner that night, Nier blurted out his thoughts. "I killed a man. He was a bad man," Tig rationalized. "But I killed him. I didn't even want him to die. I just wanted him to stop, and I stopped him, for forever." Nier ran his fingers through his hair, leaving crazy tangles in their wake. "All those towns, all those people, I thought you were lying. I wished," he began, then swallowed the thought. There was a long moment of silence before he spoke again. "It's all true, isn't it?" "I believe so. Yes," Lane said quietly. Nier flung himself into his sheets without eating, and silently rolled his back to them. Lon felt guilty watching Nier's sleeping form. Here he'd done his best to protect Tig from the realities of the world, but he'd left Nier wide open to them. It could be argued that Nier had needed to see them more, but not like that, not like things had happened. "Psst," Tig hissed, interrupting his thoughts. "Tig? Lon looked over to the boy. A cool wind rushed up underneath his frill, and he suddenly felt naked, despite his scales. "He can fix my leg, I know it." Nier snored on, ignorant of their conversation. "Should I? Can I?" Lon clicked his jaw shut once, before speaking again. "Tig, it is up to you. There are consequences, though. There always are. Try to think things through. I could be normal. I could run. I'd never need crutches again." Tig continued, staring off into space, lost in a dream of the childhood that he'd never had. "If you ask him to do that, and he does, what will happen to Der Healer?" "Der Healer is huge. He won't notice a small thing like my leg getting fixed. He's got thousands of people praying to him all the time." Nier snorted in his sleep, and Tig brought his voice down. "It can't hurt." Lon had an opinion on that. Several, in fact. If Nier could absorb and reuse all the powers of the D, he could set himself up quite nicely as a die himself. It was a tempting thought, actually. All the powers of the die collected into one person, one being, if that person could mete his might out honestly, fairly. But no real person could do that. The D couldn't even manage to be impartial. There would be no way a mortal could manage it. Not even an embodying. Not even himself, Lon confessed to his own soul. As much as he wanted people to have free will, to toss off the shackles of fickle gods, if he were a god, he'd end up being no different than the Dai were now. A sour taste rose in his mouth. Poisons came without bidding, but all his anger was turned inward. He swallowed. "It can't hurt," Tig repeated to himself. "Aren't you going to tell me not to?" He had every reason in the world for telling the boy to stay quiet. If Nier realized what strengths his powers gave him over others, if by asking for favors, dear healer was drained in absentia, if... No, I'm not. The choice is yours. "But I know what you're thinking," Tig said. "You don't really want me to, do you?" "No, I don't. But it is your decision. I'll abide by it." "You'd love me anyways." Leon barked a laugh, then clapped a hand over his mouth to muffle it. "Tig, of course I would. I love you now. And I'd love you then too." "I don't think you told me that before." Tig smiled across the dying fire at him. "Well, it isn't something full-grown lizards own up to very often. We're supposed to be all snappy and scaly, not nice." "What's so funny?" "You aren't nice. Not very often. But if you love me, then it is all right." The boy curled up inside his blankets and closed his eyes. No." Tig unfolded his crooked-legged out towards the man. "I was wondering if you could fix my leg for me." At Naire's blank look, he continued, "Straighten it, please." Naire double-blinked and looked to Lan. Lan raised his arms, palms out. "Both of you have to make your own decisions." He tried to ignore Tig, mouthing, "Please, please, please, please," in Naire's direction. "All right, if I can. Not sure if this is a good..." Naire shook his head before beginning another tangent. There was a new yellow flare, like a spark of fire jumped between Naire and the boy. He grabbed Tig's leg and Tig yelped. "Will it..." Tig began, wincing preemptively. "There." Naire let go. "All better." I see. As much as he had wanted Tig not to ask, Lan couldn't help but be happy for the boy. "You're welcome." Naire patted the boy awkwardly. "It is nice to know that I'm not entirely cursed." Lan opened and then shut his mouth. He told them to make their own decisions. Only time would tell if his decision had been the right one. A town. Tig spied it first below them, prayer walls glimmering on the plain below. "Let's go." "It isn't really on the way, Tig." Their road clearly went off to one side of the town. The boy frowned. "I haven't walked in a town with my new leg yet." "I won't touch anything," Naire said, "or make any wishes." "All right." Lan acquiesced. "We'll all stay together and just pick up some supplies, okay?" "Okay," Tig said, and started down the hill at a run. "You aren't mad at me, are you?" Naire asked as they set off after the boy. "I'm not mad at you. You made your own decision. Sometimes making up your own mind is more important than making the right decision. At least that's what Lan would believe, until he was proven wrong." "How did you learn that?" Naire asked. "What's wrong with it?" Tig asked. He stuck his hand into the wall, letting the prayers push against him before allowing his hand passage through. "Tig, that's dangerous. What if they left suddenly and took your arm with them?" Lan caught the boy's hand and pulled him towards the proper gate. "I could get Naire to replace it for me," Tig answered as he was dragged along, and Nair followed, after pulling his cloak tighter around his shoulders. The main thoroughfare was lined with stalls, each selling something more magnificent than the last. Spices, jewelry, sheets of fabric, exotic meats, some of them delicately rotting, were strewn over cart after cart, and the people behind them seemed unconcerned that all the items were underpriced. "Nair, what are you talking about?" Tig said. "It's full of candy and small furry pets, and..." "No, it isn't. We need to leave." Nair took Tig's wrists and began dragging him back the way they'd come. Hey now, I have some say in that. Lon stalked after them. There's nothing wrong here. He planted his bulk in front of the two. We're staying, and that's that. Bring your crippled children here for healing, a barker called out from a doorway behind a cart. She was a stout woman with ruddy cheeks and red hair. Good thing I don't need healing anymore, Tig said. Come on, Tig. Lon grabbed the boy's shoulder and began pulling him aside. What? Where? Bring your crippled children here for healing, the barker called again, louder. I'm taking you in. It's the right thing to do. But I'm healed, Tig protested. I already healed him, Nire said, tugging on Tig's other arm. I'm taking him in to get healed, Nire. Lon snapped at the man, opening and closing his mouth quickly, clicking sharp teeth. But, Tig, it is for your own good. Lon hauled Tig across the street, empty of any other buyers for the grandiose goods out for sale. Nothing in life is fair, Lon explained, while shoving Tig in through the doorway. Frack! Frack! Nira's mouth flapped like a dying fish. He leaned over and puked. Nire! Lon cuffed Nire on the back of the head. Show some respect. I'm sorry, madame. His lunch must have disagreed with him. That's quite all right, she said, though her smile was tight. Please bring the boy on in. I don't want to be here. Tig thrashed against Lon's paws. Feral instincts rose in Lon, the hunter that he never let hunt, and he found himself tempted to bite Tig, if only to stop the boy from jerking so temptingly. We treat all sorts of cripples here, the woman continued. It takes time, but with the right combination of prayers, we have managed to heal almost all of them. But I'm not a cripple anymore. Tig pulled and pulled, chaffing his wrist against Lon's scaly paw. Of course you are, Tig. Lon patted the boy's head roughly. What had Tig done with his crutches? The boy was always losing things. Nira dragged himself up a table leg, blotting vomit from his chin with his sleeve. Lan, we've got to go. Now please. Just leave the boy here with us for a few days. He'll show improvement right away. I can feel it. The woman reached out and cupped Tig's face with her hand. Don't touch him. Nira regained his balance and pushed the woman backwards. Don't you want to stay with the other children? Lon gestured to the crowd. Their collective gaze was focused in on Tig, who moved to hide behind Lon's bulk. Tig, this is what's best for you. Can't you see that? Lon carefully detached finger after finger and freed himself. He pushed Tig towards the woman, who grabbed hold of the boy. You'll like it here, I know it. Clenching his jaw, he turned his back on the room. His tail hit Nar's prone body, and he leaned over to take the man out with him. You said you loved me, Tig shrieked behind him. Lon didn't answer as he carried Nar out the door. And again you smell like vomit. Gah! Lon looked at the frail man in his arms. Of course, when he'd fallen, Nira had landed in his own mess. At least the man could change clothing. How was Lon to change scales? His next shed was now months away. We're changing back to normal, a Cadian informed him, furry tail waving. It's painless. Really? There were 100 different people, all embodiments in line. A healer, eyes and robes stark white, several wolfrons, a stone giant, the kinds went on, even a skink. Lon curled his lip. Just passing through. He waved a hand at them from under Nira's slack form. I wonder if Nessos is here. The embodies in line slowly walked into a building, and from another door walked out again, smiling, normal, back to human. They wandered out, looking at the sky as if it were a different shade of blue than they had ever seen before. What would that do to a person? Would their gods punish them later? What would happen to their prayers? And would they stay almost immortal? As much as he didn't like his current form in life, His time as a human, well, it was long ago. Changing into one now wouldn't bring back his past or change the choices he'd made. He still hadn't asked anyone where this town was going to next. He needed to wash himself off and make an attempt to wash Nira. Most properly blessed towns had public fountains, evenly spaced. He hadn't seen one here yet, but he could taste water in the wind. There were no fountains on this street, so he took a turn at the next corner. Walking down the street, the water smell was stronger, but there was an odd flavor to it. Salt. Salty water. What kind of city dye made its citizens drink salt water? Perhaps it was just his tongue misleading him. He circled, tasting the air in every direction. Salt water would be good enough to wash Nair in, if not to drink. So he followed. The scent emanated from a high window. His tongue had 6 extra inches of reach on him, and he pressed himself against the wall as much as he could, holding near, and flicked his tongue upwards. He tucked his tongue back into his mouth and waited for answers it would tell him. Metal. Fresh metal. Bliss? He knew it was her, but only a sob answered him. He rounded the building and found it occupied half a block. Lon carried Naire up to the front of it, pushed the door open with his shoulder, and went inside. "Can I help you?" A burly man stood just inside the building. "I'm looking for someone here. A girl, black skin, curly hair." The man squinted down at Lon. He must be almost as tall as Bliss. "You're the one who put the bounty out on her." Bounty? A vague memory of a piece of paper wafted through his mind. "Yes, but I have to see if she's the right one first." He looked Lon up and down, and then stepped aside. "She's in the last room on the right." Lon nodded and set off down the hall. He stumbled, dropping near to the ground. Recovering, he saw a huddled form in the corner in a ratty cloak. "Bliss?" Near moaned on the ground, and Lon stepped around him to inspect the figure. "Bliss. Bliss, get away!" She flung an arm out at him, and he flinched at the force of her anger. "Bliss, are you all right? Can't you see?" She threw the hood of her cloak back. "I've been abandoned." "See?" Bliss demanded again. "Number what?" "That's it. There's nothing there." The warrioress sniffled in gulps of air before breaking down into shuddering tears. What are you talking about?" Lon looked around and saw Nier on the ground, pulling himself onto all fours. "Her god has abandoned her," Lon explained before patting Bliss's thigh with a consoling paw. "No, he hasn't. Can't you see?" Nier crawled forward. "Nire," Lon hissed, flipping his frill out in warning. "Leave her alone. It isn't like you to be mean." "Tig?" Bliss looked up. It took a long moment for Lon to connect the name to the boy, and then the boy with his actions. "I had to leave him at a home for crippled children. It was best for him," Lon explained, and Bliss nodded in understanding. "It wasn't a home. It was a torture chamber." Nair clawed at his stained clothing. "What is wrong with you? With both of you?" "You're both insane," Nire shouted. "It isn't my fault I got lost, but there must have been something I should have done. Something I didn't do, or ought to have done better." Bliss wiped her nose on a corner of her cloak. "I'd do anything to have my prayers answered again. Anything." "Do you mean that?" Nire asked, shoving his face next to hers. She pulled back, wrinkling her nose. "Of course I do." "Then here." He stuck his hand out. "Pray now. Stab me." "It won't work," she explained. "I've tried, so many times." Bliss hung her head, but touched his hand with her own, grabbing hold of it, lacing her fingers through his, as though they were lovers. "See? I told you," she said after a moment, still holding his hand. "Number I told you." He pulled his hand away, and showed her the tear in his palm, just beginning to well blood. Bliss grabbed it and brought it near her face, poking at it with a finger. "Ow!" Neri yanked his hand away, but left it where she could see the wound. "Do you believe me now?" "How did I do that?" she asked. "You've been doing it all along. Look at your cloak. Did you make all those holes yourself?" Neri rolled himself up to stand, shaking. Lon wasn't sure if that was out of frailty or anger. I did that." Bliss visibly gathered herself. She wiped the tears and mucus off her face and stood, tying her hair into a knot behind her. "I did that. How come I couldn't see it before?" "This place, it's awful," Nier explained. "We should leave before anything else happens." "Hey," the doorman yelled. "You can't take the merchandise without paying." "I am not merchandise. I am commissioned." Bliss turned on him and threw her hand out in his direction. Lon couldn't see anything leave from it, or even the tear that the metal must have made in the man's throat, but the effects of it landing there were obvious. Blood spurted from his mouth, and he gargled, reaching to remove a weapon there that no one else could see, but that he had no choice but to feel. Bliss stalked out through the door. "We need to find Tig," Nere said, following behind at a jog. The name tickled a memory inside of Lon, but right now, staying inside Bliss's fleeting sphere of reality was more important than any half-remembered child. "Tig," Lon exclaimed. "Tig! Where is he?" Lon looked around himself, as though the boy were hiding behind his tail. Bliss put her hands on her knees and crouched over, panting. "We made it." "Tig's still in there," Lon said. "We've got to get him." "Now you believe me," Nere spit and raised a fist to Lon. "I've been trying to explain all along. I'm sorry. I'm going back for him." Lon turned around to head back into the town. "Where is he?" Bliss asked. 2 streets off the main gate to the east, 3 houses down. It's a squat black building, Nair said. Bliss nodded and stood fully again, still breathing heavy. The stains of all her efforts streaked down her cloak, one for each rip, each hole crying metallic tears. "I'll go back. Just give me a moment." Nere gasped, looking beyond them both. "I don't think we have a moment." "I'll handle it. Stay here." Bliss started at a run, heading not for the gate, but for the coalescing prayer walls. "You can't run through a finished prayer wall," Lon yelled after her. "Freck, she's going to get trapped, and Tig will be trapped, and it will be all my fault." Lon sat down. He should be there, be running alongside her, but he knew Nier was right. His faith had been lacking. But Bliss's wasn't. What had happened to her? "What kind of place is this?" "What changed this time?" Lon asked, while looking around. There were a few large stones he could possibly throw through the walls and take out worshippers. Or he could run through and try to attack them directly, if he could concentrate on just that one thing. But Bliss, Lon wished for his frill to open up and flip forward, covering his head completely. "What have I done?" Lon shook his head. "Just embodies and normal-looking people." Nier shuddered. "How can the gods let a place like this exist? And enjoy it?" Lon snorted. "When you are away from gods, you're safe. It's when you get too close to them that this happens." They were silent, both watching the wall. No new worshippers had been added, but those present were stretching out, their hands minutely closer. "We've got to help." Lon stood up. "I don't think that's safe for you." "Well, you go help," Lon said, flinging the dirt in his paws outwards. "Why didn't it affect you anyhow?" Then he realized that Nair only thought he had no ambitions, because everything he truly wanted he'd always been able to fulfill. This place, this hollow town, had nothing it could hold over him. What it offered was a mere shadow of the powers that Nere possessed. "They're getting closer," Nira said, his voice grave. And the smell. Lon kept his lips firmly shut around his mouth and clamped his nostrils as flat as he could, but still scent wafted in with his measured breaths, letting him taste the dreadful things inside. No wonder Nir had thrown up so often. Lon wasn't even sure if his body could throw up, but the human inside of him wished for the cleansing. "You must stay back," Nire warned, taking a place in front of him. "We're too close." Lon shook his head. "They can't get me now. I know what it is. I can taste it." "Come on, Bliss," Lane muttered, edging closer around the man. If they couldn't stop the walls from forming, then he would jump inside and cast his lot with the devotees until he could find Tig and escape. They couldn't keep the walls up forever. Beyond the bodies that Bliss had left behind, people milled about inside the town, aimlessly, physically just out of reach, mentally impossible to ever reach. A group broke away from these and headed towards the wall's line. "They can't hear you." Lon stepped closer. "And we're going to have to hurt them." Nairi looked at him, fear in his older than they ought to be eyes. "I'll do all the hurting, all right? Just keep me sane if you can." Lon fell to all fours. "How am I supposed to do that?" "You'll think of something," Lon said as he went in. There were no words for what he did. None of the worshippers were armed, and most of them were naked. Those that he bit, he poisoned. Those that he didn't bite, he broke the bones of with thrashing whips of his tail. And those that were foolish enough to lean over, to try to stop him with hands, he gutted with swipe after swipe of his paws. "Learn!" a voice called from a distance. His ear holes were already full of screams and groans. He did not listen. There were so many left to kill. Worshippers advanced on him from all sides. Some even landed blows, kicking his softer belly while he was busy with his mouth. "Lon, come out." More people, more entrails, more bad tastes. None of these people would be good to eat. They were soiled through and through. There was a glint, not a claw or a tooth. It was a weapon at last. His humanity leapt up inside of him, to shy away from it, and it tore only through his frill and then glanced off his shoulder. They had struck a blow upon him. Now they would all die. "I'm safe, come out! Please," a new voice called. His own blood scented the air, clean compared to the rest, and he had a moment of calm. He flicked out his tongue, and smell-tasted the only thing worth killing and eating for miles, a small boy on the other side of the wall. Lon raced forward, claws digging into the ground. Despite his fighting, their numbers had overwhelmed him without his knowing. The wall had been sealed with him inside. But Tig was out. He hurtled into the forming wall, feeling it tingle against his skin, the prayer power stored there like a lightning bolt, and he struggled not to spasm, not to let it repel him back into the void. Nire came forward, on the other side, and lay his hand against the wall. Lon reached a paw towards it, though the thickness of the prayers between them stopped them from touching. "Take care of him," Lon yelled, not knowing if his voice would reach the man on the other side. But suddenly the pressure against him released, the pain faded, and he fell forward, his paw really, truly, touching Nir's hand with no wall in the way. He caught himself before he crushed Nir on the ground, holding himself up with 3 legs, one paw against Nir's hand, claws and fingers interlaced. The yellow that followed Nir's wishes, visible only with Lon's heat vision, engulfed and scalded him. Every single bit of him burned, for a fraction of a second, fiercely, and then it was over. When he looked over his shoulder, the town was gone. "I thought of something," Nire whispered, and then passed out. Are you all right?" Tig looked down at Lon, where he lay beside Nire like a wolf, chin on paws, tail curled alongside himself. He'd been afraid to talk to the boy, unsure what to say or how to say it. When he'd walked away from Olivia, he swore that he'd never do anything like that again to someone who loved him. And he'd done it. "Are you all right?" Tig asked again. The boy sat down so that they were eye to eye. "You said you'd never leave me." "I know. And you said you'd always let me make up my own mind about important things." "I know." Lon covered his face with a paw. "Tig, I know. I was a failure." Tig's face screwed up in thought. "Failure for you is leaving me behind?" Lon thought on this. "Yes and no. Failure for me is forcing choices on you, but leaving you behind is part of that. Failure for me was being left behind. I was left behind my whole life," Tig said solemnly. "And now that you're in the thick of things, how do you like it? Sometimes being left behind isn't so bad if it means a meal in your stomach every night and a real bed," Lon said, then amended. "Not here, of course." "Stop making this into a lesson," Tig said, moving over to crawl up into Lon's lap. "Just shut up." Lon snorted and licked the topmost part of Tig's left ear. "That tickles!" The boy laughed and squirmed. Bliss brought her knees up to her chest and held a portion of her torn cloak out, looking at Lon through the holes. "And to think I thought the dogs were bad. Let's move back some at least." "How long were you there?" Tig asked Bliss, once they'd resettled, facing the empty circle. It was unspoken, but no one wanted to turn away from it, worried that if they were unwary again, it might take them for good. The fighter shrugged. "It felt like forever. Maybe even as long as half a month, judging by when we saw you last. I'm not saying that that wouldn't feel like forever, though." Bliss nodded. "What'd they do to you?" Tig asked. "Left me in a room, mostly. I did the rest to myself." She stared off into the distance. "They didn't even have to lock the door. Just chained me to a wall. It wasn't bad, not yet. But I knew from looking around that they weren't going to let me go, ever. Some of the children there weren't kids anymore." His voice quieted. "I was scared." "I'm sorry," Lon said. "I'm really, really sorry." There was no way he could say it often enough, meaningfully enough, to undo what had been done. Tig looked up. "I wonder what happened to the rest of them. You should have seen their faces when Bliss barged in. She was awesome, like Odessa, her hair flying out, and so angry. I've never been so happy to see someone so mad. I wish I could have saved them all." Bliss touched one hand to a scar on the other. "And I didn't even have time to kill all the jailers. Someone should put an end to places like that. I cannot believe the gods allow them to exist." There was a crack of thunder in the distance. "Rain?" Tig asked. "This isn't happening," Bliss yelled over the noises. But it was happening, all around them. There was the scent of smoke, and even from the distance, they could hear screams from down below. "What's going on?" Tig screamed, struggling to see around Lon's bulk, before screaming and pulling away. "Don't let them get me." "I won't," Lon promised. He uncurled and saw the city behind them, the same city, only in ruins. Buildings were collapsed, billows of smoke arose from fires everywhere, and there was no prayer wall to be seen. The town's previous occupants were rushing outwards, running, lurching, crawling, trying to escape the wreck. How would reality hit them? There were so many cries of pain, and Lon was almost sure that not all of them were from physical harm. "This is not happening," Bliss repeated, backing up, bumping against him. "We've got to get out of here. I don't want them to touch me." "Me neither," Tig said. "Where?" Tig asked. "Away. Let's go." Lon headed off. "That's not fast enough." Bliss paced in a fast circle. "We can't outrun them. I don't want to be tainted again. Metal loves me. They can't take that away. I won't let them. Her brown eyes were large, panic-framed with white. Bliss, it's all right. Their city is gone. Their DI is gone with it, Lon tried to explain. There is nothing they can do to us. We were the ones who broke it, Tig whispered. They might be mad. All the more reason to get on the road now, Lane yelled, exasperated. Come on! No, Bliss said. She reached out and wrapped her long arms around Lon, Nara, and Tig, her tattered cloak billowing around them. We're going! Now! Bliss. Lon didn't have any time to contemplate what she was doing before he saw her body open a seam around itself. Liquid blood poured out in a sheet, up from her arms, rising over his head, down from her arms, reaching to the ground. He barely had to time worry for her. And then it was done. It was cold. So cold that he wished he could sleep immediately. Lon blinked and looked around. How did she do that? Tig asked. They were on the ground, close together, and Lon still cradled Nere. Where are we? Someplace else. Lon didn't recognize their location. Bliss had turned herself into a one-woman prayer wall, a Blessy, a Dory, Devota, and everything in between. Bliss. Tig reached out and shook her shoulder. Lon carefully set Nere aside and placed fingers on the fighter's neck. There was still a pulse there, faint, but steady. Lon had once wondered what it would take to bring the woman down. Now he knew. A half-month of self-torture, followed by several acts of bravery, and the solo creation of a prayer wall. Dear Dessa, she'll be all right. Get firewood. I don't think we're leaving here tonight, wherever here is. Lon unshouldered their bags and pulled out blankets for their two prostrate friends. Where? Where am I? The words brought Lon out of his daze. He wouldn't feel warm again until they crossed a desert. He was sure of it. Lon recognized Nere's voice and struggled both eyelids open. You're awake. Barely. Where are we? The man sat up, yawned, and shuddered. My head aches. What did I... He began, then stopped. Oh, I'm glad my stomach is empty. Gah. He began rubbing his own temples. Are you all right? Is there anything I can do? Lon handed over their water bottle. Save some for Bliss, please. The man nodded and only took a swig. How did we get here? Let's start earlier then. What did you do to that town? Lon wanted to have the truth out before dawn. I touched it, but it isn't just touch, it's touch, and will and wishing, some out loud and some not. I wanted it to stop. I wanted it all to stop. But to stop it, I had to understand it. I had to take it in. Near blotted the corners of his mouth with the back of his hand. You don't want to know what is in me now. Lon was sure that was true. Do you want to talk about it? Near shook his head and was quiet for a time before giving Lon a snort and showing teeth in a cruel grin. You know, it's bad of me to kill gods and all, if that's what I do, but that one deserved to die. I just wish I didn't have to taste it along the way. Lon could feel muscles clenching from his jaw, neck, and shoulders. But Nairi had only been forced to do it to save his own scales. And what would the world miss that place for? Surely the people in it were better off for escaping. Or dying. You're thinking again, Nere said, and his shoulders fell. I had to do something. I didn't know what to do. You can't accuse me. I'm not accusing you, Lon said. It made life a lot easier knowing that Nere was truly a teenager, despite his looks. I'm just weighing consequences, and worried about Bliss. Nere sighed, rebuffed. Is she all right? What happened to her? She's the one who got us here. She created a prayer wall out of her own prayers, and the metal from her body. It was quite a feat. Naire gave a low whistle. Must have wore her out. Wow, He closed his mouth. I was going to wish. It would be so easy. Lon nodded. But now that you know what effects your actions have, Nire, you've got to consider them more. I know. It's hard, though. Very hard. I'm sorry. I wish that it weren't, Lon said, then winced at his phrasing. We'll be here for you, and we'll think of some way to deal with things together. I'd like that, Nira said, looking at the ground. That isn't a spider, is it? Nira jumped up and scooted back from the campfire. What? Lon looked around. There was a rustling in the grass. He lunged out and caught it, a misguided field mouse. He glanced at Tig, who was soundly asleep, and then popped it into his mouth. After swallowing, he answered, "Number, not a spider." Nire crept closer and sat down again. Good. Watching that was disgusting, but spiders are worse. How do you know about spiders? Lon asked. Have you ever seen one? Nire pulled apart a piece of grass. Not exactly. I've heard about them, though. And what was it that you heard about them? Lon prodded. As difficult as it was to believe that there was a 15-year-old boy inside the adult's body, it was times like these that helped him understand. No grown man would admit to being afraid of an imaginary creature. I heard that they are evil blood-sucking things. He dropped the grass and linked his thumbs together, letting his fingers crawl forward. They move like this, only they've got 20 legs. Lon raised an eye ridge. He was suddenly tempted to ask Nira about the possibilities of miniature human-mole combinations, complete with archery skills, then decided that he didn't want to know. They come in all sizes, Nir continued, from small ones that will crawl in your ears and suck out your brains, to big ones that will eat whole here. Indeed, Lon said, his voice flat. He wouldn't have believed the man, except that his time in the desert had proven Naira right. Only Lon knew what Naira did not. 20-legged spiders of enormous size shouldn't exist. The last known spiders had only 8 legs. Lon knew because he'd seen one of them as a child. So 20-legged spiders, like the ones he and Tig had seen, must be a product of something else. Like Nire's imagination. Are you afraid of anything else? Nair shook his head. Not really, but I'm very, very, very afraid of spiders. And the more frightened he was, the more he would think about them, and perhaps the more of them he would create elsewhere to waylay other unsuspecting people. You know, we followers of Dessa Serpent have a special prayer against spiders, Lon said at last, after considerable thought. Nire brightened. What is it? Lon shook his head. You couldn't pronounce it. Not with your tongue. Lon waggled his bifurcated tongue at the man. But I'll say, if it you wish, and as long as you stay near me, you'll be protected too. All right, do it, please. Lon bit his own lip. What would sound properly sibilant in the prayer speech? He might as well just pray for real. Clasping his paws together, he looked up at the sky. Less than or equal to, there, he announced in normal speech. We'll be safe. Thank you, Nire said. Nire, why don't you pray to a god for protection? Lon asked. Nire shook his head. I told you before, I don't pray at all. I just make wishes. And whatever god you need to answer you, answers you? I think, but I have to have been in contact with them, to touch them, or in the case of the City D, be inside their prayer walls. After that, their power is mine. Nire said, then laughed. I could wish the spiders away, but then I'd have to see one first. Lon inhaled to explain how he thought that Nire was responsible for recreating the spiders in the first place, but decided against it. Nire had learned enough about himself for one day. It would be all right to save just one thing for the next. To never have prayed to anyone, ever. Lan pondered it while Nire sat still. It was difficult to imagine, even though it was what Lan once had strived for. He had had to pray to the city Di growing up, of course, and to Healer when he'd tried to make up his own mind, but Nire was truly what he had once wished to be. If he'd only been stronger, or more pure, or willful, he could control the power that now ran unchecked through Nire. The realization stunned him. "Are you all right?" Nire asked, reaching out to touch him. Lan shook himself. "I'm fine, just thinking too hard. You and me both." He cast a glance at Bliss, still asleep beside the fire. "How can I use myself for good, Lan? If I heal Bliss now, I might hurt healers all over the world, but I don't want her to die. We're not in a rush, Nir. She'll heal in her own time." Nire snorted. "I've never been in a rush. I don't even know where I should go, or where I belong. This is the longest I've been around other people, the same people, in my whole life." "Surely you had parents, Nar," Lan said, and the man shook his head. "Not that I can remember. I wish to remember, more than anything, and it seems like the only thing that I can't do. We'll think of something, Nira, though I can relax now." "How come?" "Well, my Dessa was obviously hiding from you. Since you're not attacking her, and I'm still alive, she must be safe. That's some comfort." Lan looked over at Tig's sleeping form. "I was worried for Tig, mostly," Lan mused aloud. "I didn't want him to get hurt, even if I didn't think he could be a proper follower of Dessa Serpent, not the way he was, with his leg." "Who are you to put your Dessa in a box and tell her what she can and cannot do?" Nire said. Lan was taken aback, but Nire continued before he could say anything. "She's pretty smart, your Dessa, hiding herself from everyone, making her followers almost mortal, so I wouldn't wish to be one of them, since all of them seem powerless. I am what she was worried about. I believe that now, but now she is doubly safe." Nire looked at Lan, eyes somber. "Because if I were to wish, I would want to be you." "Nare," Lan began, his mouth filling with 1,000 different reasons why his life was immaterial and unimportant. "You know where you're going. You know where you've been. You've got someone that loves you no matter what, and you are favored by your Dessa. Only if I were you, you wouldn't be you anymore, and it probably wouldn't work. It's the one thing I could wish for 1,000 times, and probably never get quite right." Niri hauled his legs to his chest. "I wonder if she'll come out of hiding now." "Maybe. There's no way for me to know till I find another follower." "What am I going to do, Lan? What if I get sick and wish for something I ought not to, or drunk? I don't want to destroy things. I don't want to leave cities godless or have Dai hiding in fear." Nire stood and walked around the campfire. "I might as well wish to be dead." "Number, don't do that," Lan said. To think that he had once prayed to live, and now this man without prayers wished to die. "There's a place you can go to look for answers. I can take you there, to the Palatine." "Where is that?" Lan almost bit his own tongue. It was irresponsible to even think of taking Nir there, but Nir needed to know what he was. He could circle the world 1,000 times and never learn on his own. And Lan realized that he needed to know what Nir was. If Nire's life was predestined, or a possibility that Lan had never fully had the strength to choose, the Palatine was the only place that could answer either of them. But they would have to be careful. Nire's actions there could be catastrophic. "Lan," Nir pressed. Lan smiled. "Sorry. It is everywhere, sort of. Once Bliss wakes up, we'll go there. Every Dee has a home there, a beautiful temple. We'll find the Dai you answer to, or if you answer to none, we can find you someplace safe to live, so you can do what you want without influencing others unduly. I think you'll be safe there." In fact, I think the people there would welcome you, the people at the Temple of Knowledge especially. They live inside a huge whale." "Really?" Nier perked. Lon nodded. "And you think they might want to know me, and not be afraid of me?" "I'm sure of it," Lon answered. Neri pondered this and then smiled. "That would be nice." Together they were quiet until dawn. "Is she going to be all right?" Tig asked in the afternoon, when Bliss was still asleep. "I think so." Lon could have made better guesses if she were normal, but with her strange blood and her intense endurance, it was hard to judge. To think that she was not an embodiment yet, what more could she possibly be? "Can't he just heal her?" Tig asked, then looked to Neri. "Can you?" "Tig, please, don't ask," Neri said. "She will be all right?" he asked Lon, for maybe the 40th time that day. "We'll get some food in her. She didn't suffer a head wound that I know of, so it's just exhaustion." He did his best to sound official, and it did seem to satisfy both boys. He rummaged in his bag until he found the coins, her earnings from Redian's tournament. "Where did you get all that money?" Nier asked, curious but unfazed. "It's hers, actually." Lon held Bliss's mouth open and put coins into it, one at a time, making sure the first had melted before he put in the next. "What are you doing? That might choke her." Nier reached out a hand to block him. "She drinks it," Tig explained. "It's how she gets metal to shoot out." Tig put a coin on her forehead, and it melted like snow, dribbling towards either temple. Lon tisked. "Tig, don't waste them." Neri rocked back onto his heels. "Oh." He took a coin from the purse and rubbed it between his fingers for a bit before putting it back. The cold night chilled Lon into such a stupor that he almost didn't notice Bliss waking. She, injured as she was up faster than he could get his dulled body to function. "Bliss," his cold tongue hissed out. "How are you?" The words were slow. "Are you okay?" she asked. Cold. You?" "Tired. And hungry." She went to their bags and started rifling through them. "Fed you the last of the metal yesterday," Lon said. He pulled out a rock that was warmed near the fire and swallowed it, feeling its heat saturate his insides for too brief a time on its way down. "Yesterday? How long have I been out?" "2 days now, each colder than the last." He smiled, and she laughed. "Cold like home. Where are we?" Bliss took him at his word and set the bags down. "You tell us. You brought us here." The blank look on her face told him he ought to explain. "The hollow town came back, and you engulfed us in sheets of liquid metal. Made your own prayer wall. It brought us here." "I did. I didn't know I could do that." "Glad to see it was a well-thought-out plan." Lon attempted to grin. "We shouldn't be staying out here in the cold." Bliss sniffed her cloak, sighed, and then wrapped it more tightly about herself. "We should find a town, someplace warm, to sleep at. But we're out of money now, aren't we?" She smacked her lips. "Tastes like copper. Had to feed you the cheap stuff eventually, and I know we should leave, but we were waiting for you to get better." 2 days? She asked again. Lon nodded. "I managed to sleep through this smell for 2 days." She offered out her cloak for him to sniff. Lon shut his nostrils and made a face. "I know what your cloak smells like. We were helping you for 2 days, remember?" "Sorry," she said, then giggled. "I'm a bit out of things." "Get closer to the fire." Lon herded her in, and she curled around the dying coals as he stoked them up. "Looks real familiar," she muttered to herself. Even the stars above seemed the same somehow. "Do you want some water, Bliss?" To his heat vision, she appeared hot. Was it the fire or a fever? He should have looked earlier. Number, I'm fine. I just feel queasy. It's very unlike me. But then forming prayer walls and transporting people about is very unlike me, too. She smiled dreamily. Maybe real food tomorrow will help. I'll set some snakes on it. There's bound to be ground geese here somewhere. If there are any snakes out. If the cold does this to you, Lon. Bliss shook her head, nuzzling closer to the ground. I'll hunt tomorrow. Maybe take Tig along. Needs to learn, she muttered, drifting back into sleep. Lon spent the last of his alertness making twists of grass to feed into the thin fire. She woke up last that morning, and only Lon was sure she'd wake. I can, Nira said, reaching out to her. She was up last night. She'll be fine. Lon prepared to swat his hand away. Her heat signature is normal, finally. It hasn't been normal all along, Tig asked, sounding upset. Bliss rolled over and blinked slowly. Nothing about me is normal. Most times. She slowly pushed herself up to sitting. I don't think I've slept that much before in my life. Never was allowed. She surveyed their surroundings. Were those mountains there last night? She pointed, as if other mountains were available. Yes, of course. Was she really all right? Lon wondered. You just couldn't see them because it was dark. Bliss continued to stare at them. Did you have a destination in mind when you brought us here? Nire asked. Perhaps that's why. I brought you all. She paused, forming the word once before saying it. Home. Bliss is home, Bliss is home, Tig sang. Can we meet your parents? She staggered up. They're not the kind of parents you bring people home to meet. They aren't even my parents, really. Still, though, I'm going there, and if you wanted to come along, that'd be all right. Lon looked to Nira and could see his curiosity matched there. We could use some furs for warmth, Lon said, as Tig and Niri nodded. The Palatine could wait a day. Bliss led them. Once out of their grove of trees, with the mountain to navigate by, she knew exactly where they were going, and, thank the Dessa, they were on the right side of the mountain range. Lon could taste smoke in the air, stronger than mere cooking fires would create. Then again, to keep all of Dear Metal's followers in supplies, they probably had a huge mining operation underway. Straight ahead, we should see it soon. There'll be food there, clothes too. Her pace slowed instead of hastened, and Tig and Neri both caught up and passed her. What's wrong? Lon asked, once the boys were out of reach. Nothing. She gave him an aloof shrug. 2 months ago it might have daunted him. This time, though, he knew more lay beneath. I don't think I've ever seen you scared of anything. Bliss sighed, relaxing back to the Bliss he knew, and not the Bliss on display. I'm not scared, just worried. They sent me out and now I'm back. I might have broken the commission. What if the person who wanted me is already dead? Her pace slowed even further. What happens to me then? I've been trying not to think about it. Surely they can find you another home, Bliss. You don't eat much, you don't sleep much, and when you do, you don't snore. Lon said, taking a quick step aside. Hey, Bliss snorted and rolled her eyes at him. If I wanted to hit you, I'd shoot you, and you have to run farther than that. She walked on a few paces, then stopped again. I was meant for something. I know I am. It's frustrating not to know what it is, or how to get it. We're almost there, Bliss. They'll figure things out for you. She stopped, but that's just it. I want to figure out things for me. This is the first time I've been away from them in my life, Lon. I wanted to do it all myself. As much as I need them, and as quickly as I need to get there, it still burns that I have to go in the first place. Lon waited for her to go on. I hate needing them, she said, not facing him, but the mountains. And then she walked off, her long legs outstriding Lon. Narration and Tig were waiting, not far ahead. Bliss stopped a few paces behind them. She was taller than they were, and could already see what they saw. "What happened?" Tig asked. Lon looked, and had no answers. The valley below them cleaved from the mountain's bedrock, a jagged dagger blade of gray steel-colored stone. But if it was a dagger, it was an unclean one, speckled with rust, and maybe worse. Flecks of charred blackness littered the valley, and some of them still smoldered. Bliss took off down the hill at a run. "What happened here?" Tig asked again as they paused outside what had been the largest building. Though nothing identifiable remained, other than its outer walls, the heat emanating from it kept them back several tail lengths. A god, Lon guessed. It was smitten. "Smitten," Tig repeated vacantly, tasting the word. "Struck down. Lightning bolts from above, earthquakes from below, that sort of thing." His heat vision was almost overwhelming his normal sight. Everything pulsated with heat. The objects, the ground, the sky. His desert-made body felt alive for the first time since coming to this land, but his mind was having a hard time grasping the destruction. "I need to find her." "Where do we look?" Nar asked. "You two stay back. The smoke is heavy in places. Get back to the grass line, the green grass line. Whatever God did, this might decide to do it again." "But everything here is dead," Tig protested. "Gods don't smite to kill, they smite to obliviate. And as pathetic as this place is now, it is yet a place." Lon fell to all fours and crawled forward towards the rubble. "Bliss," he called as he searched, and regretted it. He'd taste smoke for weeks at this rate, and it covered up all trace of the woman's scent. "Bliss, where are you? Please, Bliss, we're worried." "You're worried," she exclaimed, and Lon saw her, inside the remnants of a building, flames still flowing inside the charred woodwork, like miniature flows of lava. "You have the gall to be worried for me. Look at this." "Bliss, I see it. There's nothing we can do." "Why?" she asked, not listening to him. "Why?" She screamed it at the sky. Lon stood and said in his most commanding voice, "Bliss, come out of there." She twisted around to focus on him, her hair wild. "Why? Where do I have to go?" She held out her hand, and a blade of metal shot out from her wrist. "Bury me here, will you?" she asked. But before she could inflict any injury on herself, the blade melted like butter. Lon could hear its relative coolness hissing against the ground it fell on. "Bliss, you get out here this instant!" Lon stepped towards her. "You're still alive. Your god is still alive. What vengeance can you exact if you're dead?" She shook her head, and Lon could smell her hair charring, acrid above the rest of the smoke. "I'm staying here. I should have been here. What if this was what I was meant to stop, Lon?" "Don't move." Lon moved towards her, torn between the pain of all four paws on the ground versus two legs and one trailing tail. "Lan, what if I have no destiny anymore? What if I've ruined it all? I don't feel it inside of me anymore, Lan. I used to feel it there. I don't now." Her voice was raising in volume and in emotion. "You've got a god. You've got a destiny." Lon finally reached her and raised up again. He grabbed her and she struggled, but all of her bolts melted as they pressed against his scales. "Stop that! Do it again and I'll poison you." "You've got a god and you don't have a destiny," she said, relenting. He picked her up. Was it just his imagination, or did she feel lighter? And carried her down and out of the building. "I had one. Once." He flicked his tongue against her ear as he said the words, and fanned out his frill in a useless gesture to protect her from the omnipresent heat. She sighed and sobbed against his scaly chest. "Bliss?" Nier asked of her, as Lon set her down. Her eyes were closed, and Nier asked Lon, Did we lose her again? He reached out a hand to touch her, and Lon decided not to stop him. The man had to be allowed some gestures without Lon making assumptions. Bliss leapt into life, hauling Neri down to her level, a blade of metal extruded from her wrist, this time straight and true. You did this. You wished this somehow. What? Neri twisted in her grasp, cutting himself on her knife. Don't die till you answer me, she hissed in his ear. Neri growled, and Lon saw his face change to be like the gorillans that he'd once drained. This isn't a threat, but I could drain you now, and your god would have one less follower. Not a threat. Bliss, let him go. Lon surveyed the situation. He could try to jump her, and hope that in her tired state she'd be slow, or he could try to reason with her, and hope. If Nier did this, he began. Put that away, Tig said, shoving his hand towards her knife. Bliss yanked Nier backwards, but Tig followed. He's our friend. He didn't do this. He saved you from the Hollow Town, remember? Tig said. Then who did this? And why? Maybe he didn't mean to, but he killed the entire Hollow Town. And that's what happened here. Gods just don't do this. Yes, they do, Lon said. I've seen this 3 times before. 2 towns and 1 city. It happens. Her full lips arched into a frown. There's no point in going on if I'm the last. Bliss, most of us live every day without a destiny. If we can manage to survive, so can you, Nere said. He threw himself forward, and she retracted her blade just in time. His face was normal again. I didn't do this. I couldn't do this. Never, Bliss. Never. And if I knew who it was, I'd drain them dry. She nodded, then looked over her shoulder at the smoke rising from below. Tears streaked down her face. I can't take this. If I knew where to go to next, if I knew what to do next, maybe. She gulped air like she'd never tasted it before, and then turned back to their group. How can you live like this? It's not that hard, Nere informed her. You get used to wandering. You find your own reasons for living. Sometimes just seeing the next sunset is enough. I liked feeling like I had a destiny, she admitted. Oh, you still have one, girl, Lon said. People like you always do. People like you find one, even if you don't, he mentally added. Besides, I know where another temple of your god must reside. Really? Where? She brightened immediately. The Palatine. It was next on our list of places to go, anyhow. Bliss just as quickly frowned. Only embodiments can get into there. Have you actually been there? Lon said, crossing his forelegs. No. Then trust me. We can all get in, if we all want to. And we're going. Bliss spent the rest of the morning assembling a cairn where the entrance to her home had been. It did not take long. Chunks of rock were easy enough to find. They'd done a quick search for body parts to entomb, but there was no way to sift the hot ashes for bones. Tig found a tooth, and Lon watched him pocket it, instead of putting it into the monument Bliss was creating. Dear Metal does not require his followers to pray often. We followers are our own obedience. Our very lives testify to his greatness, and without him we would cease to exist, she said, facing the rubble. She then turned towards their group and gave a half shrug. You all already knew that, and so did they, when they were alive. She sighed. You could probably guess that we're not really trained for this. Lon stepped up. The gods can be fickle. We've seen that more than once on this journey, and I know it to be true. This around us is representative of that. It might make you wonder why we're here, and what we ought to do with our time, when it could end in an instant, without warning. You have to live your life according to what you know to be true. The people here at least died with honor, because they were following their hearts. They were at this temple, worshipping their god. They followed him with their bodies, and paid with their lives. He rested his paw on the pile of rocks. May we be as lucky in our efforts to find a reason we think is worth dying for, instead of one that others force upon us. Lon turned from the cairn and stepped away. That was nice, Tig whispered, brows furrowed. I think... Lon flicked his tongue out at the boy. I feel bad about going. Bliss turned to look back at the place she'd grown up. I should stay and try to rebuild things. Lon bobbed his frill. I can't make you come with us, but there is a bounty on you, Bliss. While I don't envy any man who'd come to collect it, perhaps traveling with us for a time is safer. A bounty? For what? She reared back like an indignant hear. Lon could think of 100 potential crimes that had all seemed very reasonable at the time she'd committed them. You can always come back here, Tig said before Lon had to answer. You can't always adventure with us. Bliss closed her eyes before answering. True, and there might be answers there. Lon nodded. Getting them would be easier if we had an offering. I don't think Dessa's Serpent's temple will have a full larder waiting for us. People bring food to get in, Tig asked. No, for the people there. There are people there, Bliss asked. The embody who tend the temples and see to the pilgrims. Yes, pilgrims are supposed to bring enough food for themselves and 1 or 2 embody. Lon waved his paws in the air as Neri inhaled to speak. It will be easier to just take you there to see for yourself than for me to answer all of your questions. Will other things do? Tig asked. Like what? Lon surveyed their stark surroundings. The smiting had killed or run off all the livestock Bliss's people might have possessed. This is a nice-looking stick. He held it up for inspection. I'd like it if I were a Digi. Tig, that's one of your crutches, Lon pointed out. Have you had that in my bag this whole time? Yes, I was thinking of giving it to Neri's D, whichever one it turns out to be, to thank him. I don't have a D, Tig. Near eyed the crutch. I'd appreciate it, though, if I were one. Getting healed means a lot to me. Tig pointed the crutch towards Near, who took it. Then Tig looked at Lon. Can we go now? I suppose we can. It's the thought that counts. If it is given with a pure heart, Lon said. They set off towards the mountains, Lon in the lead. He didn't want to take the smell of smoke in with them, or risk angering whichever DI had gotten to Bliss's hometown first. A few miles of distance wouldn't hurt. Where is it? Tig asked, running alongside him. How much farther? Close, Tig. Close! How can you know that it's close, if you didn't even know where we were before Bliss woke up? Near asked. Trust me, it's close. Lon flipped his frill up. The Palatine is not near my home, Bliss announced, crossing her arms. I ran out for 2 days at a time. We're not even half a day away. What's that feeling? Near asked. He whirled around. How odd that he would notice it first, even before Lon did. But Lon knew it was coming. The smell of things ancient and sweet, the feeling of the ground changing beneath his feet, from lichen-covered rocks to green grasses, and the sounds of bustling worship, almost an aura of prayers. This is the Palatine, he told Nair, as he took Tig's hand in his paw. What is? Bliss asked. Nero took her hand. I see it, Tig said. It's beautiful. Where is it? Bliss demanded. Tig, take Bliss's other hand. The boy did so, and Lon watched her face as awareness of their new location passed over her. They stood outside an open gate. Rolling hills rippled towards the horizon, and every hill had a temple upon it, each more startling than the last. Where are we? Bliss asked, her voice hushed. How come I never noticed this before? The Palatine is everywhere at once, but it's hard to find without a guide who has been there. He smiled at her. Luckily, you have me, It's a little bit like stepping onto the moving water of a river, staying balanced as you move along with it, and not falling through. He carefully released her hand. Let Tig keep hold of your hand for a bit longer. It's always easier for children to find. In fact, it was in a childhood dream that Healer had first called to him long ago with visions of his temple. It had taken him 100 years to come here, and at the time he was as surprised to see that the Healer temple was always how he had imagined it, cool, bright and white, as he was to realize that he still remembered what it looked like from his dream 100 years prior. Silver. Bliss trailed her free hand down the gate's metal. It's not real enough. Lon pointed at the road under their feet. That's not gold either, in case you're tempted. But it looks exactly like it. Nero knelt and scratched a brick with his fingernail. It acts like it too, or like I've heard that gold acts. He snorted, standing. Never really seen it before. It figures that it's not real now. Lon tugged at his frill. It's real enough, but only here. I wouldn't want to see what it would do in your stomach later, Bliss. He looked at the unformed stuff behind them, the swirls of something nothingness that the gate held back, and pointed to it. If you take it out with you, it goes back to that, and you're never allowed back here again. He let his heat vision overlap his normal sight again, and saw the sultry reds and sallow yellows of the rocky clouds and misty stones behind them. The color of yellow in it was now familiar to him, though it took him a moment to place the color and shade. It was almost the same stuff that clung to Nair when the boy wished for things. Was this what Nair was tapping into when he wished? The etheric clay of the gods. Looking down at Nair with his heat vision, here the man looked like he'd just stepped out of the cloud sands himself, as if he'd been formed of it. Tig stooped to touch the gold paving stones. Riches that can't be shared don't have any value. Lon pulled himself away from his thoughts and looked around again with his normal sight. They are valuable enough, but only here, to impress people who don't know any better. But we all do, Lon said and walked inward. Lon enjoyed several full minutes of silence as everyone else gawked at their surroundings. The golden road led downhill, meandering back and forth between the walls and gardens that demarcated each D's territory. Each separate temple had its own styling, its own worshippers, even its very own mood. Some were looming fortresses that spoke to the strength and fury of their deity. Others were pleasant garden villas that stretched to cover several hills. Only a few of their occupants were obvious from looking at them from afar, and they were almost impossible to figure out from the road. Where should we go first? Near finally asked as the road sank down the hill, and all that was visible were the impressive walls of each D's compound. Tig was busily poking his hands in and out of a wall of standing water, and the fish inside of it were inspecting his hand. Tig, stop that! Lon swatted at the boy, who danced a few steps further down to continue his fun. Lon flipped his frill, but decided not to pursue the matter. You're supposed to know where to go from here. Can you feel it inside of you? He looked from Nair to Bliss. Either of you? Bliss closed her eyes, and Nair's face scrunched in concentration. But both of them shook their heads when they were through. Well, maybe later. You're not embodiments yet, and it probably takes longer when you're not. I'm not sure because I never came here until I was 1. Is this Dear Ocean's home? Tig asked. Near walked up to the wall, reached a hand into the water, and then licked a finger. It's fresh. Maybe a lake dye? The representation of a small boat floated by on the top of the wall. We're going to go to visit an old friend of mine, Lon announced. She can catch us up on things we've missed here, and then we can look around. We'll find your temples eventually. But I don't pray to a DI, Lane. I thought we were going to go to the Temple of Knowledge, Narration said. Lon snorted. There's a slight problem. I don't know where that is right now, either. You can't just whisk us away again, Bliss asked. Lon smirked. No, sorry. It's not that easy once you're inside. The landscape always changes. Part of the pilgrimage is finding where you want to go. Can't we just go to the Dessa's temple? Tig asked, rejoining their group, soaking wet. I don't think that it's a good idea. Lon shook his head. Why not? Nier asked. There was worry in his eyes. I'm not hiding it from you, if that's what you're asking. It's just that the temples change as their worshippers change, and since Dessa's serpent's hiding now. So where are we going? Bliss cut him off. Dessa Beauty's, actually, and it was made out of flowers last I saw, but she could have easily decided to be underwater herself today. Lon dragged a claw tip through the water wall, leaving a vertical wake. It's best not to assume ahead of time here. So should we go knock on the door? Bliss lifted her hair back with her hands and peered through the water wall as if it were rippled glass. No. Lon smiled. One thing about her temple won't change. Her worshippers. I'm sure we'll find a group of girls heading there soon. A manmer walked up to the water wall from the other side and peeked through, leaving his gills and legs inside the water. What lies beyond? He began to ask through large fleshy lips. We don't want to gain entrance, Inquisitor. Lon stopped him before he finished his riddle. Can I help you? The manmer then asked, but only after gesturing behind himself. Other manmers advanced, and some of these had spiky fins, splayed out. Lon thought he saw venom dripping from them, but it might have been an illusion created by the water wall. Where is Dessa Beauty's temple? Lon asked. Last group of her followers I saw went that way. The man-mare tilted his head to indicate the direction they should go, sending a spray of water at them. Thanks, Tig said, dancing backwards to avoid getting wet. Lon was splashed as the man-mare stepped backwards, and the waters closed over where he had been. The man-mare left in a precise order, the finned ones protecting the Inquisitor's path out. Let's go, Tig said as he walked off. Dessa Beauty. I can't wait to see her. She must be, well, beautiful. Should have asked him when he saw her followers, Lon muttered to himself. They'd walked the length of 2 temples' walls, and he didn't taste anyone else on the wind. Why? Bliss asked as Tig skipped ahead. They move, I told you that. New temples are made all the time. Made? How? Whenever people get together with common wishes, you can create a DI without meaning to. And it seems that you can just as easily kill one by disbelief or neglect. Lon answered, speaking loud enough for Nier to hear. Hey, or by smiting all his followers. Bliss leaned against a new wall, one seemingly formed of gray clouds, and Lon realized that the last time he'd been here, there hadn't been so many walls. When you had to be invited to go into temple grounds to begin with, walls were pointless, as were guards. Inquisitori made sense, of course, to test the faithful if the gods so chose, but not actual guards. What was the point of guards in the Palatine? This was the home of the gods. All action against other gods was prohibited here. In fact, Dai could never take action against one another directly, though followers were fair game, as Bliss's home testified. Is this the Dai of Storms? Tig asked, creating a dull thud as he knocked against the cloud wall. Tig, I don't know. Nier poked his hand in and out of the wall beside Bliss. Doesn't feel wet. Not how it looks. Maybe smoke. He sniffed his hand, then pushed it back into the wall. Nier! Lon slapped the man's hand out of the wall. Don't do that. What? Neri looked at him innocently. I'm not doing anything. The wall is solid for everyone else but you. You're doing something. Naire's eyes opened wide. I didn't mean to. It just looked like I could push my hand through it. I thought this might happen. Your expectations changed it. You have to watch yourself, Lon began. Bliss fell forward as creatures pushed through the wall behind her. Hey, she whirled, blades emerging from each wrist, but where the wall was solid, these creatures were not, and no metal that Bliss could produce would score them. They were ripples of mist, folding ever in on themselves while advancing. Who drank of our god? The first asked, while the second made two snaking branches of itself to engulf them. We're going now, Lon announced. He lunged for Tig and started running down the golden pathway. You drank of our god without asking, a mist creature yelled behind them. Lon glanced back and saw the creatures roiling up behind them, pulling more mass from the wall, and the wall itself beside them, stretching out towards them and gaining. Where are we running to? Bliss asked. Lon knew she was jogging, but heard Naira panting alongside. Beauty, hopefully, or any other deity that any of us have ever worshipped. I can, Nire began, looking at the wall pressing in from beside them. No, don't even say it aloud. Lon gnashed his teeth in midair at the man. This way. Bliss led them down a smaller tendril of the gold road as they outran the storm wall. And then there was no wall at all. They were outside an open area. Bliss ran onto it first, and Neri followed. Lon scraped to a halt at the lawn's edge. Let's go, Tig yelled from his place in Lon's armpit. Where's the Inquisitor? Lon looked around. Who cares? Bliss yelled. Get over here. She and Nair had paused. She was surveying the area for defensible locations, and he was bent over, gulping down air. Lon did as he was told, gingerly stepping into the new land. The mist chasing behind them rose over where he had been, arcing up against the open land, only to roil back against itself, as if there were a wall there. Was there one? Had they been permitted inside? Had Nira done something? On accident or on purpose? The mist creatures circled, but could not enter, and slowly their vapors settled into nothingness. That was close, Nire said when he could speak. He stared at the ground, and Lon was sure his face was red. I'm sorry. You're sorry? You almost got us. Us? Bliss stuttered, her anger overwhelming speech. Smoted? Tig guessed. Lon bapped Tig on the head before setting him down. Accusations later. It was an accident. Watch your thoughts, Nire, and assume nothing, please. The boy nodded, and Lon looked around. We probably need to get away from here. Why? Bliss asked. This place seems the safest to me. Nothing here for him to touch. She spit on the ground. I didn't hurt your home. Will you leave me alone? Nier jutted his empty hands out at her, and she jumped back. Don't touch me. Bliss looked at Nier, fists clenched. Lon prepared for metal to shoot out of her at any moment, in any direction, and wouldn't have been surprised to see it burble under her skin. Maybe he could wish them all back to life, Tig said. He made to move forward, between them again, but Lon held him back. I mean, if a god did it, and Nier can undo gods, can't he undo their actions as well? Nair's face brightened like a child's. He was a child, Lon reminded himself, for the 100th time. I could do it, Bliss. He stepped forward in excitement. We could go back there, and we could change things. We could figure out how. It might take some time, but we could. She opened her mouth to answer, but she also raised her hand. No, Lon said, stepping between them. He looked to Bliss. You need to stop doubting him. What? Why can't he? Bliss began, but dropped her arm. If he'd said that solely to make you happy, or at least less angry, without meaning it, then you'd have killed him. If he'd said that solely to prove his own power, then I'd have killed him. But he didn't. Lon knew the dangers of bringing Narration into the Palatine, but he trusted Naration's innocence and sincerity. I don't understand. I wouldn't be hurting anything, I don't think. Nier heaved another sigh. We don't know, Nier. And in this place we need to be careful. Lon turned towards Bliss. You told me once that your people didn't take charity. I assume you meant your people, both alive and dead. If your God didn't see fit to protect them, if he'd wanted more prayers, or less, then there was nothing you could have done to stop it, and nothing Nar could have done to cause it. But he honestly wanted to help, and so you're going to forgive him and put this aside. I don't need you to tell me that. Bliss looked away, and Neri's shoulders slumped. But, she began, maybe I needed you to say it for me. She offered out her hand. Neri took it tentatively, and Lon could see his knuckles whiten as the woman squeezed. So we're friends again? Neri asked. She laughed, showing perfect teeth. We always were, as much as I'm friends with anyone. Bliss turned and walked up the hill towards where a temple should be, leaving Neri to look to Lon. Are all girls this confusing? Most of them, Lon said, releasing Tig at last and walking up after her. Where are we? Neri asked Lon. Bliss was far ahead of them, already striding up the hill. We're safe. Lon looked behind them. From here, angry clouds still roiled at their wall's edge, and the Temple of Storms was clearly visible. We'll walk across and leave on the far side, away from that. A lightning bolt arced out towards them, but was stopped by the boundary between temple grounds. I didn't bring you here to be poking your hands into stuff, Nere, Lon said as Tig ran forward and out of earshot. I know you didn't mean to, but you really have to be careful here. I'm tired of you all thinking I'm a freak. I almost wish I were alone again. At least them people weren't frightened of me. Lon flipped up his frill. I'm not frightened of you. Bliss isn't either. We two don't have much left to lose. I just don't want you to hurt yourself. Thunder boomed behind them. They definitely couldn't go back that way. I'd hate to see you zapped. That's not very funny, Nere said. Lon's lips quirked into a grin. I'm not laughing, yet. There was nothing resembling a temple atop the hill. What happened here? Tig asked, as they reached the hill's plateau. Pieces of stone jutted into the air, but there were no walls. How would they be able to tell where they were not allowed? Would it even matter in a ruined place like this? Anything that had once been a roof was strewn across the ground, and the temple's guts were exposed to the sky. It looks like my home did below. Bliss rested a hand on a remnant of a pillar. I didn't think the gods could harm one another directly, though. She looked to Lon for confirmation. I don't think they can, but like I said before, that doesn't mean that other things couldn't have happened. Worshippers changing their minds, or dying, or... Lon paused to think of other options. Dying. Bliss knelt, pushed rubble out of the way, and pulled a statue out of the debris. Its arms had broken off, but its body was intact, threaded with metal, as though the statue itself had been carved out of an ore-rich vein. This is one of Dear Metal's statues. She looked around. This is Dear Metal's temple. That's why we're here. He let me in. Are you sure? Nere asked. She nodded. I can feel it now that I'm quieter. You really can feel where you belong up here, Lon. You were right. She set the statue down. How can this be what's left of our temple? Well, your god isn't dead, or you'd be dead, right? Lon said, pacing around the crunched stones. So there has to be something here. What could possibly be here? She walked over and kicked a pile of roof stones. You're alive. This is your god's temple. It's... Lon looked behind himself, at the swath his tail had cut through the rubble. That's it. Lon fell to all fours, claws clicking along the ground as he walked. What is? Bliss leaned over to look where he looked. This is... He twisted his head around to smile at her and rapped the floor with his paw. The foundation. Using his tail for balance, he lifted himself up again. The temple here was almost completely destroyed, except for the foundation, and that means it can be rebuilt. She knelt, stroked dust away from the ground, and felt the cool stone there for herself. Really? It can be how it was. I can see it how it was. Certainly. It will take time, but it can heal. Bliss frowned. As long as no one else smites it in the meantime, but I don't think that will happen again. She straightened. I feel stronger here, stronger than I have in a long time, and I'm at peace. It's crazy, but I know that I still have a destiny. She laughed. You all must be tired of hearing me talk about it. Not really, Nire answered. I find it comforting that someone has a map. Bliss laughed and brushed her hair out of her face. I wish I had something to leave behind here. A tithe, anything, just to tell Der Metal thanks. Tig fumbled in one of his pockets. Maybe this? He offered it out to the girl. Where'd you get this? She took the object the tooth Tig had stolen from her smitten home and inspected it with a curled lip. From down there, or wherever land is. He winced and pointed. You took a body part from my home? Bliss looked past the tooth to glare at Tig. That's disgusting, and it'd be grave robbing if it weren't here now. I suppose taking it from one sacred place to another doesn't hurt things. She walked to the edge of the foundation and moved some of the dirt with her hands. She popped it into the hole and covered it up again. That feels right too, somehow. Bliss looked over her shoulder at Tig. I'm glad you didn't decide to carry a thigh bone out, though. Tig gave a sheepish laugh. Maybe you should water it. It isn't a seed, Tig, Lon said. Well, when old teeth fall out, you grow new ones, Tig informed him, though Lon had more teeth now than Tig ever would. Where do they come from, if not from each other? Bliss laughed again, a real belly laugh. She leaned over and spit atop the dirt. There, from metal, by metal, for metal, through the forge and back again. She stepped away from it and didn't see what Lon saw, and Lon wouldn't have believed it if he hadn't seen it for himself. A gash appeared in the ground, stretching out from either side of the planted tooth. An arc of metal sprouted up from the gash, a rising sun of it, pushing upwards, like any plant might, but far faster than any plant could. Tig raced over to touch it. Look! He tapped it, and ran his finger along the disc's edge, and it gave him a resonating hum. Nier walked forward and wiggled the object. It came loose from the dirt in his hands, and he caught it from falling. It looks like a shield, Lon said. Sword runners don't need shields, Bliss informed him, backing away. We can't use them. They melt for us. Maybe your god is trying to keep you safe, Nire said, offering the disc out to her. She took it tentatively, and it formed a loop of metal, a handle to encase her arm like a sleeve. Safe from what, I wonder? She looked at her arm. Not from me. Nier smiled at her. It's not melting, Tig told her, after inspecting her closely. She eyed him. Thanks, I figured that out. She swiveled her wrist, and the shield traveled with her arm. It's going to get in the way and be hard to carry. It's a gift from your die, woman. Get over it, Lon said. The shield suddenly melted, flowing towards her body. She leapt backwards, but it wrapped around her forearm, shrinking into a metal cuff that shone in the sunlight. I suppose I'll have to. She shook her arm experimentally. It looks nice on you, Nire said. She raised her eyebrows at him. Lon heard a weird groaning noise from behind him and turned around. Tig was there, fingers plunged into his own mouth. "What do you think you're doing?" Lon asked, as the boy wedged his whole hand in. Tig released himself. "I was checking for loose ones. I should have been keeping my teeth all this time. I lost the last of them in the spring, remember?" "I do." Lon swatted away Tig's hand as it went back towards his own mouth. "I lose teeth all the time. I'll give you the next one." "What do you think it'll grow?" Tig asked. "Some common sense for you, I hope," Lon said. "Where to now?" Near asked. Lon looked around. He couldn't have asked for a better vantage point than the top of the hill. Still, the fact that temple appearances could change made things difficult. He let his heat vision take over his normal one and saw certain temples radiate heat upward into the almost night, from thready indigos to throbbing violets, depending on the strength of the fires inside them, or perhaps, in the Temple of Knowledge's case, the life of the whale they used. He turned, now looking for the whale in particular, when he saw what appeared to be a volcano of reds and yellows erupting over the horizon. It looked so real he shifted back to his normal vision abruptly, just in case, and saw nothing beneath but a normal-looking temple on an even more plain hill. Had a gate near there broken open? He looked again with his heat vision to prove to himself he wasn't imagining things. The substances that the Palatine's gates kept out were now definitely inside the Palatine, and they were emanating from a particular temple, Lon realized, as he switched back to normal vision again, and he was the only one who could see them. And that temple was where Nire belonged, whether he knew it or not. "Lon," Nira asked again. "We'll walk that way." Lon pointed down the hill. The afterimage of volcanic colors was still bright in his mind's inner eye. Bliss and Nira walked down where he pointed, and after a time, Lon followed them, holding Tig's hand, to stop the boy from chewing on it again while searching for gold. Night was beginning to fall, though individual temples lit up the sky with beacons of light. "I wonder if that really confuses the moths," Tig asked, as they walked towards one. Lon did his best to set them on the course he'd seen from Metal's Hill, but there was no assurance on the ground that he was right. Near stayed away from the walls, and Deerstorm's anger seemed to have passed, or at least not followed any further. Bliss twisted her arm occasionally, watching the cuff that sat upon it glint beneath the stars. "I've never had jewelry before." Nira began and paused, thinking out his words carefully. "I would buy you some," he said, and when nothing happened, he rephrased. "I will buy you some." Bliss chuckled. "It'd just melt." "There has to be," he began, and then closed his mouth. "There probably is already something that won't melt. Maybe." Lon was torn between concentrating on making sure that Neri was doing a good job of watching himself, and on figuring out what a temple would do with an unmetered supply of the stuff that gods molded, when he heard a familiar voice. "Lon!" He felt his heart wrench, something it had not done in a long, long time. "Lon." He turned, and she was there, in a gap through a wall made of autumn leaves that glowed as if there was a fire in their core. Olifia, frozen in time since he'd seen her last, still tall, still shining, still beautiful. "Hello, Olifia," he managed after a moment. "Come to worship?" she asked, her voice like a clear sky. "To regroup and rest and talk." "Would it kill you to pray?" She clasped her hands in front of her white gown, slender fingers intertwined. She'd asked him that question once before, centuries ago. "Maybe." He gave her the same answer, and she laughed. She hadn't laughed the last time he'd said it. "Can we enter?" he asked. "You are my guests." She stepped back from the edge of the road. Come in. Is this Dessa Beauty's temple? Nere asked, looking around. The structure ahead of them appeared covered in red and gold leaves, the windows misted by webworm lace. It is fall below, is it not? Olafia asked. Two physically impressive men appeared and rushed forward and hovered behind Olafia. I miss the seasons, she continued, ignoring them. Have they been asked the questions? The first asked her. They do not need questions. They are guests. The guards parted at her words, but remained wary. None of you have weapons? The second guard asked. I am a weapon, sort of. Bliss answered and smiled sweetly. The guards looked her over before letting her pass. Olafia, what has changed? Lon set his pace to equal his ancient betrothed. Why are there guards? This is an unsafe time in the Palatine, Lon. Temples have been dying, crushed overnight by unseen forces, their followers below all killed. It is as if the world was bleeding in, or we are bleeding out. She led them into the temple, where hundreds of maidens were sweeping, polishing and burnishing floors, statues, pews. As many converts as ever, I see, Lon said, stepping around one girl's bucket. Olafia pointed at the nearest girl. Prepare 3 rooms for tonight, and food for our guests. Take as many others as you need. Lon raised an eyebridge. Do they have names? Do they need them? Olafia said, her voice sweet. They are here to serve and do Beauty's bidding. As her hierophant, I speak for her, and so they are beholden to me. Lon snorted. The others were clustered behind them, taking in the scenery. We need to talk somewhere private, Olafia. I'm too old for that now, and you're far too scaled, she answered with a girlish giggle. You know what I mean, Lon said, clicking his teeth in frustration. Of course, Lon. I just wanted to talk to someone like how it used to be. I'm the eldest in body here, and none of the others come to visit anymore. They're all too busy protecting themselves on their own grounds. That's what I want to speak to you about. Tomorrow. You all need baths, and clean clothes, and warm food. She fluttered a thin hand in the air. What could happen overnight? A lot. But Olafia was already off, wandering through the women, stroking hair here, complimenting another there. Lon sighed and followed. Oh, Bliss protested from behind them. Lon and Olafia both turned. Bliss raised a fist and pounded it against the air, meeting an unseen blockage. The worshipping girls around her blanched at her show of force, and then tittered behind milky hands. You've never worshipped Beauty, have you? Olafia asked, returning to where Bliss stood. You cannot come in any further. I'm sorry. Girl. She pointed to another acolyte. Make sure the rooms prepared are outside the first circle. How come they can get in? Bliss pointed to Tig and Nire. I wanted to be older. I suppose that's a form of vanity, Nire said. And he wanted his leg healed. That's another. Quite, Olafia said, dismissing Nire's answer while coming closer to peer at Bliss. You've never worshipped Beauty. I suppose not. Bliss's brow furrowed, and if it was possible, she became even darker. Is that why all these women are here? Bliss looked around at the throng of maidens, all a head shorter than her. They were all willowy, like Bliss, but they had the grace of flowers in a breeze, even while cleaning utilitarian objects, whereas Bliss had the grace of a predatory cat, merely while walking. They've come to worship Beauty, in hopes of becoming beautiful forever. Who is it that you pray to? Metal. Bliss crossed her arms behind herself and looked at the cleaning girls with the same disdain they showed her. I will never be beautiful, and I have no wish to become so. Olafia nodded. That explains it then. Wait here while your rooms are made. She wandered off into another room. Lon sighed. He and Olivia needed to discuss things alone. He needed a current map of the Palatine that was prayed to stay current, and he needed to know anything she did about that strange temple. People peeked in from all directions to see the girl who would never be conventionally pretty. Nair stepped in front of Bliss to shield her from their gawkings, and Alon realized he'd unconsciously flipped his frill up to hide himself. "Here, this is for you." Olivia returned and offered a large golden necklace out to Bliss. I can't wear that." Bliss took a step backwards. "It's not for wearing, it's for eating. It's from below, it's real. You said you were metal, are you not?" Olivia asked. Bliss nodded and took the necklace, putting it to her lips. The gold softened and dribbled into her mouth, a few drops escaping to roll down her chin until the skin there absorbed them as well. Olivia nodded approval and reached forward to pinch Bliss's cheek. "Your color was looking a bit off, even if you don't worship beauty." Thank you," Bliss said. The serving girl returned. "Your rooms are ready now." "Good. Show them the way." Lon reached out to catch her, to speak to her, but she danced out of his reach and was gone. "We will see to all of your needs in your rooms. Dinner has already been served and cleaned up in the dining room," a serving girl informed them. Tig was openly gawking at the girl, and Lon could understand why. If he were younger and still human, he'd be gawking too. "Please take baths now, while your water is hot, and food will be here shortly." "Thank you," Nire answered, pushing the door open to his room, with no response to the girl at all. Did Nir not want women, or did he only want one of them? Lon tugged at his frill. If Nir was interested in Bliss, could he unconsciously affect her destiny? Or was that her destiny to begin with? "I can't wait to be clean. See you in a bit," he told Bliss, before closing the door behind himself. She nodded mutely, then bullied past the girl and took the next room, closing the door with force. "Can we eat together?" Tig asked, to the crack of the door. "Later, and knock." Bliss answered gruff, from behind the wood. Lon rolled his eyes to the heavens. His destiny, it seemed, was to herd young people like a mother ground goose. "Tig, go on. Take your bath." Lon shoved the boy down the hallway, then opened Bliss's door. "I told you to knock." He stepped in and shut the door behind him. "You must know that you could break any of them in an instant, Bliss. Knowing it is not the same as getting to do it." She turned and started stripping. "I'm not sure how to get this off, huh?" She tapped her sheathed forearm against the side of the tub. Lon turned to leave. "She's beautiful. How could you abandon her?" "I told you once I was stubborn and foolish, didn't I?" "You said stupid and cowardly," Bliss corrected. Lon laughed. "She's beautiful enough, but she had no spirit." "How can you say that?" "She's an embody. She has to be special. They're all special." She stepped into the tub and lowered her scarred body into it. "She is especially beautiful. Concentrated beauty, but not much else." "How can you speak out against beauty in beauty's own temple?" Bliss whispered. "I appreciate it elsewhere." He turned to face her naked form. "The Dessa of beauty knows that. I see it every day and recognize it. As does Nir, I think. Gleaming white teeth inside a perfect smile, scars that speak of action. Things like that." Bliss made herself small inside the tub, curling her knees to her chin. Lon took a step back, and he could tell by her reaction that he'd unintentionally made her uncomfortable, more uncomfortable than the staring women had. He started to apologize, then realized that would only make things worse. Again, he turned to leave. "Like the familiar scale patterns of a friend," she called after him. He smiled to himself and nodded once so she could see it, before leaving the room. Lon didn't find Olivia until the next morning's rites. The women were all dancing in circles, brushing one another with flower buds as they and their flowing skirts twirled. He would have found it beautiful if it weren't such a waste of his time. Olafia was at the center of it, singing a song that all the women repeated after her, explaining in a prayer tongue that they couldn't even understand how lucky they all were to be beautiful and young. At the end, they all fell upon each other, giggling and laughing, Olafia included, skipping through the groups of women, blessing each as she passed until she reached Lan's side. "It is a wonderful way to pray, is it not?" She swept blonde hair out of her face, her lips and cheeks ruddy with her prior exertion. Yes. Seeing her always brought back the past, what he could have been, what he'd thrown away. Perhaps it was for the best. She could never have been an embody otherwise. The gods had little time for those who had other distractions, like husbands or children. His absence had made her devotion easier. "Can we talk now?" he asked. She smiled at him. "I'd like nothing more." Olafia turned back towards the group. "Please organize the treasures in the 4th treasury room, girls, and take from it what you'd like to wear for today." The women disappeared from the room like running water, even sounding like it as they pattered off down the halls. Olafia sat down, and La'an shook his head. "3rd realm, please." He tilted his head towards the center of the temple. Olafia frowned, but she followed him in. "How many other embodies are here?" La'an asked, as they entered into the 3rd realm of Beauty's temple. The first was for pilgrims, the second for acolytes, and the 3rd for embodies. 4 others, but they will not enter without warning. What is this, Lan? I should have known that you would not come just to see me. She lowered herself into a seat. Despite her youthful beauty and her earlier dance, inside the holy room, she moved like an elderly woman, as though she might break at any moment. It wasn't physical age he was seeing, Lan knew, but the weight of leading a temple and worshipping a demanding Dessa. "You said it yourself, it is a dark time. I need information." "To what end?" "It's dangerous, Lane. You've been through enough danger." Olafia crossed her arms and pouted. The color of the rooms changed from a reflection of autumn's glory to a menacing, but still beautiful, black. "I watch you from here sometimes. You've been too long down there." "It isn't any safer up here. You said it yourself. I need a map of the current temple positions that will shift as they do, and..." He looked out to where his heart knew the volcanic temple was. "I need to know about the white temple near the middle." "You only need a map to one place, then." Olafia settled back in her chair, and the room switched to a soft, swirling maroon. "There is only one new temple of consequence, and it is that one. Students of other temples cannot see into it. No one that we've sent there has returned. I would say it is ruled by wicked chance, or bad luck, or just plain evil. But there is no real way to tell. And no one is sure that it is what is breaking the other temples, but it seems to gain in glory as others are defeated." "What does it look like?" Lan asked. "What is your stake in this?" she asked, leaning forward. "I don't want to see you hurt again. Dessa Serpent's temple has been empty of late." Lan opened up his mouth to berate her, then let his teeth click shut. As much as he could have never lived with such a woman, he could never hurt her either. "Olafia, I need to go there. Soon. Please help me." After 200 years of unlimited and potentially corrupting beauty, he could see in her eyes the sweet and kind girl he'd known 2 centuries ago. The colors of her contemplations made edged patterns on the walls. "It's near. It's why we've all got guards now. Durstorms was worried last night that his time had come. He sent out an emissary to make sure we were protected." She folded back a lock of hair behind a shell-shaped ear. "I can show you, but you should not enter." Lan inhaled, but she continued. "I know you will. Do not take the others, though. At least leave the child with me, Lon. I promised not to leave him once. A frown creased her perfect lips, and he knew the moment she was thinking of. After I left you, I swore I'd never leave anyone that loved me again. He hung his head. I realize it's not much consolation. Believe me, I want him safe, but I cannot leave him unless he releases me from my promise. Olivia reached out a hand and tenderly scratched the scales of his cheek. I'm glad to see you're still a man of your convictions, Lon. I'll ready a map for you. Lon leaned into her hand for a second before standing. Thank you for your help, Olivia. It was good to see you again, Lon. So few people remember me the way I was. She sighed and gently shook her head. It is nice to relax. Being a Hierophant is hard. The walls became translucent, and while Lon knew that the girls outside could not hear them, he and Olivia were free to look outwards. Lon nodded. Especially with so many converts. How can you choose between them? It's easy. How many of them do you think have ever washed a floor in their lives? Or cleaned the tarnish off of silver? Not many, I'd bet. You'd be right. She walked forward and put a hand on the clear wall. I let them clean, cut the grass, anything that my Dessa could do in an instant, and me in a prayer, I let them do it all, and eventually they tire. So it's longevity? How long? Lon asked. Forever. If they stay here long enough to see their own aging, most of them fear, and leave, gnashing their teeth the way you do so well. Olivia smiled at him. The others, though, the ones pure of heart, they keep cleaning until they're ready to die, and then they are reborn. Ready to die? That's a lifetime. True worship requires nothing less. Lon turned to her. How long were you here? 80 years. After you spurned me, I decided to come here and stay. And I did, scrubbing floors and dusting statues for 80 years. She sighed. But it is good. I'm always with people, and my Dessa is wonderful. Lon almost snorted to himself, and she continued. It's frightening to think that you'll die alone, Lon. There are worse fates than that. Like almost dying, Lon thought, then living again, but living a lie, knowing that you weren't strong enough to really die. Like the one that you're thinking of entering. Don't go there, Lan. She turned to him and reached a hand out to his chest. We cannot turn back the clock, but there is no reason not to keep living as we are. You may even stay here if you wish. I have to see what's in there. His Dessa would remain in hiding until Nair's unwitting god was stopped. And other Dai were in danger until then. But he found it was none of that drove him. It was sheer curiosity, something he hadn't felt in ages. Curiosity, and the stubbornness that had burned him before. I know. I knew you would. When I felt you coming here, I knew why. At least I made you rest for a night. While I'm ever devoted to my Dessa, some small part of me will always remain yours. Lan. She leaned up to peck his cheek. Lan would have blushed had he been scaleless. If Dessa beauty is with me, who can be against me? He said, and smiled at her. Olivia sighed again and crossed her arms. I can guarantee you a beautiful corpse at least. Just make sure enough of you comes back for one. The walls evaporated, and with a gentle tap, she propelled him towards them. Lan took a step forward and heard a girlish scream. A few of Beauty's servants shrieked and leapt onto pews. What is their problem? Lan asked Olivia, while switching to his heat vision. At the women's feet were several small furry things, red dots of heat bouncing around. He snorted to himself. What is it? Olivia rushed forward, voice full of concern. Dinner, Lan muttered, and followed her. There were more screams from elsewhere in the temple. Were all of Dessa Beauty's girls so girlish? It made Lan appreciate bliss all the more. And then a mouse bit his tail. A wave of furry rodents stormed past him, crawling up Olivia's dress, biting along the way. Bloodstains leaked out over her delicate silks, and Lon could only stare. Mice? Do this. His scent alone should chase them off. Olivia flailed for a moment before the powers of her Dessa returned to her. Less than or equal to, there was no accompanying response from the mice. They covered the entire floor and were clawing their way up the women on the pews. For each handful they plucked off, each mouse with a mouthful of flesh. Tens followed, and Lon could smell hundreds, no thousands, on the way. He stomped forward, using his tail to sweep the furred masses aside. This was not happening. Not here. Olivia shouted behind him. He turned to see the small monsters overwhelm her, and the scent of her blood reached him, heady and thick. No! Lon reached forward and picked her up off the floor. He pawed her roughly, knocking the rodents loose. The other women in the room toppled off their pews. They called out to him before mice rushed in to bite their tongues. Lon hardened his heart and ran to their rooms, knowing that only by reaching Nair could he save them all. Mice squished beneath the weight of his feet and were slapped away by his tail. They scrabbled against him, and he had to shiver periodically to knock them loose. They couldn't bite through his scales, but that didn't stop them from trying. "Nair!" he shouted as he reached the hall. The door was closed, but the gap at the bottom of it allowed the mice entrance, and they rushed inside like a tide. He reared back and planted one thick hind leg through the door. It splintered and shattered. Mice crawled up him and through it, using the access he'd granted them. Nire, Tig, Bliss. Each of their names was a prayer. "Are you all right?" Bliss was at the forefront of their small group, huddled into a corner, kneeling, shield out, guarding them all. Its reflective surface seemed to show the mice something in themselves they couldn't stand. They pooled and swirled about it, rushing forward only to be turned away again. "Nair, make these leave," Lon ordered. He looked with his heat vision for clues and found none. Nair had no color other than his own, while the swarming horde had red and the sulphurous yellow. "I didn't," Nira began. "I don't care what forces you tamper with. Make them go now." "I wish that these would all leave. Now, 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 now!" His voice broke with panic. "I didn't do this, Lon. I swear." A rush of yellow heat accompanied Nir's request. The mice caught within it seemed to evaporate, and others outside its range merely died. "I didn't do this," Nir began again. Bliss moved her shield, and Tig and Nire tumbled out from behind her. "I didn't wish for that, I swear it." Olivia stirred in Lon's arms. She struggled against him wordlessly, and he set her down. Her robes were torn and blood-stained, and her face incredibly, beautifully somber. "You did this," she advanced on Naira. "I let you into our temple, and this is how you repay us." "I ignore the stains in his mind, the clouds that follow him, and he does this." "Olivia, he didn't," Lane interrupted. She whirled on him. "I'm Hierophant to you." A fire he'd never seen in her before took light in her face. "I invited you in, and you treat my Dessa so." Lon opened his mouth and clicked his teeth shut again. There was nothing he could say to her that would answer for this crime. She turned back to Nira. "You go on to your temple, boy. Your die waits for you there." She held out her hand and a scroll appeared in it. "Even now my Dessa helps, but only to rid herself of you. Go and see the temple of death, the temple of sorrow, the temple that wails out at night. It calls to you, and you to it." She threw the scroll at Nir's feet and looked to Lon. He knew it before she said it. This was the real end. It was in her eyes, in her bearing. He even shifted into heat vision to see if he could see it in her heart. Had he looked like that when he'd last spoken to her? He shuddered to think that he'd been so callous, so cruel, especially to one so beautiful. And then her mouth opened to speak the words he already knew he dreaded. "This time I am the one leaving you, Lon. Do not ever come back." "Are all of her friends inside dead?" Tig asked, once they were outside Beauty's walls and a long quiet distance away. They'd walked through a sheet of dead mice, 5 bodies deep, pockmarked by jutting bones that had been nibbled clean. It would take Olafia weeks to clean her temple out, to burn or bury the dead, and Lon knew she would do it all herself as penance for letting him and them enter. Lon sighed. "Judging by the bodies we passed, and the portions of them that we didn't." Lon looked to Nire. "You didn't do that, did you?" "Of course not," Nire said. "Because I know you and mice have a background," Lon continued, despite the fact that he hadn't seen any yellow haze around Nire during the incident. He wanted to blame someone, Nire being the obvious choice. "That was an accident before." Nire stretched out empty hands in front of him, as if to prove himself safe. "And those were happy mice," Tig pointed out. "The ones back there weren't." "I don't want to know what you all have done with mice before," Bliss said. She paused and ripped off the bottom half of her dress. "I didn't want to be rude when they gave it to me," she explained, as she brought the hem to thigh height and ripped a hip-high slit in the side. "I'm sure one of those women spent a month weaving it and then sewing it." She looked back, and Lon saw a shadow pass over her face, perhaps as she realized the advantages of strength and shields over beauty. "How close are we to Nir's temple?" "I don't hear any wailing," Tig said. "I don't have a temple," Nire said. "Much less one that wails. And I don't have a DE." "I don't think you have a DE, but I'm fairly sure that one has you." Lon fought the urge to run his hands over his face. He'd never heard of a god having an unwitting follower, but he'd never heard of hordes of killing mice either. "I don't even get a choice?" Nire asked. Lon could only shrug, and Nir's breathing began to quicken. "I want a choice, Lon. Everyone has a choice. You said that, right?" Lon paused. Nir lunged and took the map from his paws and tore it in two, throwing away the halves. "I did, Nir. It just seems that you're not everyone. I'm sorry. I don't know what to say." The map pieces blew away on an otherwise unfelt wind. "As long as you think you've got a choice, you've got one," Tig stated matter-of-factly. "So where do we go now?" Bliss asked. "It's right ahead." Lon pointed at the walls of water that began where their side road terminated. "So much for choosing," Nire muttered, as Tig and Bliss passed him. "Lon, everyone else thinks I'm poison, but you. Why?" Nire's fear in what he might be was palpable. Lon could almost taste it. He reached out a paw and patted Nire's shoulder roughly. "Maybe because I'm poisonous. This is where it begins." They walked up to the edge of the wall's beginning, and no further. The temple on the hill appeared innocuous from this distance. It didn't sit on the hill so much as crouch there, and instead of being ominously dark, like the blot it had been on Beauty's map, it was a painfully crisp white. But when Lyan used his heat vision to see it, it was as if a chasm had opened up into the non-existent earth of the Palatine, letting out spitting streams of red and yellow out upon the land. Nir walked in front of him, and he could see the man's colors blending in completely with those of the temple behind him. Here it was obvious, regardless of Nir's wishes, that they were made of the same stuff. "Water walls again?" Bliss asked, distracting him. She pulled them out and brought them to her lips. "Don't taste that," Nire warned, but it was too late. A finger was already in her mouth. "Is it bad?" Tig asked, worried. Bliss shook her head and carefully wiped her hands on the remnants of her dress. "It's tears. It tastes like tears." Tig jammed his hand into the wall next and popped it into his mouth before Lon could stop him. I wonder who cried all of these. I've got a few guesses. Nier gathered himself and took the lead. Where is everyone? Bliss asked. The metal practically coiled under her skin, and compared to the temple ground's ambient yellow, under Lon's heat vision, she was a solid purple mass. I don't hear any wailing, Tig reported, cupping a hand over his eyes to shade out the sun. There's not even a door. I think the wailing was a metaphor. Lon flicked his tongue at the boy. Olifia said that others had come here before now. She also said they didn't come back. The lack of inquisitori, pilgrims, acolytes, even annoying Blessy and Adori, was creepy. How could a temple this size be built on the wishes of one man alone? Much less one man who seemed to not participate in its creation. Or this could be them, Bliss said and pointed. Lon looked up and saw what she had. The temple's overall whiteness was due to it being constructed of bleached bones. Difficult to clean, I'm sure. Perhaps, in time, Dessa Beauty could contribute some cleaners. How? Nier asked, of himself and the world. I didn't do all of this. I couldn't have. So how? There have to be other people, Nier. They might not know it yet, though, Lon guessed. And they're doing this. Others, like me, wandering around, making hapless wishes, and ignoring the consequences. How could they? He repeated. Well, you were fairly ignorant till we met up with you, Lon said. These are the bones of at least an army. Maybe more, Bliss informed them. No way that you did this, Nier, unless... That bad town? Tig guessed. Maybe not all of them escaped. The buildings were on fire. Narration ran his hands through his hair. I didn't. I had to. It was... Narration. Lon put his paw on the man's arm. Those people reaped what they sowed. There were innocent people there, Lon. I saw them myself. The boys chained alongside Tig. Nira shook off Lon's paw. You might be willing to forgive, but you didn't see what I saw. What chance did those boys have against a fire? You did it saving me. Blame me then. Not yourself. If I'd listened to you, you wouldn't have had to do anything, Lon said. Look, this is nice, and I like nothing more than a good blaming. But perhaps we should enter the temple while it's still daylight, Bliss suggested. It's not going to get more attractive at night. Tig patted the wall of bones, pushing his hands into small crevices, pulling on rounded ends. Maybe there's a secret passage. I know what it wants. Tig, stand back. Tig did as he was told, and Nier inhaled deeply, advancing. I wish there were a door here. Bones reoriented, creaking along, some snapping, others crumbling into dust as they shaped to form an entryway into the temple's innards. They gathered outside the door, peering into its depths. Want to wish for lights? Tig asked, a distinct chatter in his voice. It can't hurt, I don't think. I want lights, Neri said. She said the temple was illuminated, though Lon couldn't find lamps or torches where the light came from, not with his heat vision, nor could he smell any smoke. Nothing else for now, Lon warned, and Nira nodded. Don't even think about wishing for anything. If we're not converts, how far will we be able to get in? Bliss asked as they entered and looked around. The same bones that were visible from the outside made up the inside as well, a huge open area with ascending central tiers connected by stairs in the center. Lon didn't want to think for too long about what they were standing on, or what was keeping all of these bones knit together. I'm not sure, Nire said. I can go in all the way, since I'm an embody, Lon said. You all stay here. He fell to all fours and dashed to the first stair and climbed up to the second tier. If he was lucky, none of them would be able to follow. Wait! This is my god, not yours. Nire ran after him. Lon paused and watched Nire catch up, with Bliss not far behind. I'm not waiting back here with all these bones, Tig yelled, clambering up to join him on the second level. Lon sighed. So much for that. How is it that we're all converts? Maybe this temple isn't set up like a normal one, Bliss guessed. They're all set up the same. It's the Palatine. They're not allowed to be different, Lon said. Which is why there are no followers here, Bliss said, eyebrow raised. Followers aren't enforced. Dessa Serpent's temple is empty more often than not, except for the Hierophant, and even then, he can leave. Being the Hierophant hadn't stopped Nessos from taking himself elsewhere. It's not that. Lon paced. What do we all have in common? They all looked at one another, a Saurian, a child, a sword runner, and a man whose wishes came true. Nothing comes to mind, Bliss said. There has to be something. Remember in Beauty's temple? Where we'd prayed to her without meaning to, Nire said. Or we're just an embodied to begin with, in your case, he said, looking at Lon. Are you saying I'm not beautiful? Lon said, raising a taunting eye-ridge. Nire chuckled, and Lon grinned. Nire was still a boy at heart. I'll go up and tell you what's there. You can wait here. What's to say that we can't go in further? Tig asked, and trotted up the next set of stairs. See? I'm not an acolyte, not of anyone but Dessa Serpent. Their group edged closer to the boy and joined him on the next tier. Lon looked around. Now this is wrong. I'm definitely the only one who should be here. There's only one more level, Bliss said. Me first, Nire said, and rushed the stairs. He reached the top, and everyone again was able to follow. Maybe it's broken, Tig asked. The lights were still on, and the door was still open to the outer world. Lon could feel the breeze. The boy was the first to hop back down. This is rather disappointing, Nire said, taking the step next. There was a rattling around him, the sound of 1,000 bones clacking together, and a wave ran through the ground beneath them. You are my child after all, a voice said behind them, and Lon could hear the ringing quality of a die in its tones. He turned and saw an indistinct man on the upper tier, flinging his hand out against Bliss, shoving her backwards. Lon reached for her, missed, and ran after her. Nire caught her before she hit the ground, and she pushed herself off of him, blades at the ready against the newcomer. I was afraid that you didn't want it, Nire. You haven't been acting like you wanted it. You've been rather recalcitrant. Except for when you brought a city D down. That. And the figure on the tier behind them held up a finger. That was impressive. Though even then you did it to save a friend of yours. And these friends, I don't know what to make of them. The D's form was huge but vague, as hazy as the yellows and reds that followed his doings. All of something and nothing at once. His voice deep, and the way he said Nire's name, it resonated somewhere inside Lon, even though the calling was not for him. Who are you? Nire asked, shrinking backwards. He's your die, Lon said, then stepped forward. But what are you? You. The god turned to look at Lon. You're almost bitter enough to be one of my children, regardless of your scales. Then you're the god of bitterness? Tig guessed. Lon reached out to drag Tig near, further away from the die. That and more. My names are Legion. Vengeance is one, hubris another. Any time a man has ever raised his fist to the sky and cursed the die that bore him, he has prayed to me. And let me tell you, that is a lot of prayers. The tiers were suddenly delineated by circles of light. Each of you has prayed to me at a time. He walked down through the barrier of light and headed towards them all. Any time any man has asked, why me die, Or why not me die? It is I who have heard him, but I could not answer him. Not until now." He paused before them, his smoky form filtering the waves of light from behind himself. "What is now?" Nier asked, backing up. Bliss tracked the die with her sword-bearing arms, and Lan wedged Tig behind himself. "Now, I have you. You will be my Hierophant. I will teach you all my mysteries, and then we can begin to answer each and every one of those prayers. The prayers of the frustrated, the prayers of those who have been unanswered. Until now." "It's a trick, Neri," Bliss hissed. "What does that mean?" Nier asked. "Of his god." "It means anyone who has ever cursed a god, you can answer," Lan said, before feeling the air leave his lungs. He felt his heart slow and swallowed his fear. He wasn't dying. He knew what that felt like. No, he was being turned off for a time, like when he was extremely cold. He turned his eyes towards Bliss with an effort and saw that she too was unnaturally still. "This is not your time to speak," the DI informed them, before returning his attention to Nire. "Anything anyone wants, if they truly want it, you can give to them. Just think about what you could do." "But there's a price," Nire said, his voice wary. "Everything has a price. Mine is a small one." The die made a denigrating gesture. "Think about it, Nair. Right now, if you want healing, dear healer must be prayed to. Rain, the die of storms, sunshine, dear sun. But if we were to answer their prayers, it would only take you. It would be so much easier on everyone. And then you could decide what was right, instead of fickle deities that answer some and deny others without forethought or merit." The D shook his head in a weary way. "It's really a simple choice, Nire. You've seen what your power can do already. But what about their true followers? They all die." "Not if you'd wish to keep them alive. But you didn't know any better at the time." The die smiled at him kindly. Nair reeled back, as if struck. "So I am solely responsible for their deaths. You could have told me. There are millions of people who are not pledged. What is the price of a few thousand followers, compared to the needs of mankind? You can make things perfect, Nire. You've already made choices like that before. The death of that horrible town, versus the life of your very worthy friend here." "Don't use me in this," Lane tried to make his tongue say, but he couldn't. When would Nir recognize their strange silence and free them? Could he? "Why do you even need me? Why me at all? You can make things perfect without me." Nir continued to back away. "Someone has to make the choice. We gods cannot act alone. We can act out in self-preservation or in desperation, but we are by nature selfish. To allocate gifts and to show kindness, we need the prayers of a true man." The DI approached Nir. "That man is you." "No, it isn't." Nir stopped backing away and stood firm. "You're wrong. I created you, Nir. I know you, and you know you. Be honest with yourself. How did it feel to heal Tig?" Neri hung his head. "Good." "Did you know that dear healer wouldn't heal him? Do you know how often he prayed? That his father was an acolyte of healer, and even his prayers went unanswered? Do you think Tig deserved his crooked leg?" Neri shook his head in silence. "Why do people pray to be healed if they will not be answered? Maybe healer punishes a few to reap their prayers and uses their words to heal others, his favorites. Had you thought of that?" Nir looked up, and Lane could sense his confusion and weakening resolve. "No." "The DI have been fickle long enough, Nire." Nire's die came close and spoke slowly, either with all seriousness or in an effort to determine first what Nire most wanted to hear. "It is up to you to free people of their shackles. Up until now, I have gained my strength through people's discontent and unease. But after now, I can gain it through their joy at truly being answered and bask in their direct worship. And they will worship me freely, with you granting them their heart's desire." Nier nodded. "Men must choose their gods, Nier. Until now, you have been undecided, tasting of all fruit equally. Now you have to choose. You must. What will you decide, Nier? Anything you wish can happen. Why did you never make yourself known to me until now? Why did you let me hurt others on accident? If I'd known at all, any of this time..." It struck Lon like a lightning bolt. Because up until now he'd fed on their pain. Each round of destruction had caused a new chorus of unanswered prayers for this die to tap into. Lon fought against his slowed body. He was not a follower of this die. There had to be a way to free himself. This die should have no strength over him, not unless he gave it to it. Dessa knew he'd complained about things often enough. He never would have if he'd known the monster it was creating. But the only way out of this D's power was to give in to his animal side. And once there, how could he get out again? "I told you I was impartial. I assumed their deaths were what you wanted," the DI answered Nire. "You weren't really regretful until now." "I didn't believe all the way until now. I didn't want to believe," Nir admitted. "It is no matter. You can undo it. You can undo them all." The DI advanced even closer to Nire. Lon panted with shallow breaths. He pleaded. But his body was still trapped, and worse, his mind was trapped. His whole life he'd feared faith, but now he feared something much, much worse. Less than or equal to, "I can undo it now." "You can do, or undo, anything." Nire looked to Lon. Lon tried to communicate everything he felt through his gaze, and knew he failed. He sank inside himself, relaxing all his barriers, letting the parts of him he spent 2 lifetimes pushing aside come forth. His vision turned entirely to auras of heat, and he felt the urge to drop to all fours. He was in her, and Dessa serpent, she was in him. "Make your choice, Nire," the DI said, echoing in the chamber of bones. Nire inhaled, paused, and looked again to Lon. "I'm sorry," he said, and then as Lon broke free from himself and dropped to the ground, the god clapped one huge hand across Nir's face and the other around his body, and flew with him up to the next tier. "I have not waited for 1,000 years to have my fate determined by a mortal boy," the Dai yelled in the prayer tongue, but even without translation his meaning was clear. Bliss, freed as well, ran up to the tier and was rebuffed by the wall of light, as was Tig, who stood beating on the wall outside. "Do something," Tig pleaded. Lon rushed the wall and whirled at the last moment, thwopping his tail against it, sending a shuddering smack through his own body, but doing nothing to the wall. Tig continued to hit the wall, fist after fist. The Dai told Nire, still holding him down despite his struggles. "Less than or equal to, you're an embody. You're supposed to be able to enter," Bliss told him. Lon blinked. He was an embody. He was one with his saurian self. There was nothing to hide from anymore, nothing to push back. The barrier between his humanity and his Dessa was lifted. It was so easy. What had changed? And why had he not done it earlier? Total obedience, he'd granted it, given it, freely, totally. And now he was one with her purpose. "You're right. I'm an embody. I can enter." Lon pushed himself back onto his hind legs. "I just forgot for a moment." He took a step forward. A strangled scream came from Nir. The boy's body arched with pain as his Dai coerced him. "Take me with you." Bliss put a hand on Lon's shoulder. "You cannot fight him alone. But you cannot go in." Lon pushed her back. "I can, And I will. She sank to the ground and began breathing with short breaths. You cannot fight a god alone. I could pray for a dragon, Tig exclaimed, eyes bright with fear. A fresh, muffled scream erupted from Naira's floating form. It could fight for us. You do that, Tig. Pray real hard, Bliss told Tig through clenched teeth. Outside! Now go wait for it! Lon pointed, and for once, the boy ran off to do what he was told. Bliss, I don't have time. Another ear-splitting scream ricocheted around the chamber of bones. How long could Nier hold? I've got to go. Just, wait. She leaned backwards, and Lon reached for her, unsure how to help, knowing that he needed to leave. We sword runners. We can choose who gets our sword, if we have to. Her heat did strange and dancing things in Lon's other sight. You can fight for who you choose, yes, right? That's what you mean? Lon flicked his tongue out at her, tasting the air around her for clues. Above her, Nier's DI was pushing his hand into the boy's chest. Nair's die explained, its casual god voice in discord with Nair's gut-wrenching cries. Less than or equal to, what's he saying? Bliss whispered, as she fumbled at her collar. The cessation of screams interrupted her curiosity. Hurry, help me with this. Take it off. Lon reached around and delicately nipped at her shirt, ripping it down to her navel. Thank you, she panted. She looked at him with her dark brown eyes. Thank you for everything. Use it well. What? Bliss, please, Lon said, before he saw a protrusion above her sternum, where the hollow of her throat had been. The black skin above the lump bulged, then tore raggedly, revealing a knob of metal. Bliss, no. I give you my sword. From faith to forge and back again. She reached up and felt it with a trembling hand. It was really in me, all along. Her head lolled back against him. Bliss, Lon yelled, the end of her name rolling off into endless hissings. He yelled, hoping that the Dessa would hear and answer him, and for the first time in his life being absolutely sure that a die, his die, would at least hear. Bliss gasped and smiled softly up at him. Lon, those were my words. How long have you known them? The light faded from her eyes, and her weight settled against him. Bliss, he licked her cheek, but he knew what his heat vision showed him was true. She was dead, and cooling fast, the metallic blood in her body leaking out quickly, coating him in shining slickness. He uncoiled himself and reached down to where the solid metal pushed out of her and took hold of it. The sword she carried slid from her body, and despite its gruesome birth, it gleamed. No! Nira shouted from the third tier, trapped with his die. Lon walked through the pool of Bliss's blood, felt his tail smear across it as he walked upwards into the light to the next tier. His Nir's D yelled at him, twisting his arm inside the man's chest. Number no, he won't. Lon raised the sword and sliced down, cleaving through the die's ghostly body with ease. He stopped before touching Nire, and raised the blade again, ready for the next blow. You cannot kill me, the die yelled, pulling back from Nir's chest. His hazy body was cleanly cut where Bliss's blade had been. Tell him, Nir. Tell him that he cannot kill me. Nir mutely shook his head, clutching at his own breast, a hand upon the ground to brace him. Bliss's blood was there too, dripping off of Lon, pooling around Nir. Make it true. Make me true. The die howled, whirling towards Lon. Lon shoved the sword forward and brought it up and out the die's head. The path of the blade again excised an amount of the god, but there was still enough mouth left for the die to scream indignantly. You will die if I die. You know you will. You are mine and I will take you with me. Lon stopped at this. If Nair was an embody, Was this Dai's embody? Then indeed, killing it would kill the boy. He owed Nair his life. Once upon a time, he might have been able to do it callously, casually. But now, Nair still had a decision, his own decision to make. Nair rose up, his hand covered in Bliss's blood. It dripped up hand and cuffed around his wrist. Dear metal shield extended from either side of his arm. He pulled his arm back and then punched it forward, cleaving off the Dai's head. "You will regret this, and then I will be born anew," the head whispered, trapped in wake of the shield, until it dissipated in a gust of foul-smelling smoke. The shield folded in upon itself, until it was just a cuff again, too big for Nir's wrist. It fell to the ground, and Nir followed it. "Nire, are you all right?" Lon asked, tasting the air around the boy. "No." Nire looked up at him, and Lon could see the lines upon his face smoothing, the stubbled beard disappearing, until only a coating of light down remained. "I'm changing. Is this dying?" "I don't know. Let's get you out of here." Lon nosed his way under Nire's arm and lifted the boy upwards after grabbing the cuff off the ground. Is she dead?" Nire asked, his voice breaking. "Yes." "Oh no, no." Nir went limp against Lon and began to sob. It's how she wanted to end, Nire. Lon pulled him down to the second tier, where all that remained of bliss was a reflecting pool of liquid metal, showing the lights above them flickering out, one by one. "Come on." Lon set to a run, dragging Nir along with him. The temple rumbled around them, bones dropping from on high, fumes belching from unseen depths below. Nir reached out and grabbed hold of the temple walls as they exited, yanking himself out of Lon's arms. "Leave me here." "No." Lon pulled against him. "I want to stay here. I'm going to die anyhow. Let me stay, and you go on." "Nir, no, not here." Lon couldn't make any promises about Nir's chances, but no one should die at a place like this temple, much less alone. "Come on." He pulled Nir free, despite Nir's scrabbling attempts to hold firm. "Lon, let me stay," Nir yelled, as Lon hauled him bodily towards the street. The walls of tears were absent now. Just salty swampness was left to prove they'd ever existed. "You are coming with me," Lon said, and bound his arms around Nir's waist. "There's a place we can go." "Where?" They reached the gold street and turned. Behind them, the temple was crumbling into the ground. Clouds of dust billowed up from it as its components shifted and fell, groaning, rumbling. It sounded like it was right next to them. "I got one!" came a squeal from behind them. Prayers whispered in the wind underneath Tig's high-pitched voice. He turned, and there was Tig, sitting atop a large wingless dragon. "Tig, you did it," Lon said as the beast knelt to let them board. "It was easy once I prayed hard enough. It came rushing out to me." Tig looked back at them. "Where's Bliss?" Lon looked down at the sword he held. "Here." "You're kidding, right?" Tig started to shake his head. "Dragon, take us to the Temple of Knowledge," Lon said, ignoring the boy. The four-footed beast set off, and they all had to fight to stay on. "You're leaving her there. You left her behind," Tig accused. "No, Tig. She was a sword runner. This is her sword. She is an embody now, I suppose. And this is her form." Lon handed the sword out for Tig to inspect, handle first. The boy's face crumpled. I liked her a lot." He stroked the blade of the sword with a careful finger. "Me too, Tig," Lon said. "I think I loved her," Nire said with a whisper. "You don't look good." Tig handed the sword back to Lon and reached out to touch Nire's face. "You're younger now. Why?" And I thought I was just dying. Nier touched his own face, then took the sword to see his own reflection in it. I think everything I wished for is being undone, and that will include your leg, Tig. I'm sorry. Tig slouched. At least I got to run for a time. What happened inside the temple? Where's your god? Dead, I think. And I will be too. The first and last of my kind. Nier made a gurgling chuckle. You're a good boy, Tig. A very good boy. Don't let Lon tell you otherwise. Nier said before closing his eyes and nearly falling off the dragon's back. Faster, beast! Lon commanded after catching Nier. The man was still hot, and where there was heat, there was a chance. What grows up from? The inquisitory at Knowledge's gate began. Not now. Lon struck the dragon's flank with the flat of the sword, and the dragon leapt forward to run up the hill. Monks poured out of the temple, and some of them were armed. Tig gasped to see the whale draped across the hill, and Lon cursed to see that its mouth was sealed shut. We bring knowledge, Lon shouted, wheeling the dragon around at the front of the temple. Let us through. Knowledge dies on the vine. He slid off the dragon's back, carrying Nier, and Tig quickly followed. The monks traced his path with their crossbows, but curiosity overcame their common sense. What have you brought us? Is that priestess here, with the writing on her? Lon whipped his head around, looking for a familiar face. Too bad on his last trip he hadn't thought to look under their hoods. This man needs to be frozen in time, fast. How do you know of the freezing? A stern-looking, cowled man asked. Behind him, the whale's mouth now opened. I saw you do it to the gorillan. Please, this man needs it. Why should we bother stopping this one's death? The woman, who was also a scroll, appeared in the whale's mouth. He's not normal. He's the embody of the Bone Temple, and he's just killed his own DI to save yours, Lon shouted. This way. The priestess led them into the temple at a run, dragon and all. This time they were not allowed to watch. Lon and Tig waited with other monks while the priestess alone ministered to Naira inside the antechamber that held stilled things. Will he be all right? Tig asked, of anyone who could answer. Leon was impressed that not even the uniqueness of being inside a living creature and walking in its veins could stop Tig from worrying after his friend. If he's alive now, he might be, a monk answered, before looking to Lon. Was he? Yes. He'd been alive when Lon had put in him the room. It was up to the priestess to keep him that way. What kind of life was being stilled in time, though? Not much of one. Lon tried not to think he was cursing Nier to a worse fate than that Dice had tried to give the boy, but it was difficult. The monk shrugged. If it is what you say it is, then it should be fine. It's not an it. He's Naira, Tig protested, before Lon shushed him. A cruelly long length of time passed by before the pulsing door opened again and allowed them entrance into the room. It is done. He is an embody of knowledge now. Our dear has accepted him, the priestess announced as the curious filed in. Naira sat, looking stunned, atop a chair. His eyes were empty, and while he didn't look uncomfortable, he didn't look like himself either. Nier, Tig asked from behind Lon before screaming. Tig! Lon whirled around to see Tig squirming on the ground. It's okay, the boy panted through gritted teeth. My leg, he was right. Lon leaned over and scooped Tig up in his arms. I'm sorry, boy. He licked his tongue out at Tig's cheek. Not your fault. Tig looped his arms around Lon's neck. Shouldn't have asked for it in the first place, probably, but it was nice for a while. Your friend will be fine now. We've saved him, the priestess told Lon. Lon wondered if that was really the term for it. He'll be better tomorrow. How? We've come to an arrangement. Our dear was reluctant to risk himself, but the temptation of having the only embody of the unformed substances was intense. You will come back tomorrow. I will have room set aside for you tonight. Will he be all right alone? Tig asked. I don't want him to wake up alone. You stay here with him. I'll go make sure the dragon is all right. Tig released Lon's neck and reached out for the nearest acolyte. The monk tilted his head. Apparently followers of the dear knowledge didn't know everything, Lon realized, before deciphering the boy's intent and offering out hesitant arms to take the child. We can fix your leg for you, he said. Healer won't answer, Tig explained. No, we can break it and reset it. Tig shuddered. Just crutches, please. We can even make it not hurt. Much, the monk explained, as he carried Tig out of the room, leaving Lon alone with Nire. The problem with never really sleeping is what to do when you're awake and other people aren't. Being around comatose embodies was no exception. Lon poked Nire. There was a prayer wall around him, close set to his skin. It resisted him, keeping his fingertips a claw length away from Nire's skin. Lon idly wondered what would happen when Nire had to go to the bathroom or change clothes. Surely the monks had thought of that. He wondered how many of their frozen embodies had clothing to wear. Once he was done worrying about Nire, who was beyond worry for the moment, Lorne had made a pass through the room. Several other unknown things were there, and for many of them Lane was glad about that. To think so many things became extinct all the time. He'd never thought about it before. Had Nire really been so busy? Or were these just examples like dash dash? Is that a spider? Nire asked, voice hoarse from his chair. That had better not be a spider. It is, a small one, and it is in a prayer wall. Lon tapped Nire's prayer wall in demonstration, making the cage glow momentarily. Really? Nire put a hand to his head, making it glow until it merged and let him touch himself. Am I in one too? Yes. Lon returned to Nire's side. This was the only place I could think of to bring you. If you're upset, I understand. What did they do to me? Nire asked, touching his fingers to his thumb in front of his face, watching the prayer walls in miniature flicker. You were the last of your kind. Dear Knowledge has a vested interest in keeping rare things alive, and so they did this. My own prayer wall, like Bliss's, ha. He sighed again. I wish she hadn't died. I do too, but it was her calling, Nire. Her sword is what she was meant to be. Nire snorted. She was foolish to doubt her own destiny. We're all foolish sometimes, Lon said, sitting down. What do I do now that I've lost the only destiny I ever had? Nire looked at him earnestly. Maybe you didn't. Maybe that was your destiny, Nire, to deny your die and save the rest of them. Your D lied Nire. He fed off of pain and suffering, and even with the best of intentions, I don't think he ever would have changed. And everyone deserves a choice, even if it is the wrong one. That said, Lon smiled, I'm glad you didn't say yes. I wish I could pretend that I wasn't tempted, but I was going to say yes. I was. It was on the tip of my tongue. I just worried for one moment what you would think of me. That's why I said I was sorry, and what I was going to be sorry for. Nire hung his head. To think I could have ruined it all for everyone. Given them all over to that monster, and denied them their own gods. Lon's frill flipped up unconsciously, and then he shook his head and laughed long and hard. It's not funny, Lon, Nire said, swatting out at Lon, rebuffed by his own prayer wall. You're right. It isn't. But Nire, think of it. You were willing, and your own D didn't trust you to make the right choice. On a lot of levels, that proves everything I've ever said about the gods, All of them. Lon put a paw to his head and rubbed at his temple. Besides Nair, who knows? That could have been your destiny too. Destinies are curious things. Lon, at this rate, anything I could have done could have been my destiny. See what I mean, Lon said. Nier was forced to chuckle. If they start a temple of the confusing, you're already an acolyte. He sat up a bit straighter and made an attempt to stand. Will I have to stay here? Lon caught the man about the waist, the prayer wall hissing against his scales. I'm not sure. We can talk to them about it. If I'm an embody of dear knowledge, does that mean that I'm smart now? Nier asked, with a weak grin. Lon smiled back at him. Only as smart as you'll let yourself be. You'll be fine here, Lon asked, for the 1000th time as they left. They're nice enough, and I don't mind learning things. Turns out I have a lot of stuff to teach them anyhow, and I'm the only person who can let them onto that temple's grounds to study it as well. Maybe there's a way we can learn from this, Nire said. He looked like the teenager he was now, but he did not act like it. Lon didn't think Nire would ever really be young again. I hope so. Lon shouldered his bag. I don't suppose that any of Knowledge's men know where a three-eyed mortal with a deity inside might be. I did ask, but no, they don't. Sorry, Nire said. And Tig, I'm very sorry about your leg. It's all right. It's not your fault. I shouldn't have cheated. Tig hobbled forward and balanced precariously on his crutches to give Nire a hug. We'll visit soon. Now that I know that this place is here, we'll be coming back a lot. Tig, Lon began. How could you hide this from me? Tig asked, opening his arms to include the whole of the Palatine. Maybe when you come back there'll be no walls, Nire said with a grin. I like that. It'd make it easier to look at everything. Tig agreed. All right. We've got Odessa to find still. Ready, Tig? Lon asked, and took the boy's hand when he nodded. Take care of yourself, Nier. We will be back. There's a temple of knowledge in every decent city. You can write, Nier said and waved, just as everything went indistinct, and Lon pulled them away from the home of the gods. I can't believe you never took me there before, Tig continued, as the real world around them solidified. I follow you around for 2 years, and we never go there. Hey, now that I know where to go, can I go there myself? Tig, I'm more concerned with where we are now. Lon looked around. He hadn't been concentrating fully when they'd left, and he wasn't entirely sure where they'd ended up. It's warm. Are we south, or is it spring already? Tig asked, hobbling off in one direction. They were next to a rock precipice that rounded off towards the right, leaving a flat green horizon to their left. Lon closed his eyes. Some lizards could find their homes by feeling the earth's movement and triangulating. Would it work for him now that he'd given himself over to his Dessa mostly? Hey, Tig said in his excited voice. It could be danger, or it could be an interesting rock. Lon blinked his eyes open. You. We've been looking for you, Tig continued. Lon fell to all fours and trotted up around the rock, finding Tig standing in front of a curious-looking man with 3 eyes, all in an even row across his forehead. The man said to Lon in the prayer tongue, less than or equal to. Is he the right person? I thought the Dessa was a girl, Tig asked. I suppose she could be in any body that she wanted to be in, though, since she is a Dessa. Tig, be quiet. Lon settled a paw on Tig's head, and the boy silenced. Less than or equal to. The man blinked with double eyelids over all 3 eyes. Lon continued. A smile creased the man's face. Less than or equal to, less than or equal to. The man Dessa pointed at Tig. Less than or equal to, Is she talking about me? Tig asked, bouncing under Leon's hand. Lon asked, ignoring Tig. The Dessa repeated with the man's mouth. I will not, Lon said. The Dessa's voice cracked like a whip through the mortal shell she was in. Less than or equal to, the man's face ripped open, splitting along the seam of the three eyes, and a woman's torso emerged from it, followed by a roiling tail from the waist down, shedding the man's skin like any snake might. It dissipated, like Bliss's shed skins had done once she was done with them. She said, her voice clear as a bell. Less than or equal to. Lon felt a shudder pass through his body. Less than or equal to. She writhed slowly, deliberately, as if experiencing the movement of each of her muscles for the first time in a long while. She laughed. Does she notice me? Can she see me? Tig asked, stepping on Lon's foot to get his attention. The Dessa answered without looking at Tig. Less than or equal to. Lon asked, fear rising in his throat. Nire had to be right. Physical defects couldn't keep a Dai's love from their child. She tilted her head and winked at the boy with one slitted eye. Did you see that? Tig pointed. Lon asked. Each time she said his name, it echoed and reverberated inside of him. How sweet it was to hear her speak of him. She curled anew. Less than or equal to. Laen double blinked. Less than or equal to. Less than or equal to. Less than or equal to. She silenced him with a laughing hiss. Less than or equal to. Lon snorted. Less than or equal to. Lon thought on this. Less than or equal to. Less than or equal to. Lon looked down at Tig. Less than or equal to. Less than or equal to. Less than or equal to. I heard my name, Tig said from below. Are you talking about me? Lon continued. Less than or equal to. Less than or equal to. The Dessa smiled. Less than or equal to. Less than or equal to. Lon waited, but knew she wouldn't explain further. Die, he cursed and laughed to himself. Less than or equal to. She reared back, her form beginning to thin. He pleaded quickly as she began to fade, and her head turned down to him. She said, with the same exasperation Lon shared with gods. She smiled at him and laughed once more. She disappeared entirely as she spoke, her voice echoing behind her. You didn't let me talk to her, Tig said, and Lon saw that he was pouting. This was a vessel of anything but hasslesome little boyness. Lon had to stop himself from beaming. It would give it all away. She's very busy, Tig. She has a temple to run, prayers to answer. Tig sighed. I know, but how often do you get to meet a god? Lon raised his eye ridges. Apparently every day, if you were him, you even fed them and kept them watered too. What did you want to say to her? Tig thought on this for a moment. I didn't really want to say anything. I just wanted to make sure that she knew that I existed. He kicked a rock. Laen fought the urge to laugh. Tig, of course she knows that you exist. She did wink at you, didn't she? That's not the same. Tig hoisted himself up on his crutches and twisted. I wanted her to talk to me. She listens, Tig. I know that now, even if she isn't clear about things, and even when she doesn't answer. Well, that's fine for you, but what about for me? It's hard, you know. Tig looked up at Lon, his eyes open wide. Lon could see a reflection of himself in them, of his entire past, and maybe even echoes of Tig's future. There was nothing he could say that would explain to Tig things in the way they ought to be, and no way he could help Tig skip over all the horrible learning bits in between. But Tig would be okay, and he'd be around for it, to help Tig if it wasn't. Lon patted the top of Tig's head. Yes, believe it or not, I know. I know exactly. He looked around at their surroundings. Just like a god to leave without giving them useful directions. Come on, let's go home. Tig raised his eyebrows. We don't have a home, remember? We can fix that, Lon said and set off with Tig for the horizon. Thank you for listening to Serpent's Sword by Cassie Alexander. Copyright 2003, audio copyright 2025.